Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the LIT7s, London Sevens. We're here at Plough Lane, at the home of AFC Wimbledon, and this place has seen a fair amount of history over the years, but it's about to get some more history today, where Sevens Rugby has come to town. And we're going to be taking you through the day. So I'm here with Rocky Clark. Rocky, World Cup winner. You've done a fair bit, but Sevens, eh? Like, this is where your heart really lies, doesn't it?
Oh, absolutely. You know, I've been known to run around a Sevens pitch myself on the odd occasion, or more waddle, should I say. But I tell you what, I'm good for the scrum, so it's all good. Yeah, enjoyed quite a few Sevens in my early years, not now, of course, but yeah, excited to commentate on it.
Well, I haven't been in any scrums, and I don't intend to today. A few people asked me if I've got my boots, and it was a resounding no. But pretty exciting day. It's going to heat up. The sun's out, and already the players have been out here warming up. What are we expecting, do you reckon, from the teams? We know we've got loads of international players representing here today. What are you most excited about?
Yeah, the calibre of the players, the quality of the games, the party atmosphere. It's obviously starting to build. Players are already looking really sharp doing their run-throughs, and it was just looking, yeah, really exciting for today's event.
I think the challenge, obviously, you come into a day like today and all the teams are kind of coming together. They're from different countries, different cultures, but that's kind of the beauty of it, isn't it? That's what Sevens is about. It's about bringing people together, and that's what's exciting about the LIT7s, London Sevens today. A couple of names to look out for if you're watching along is a couple of guys in this first game representing South Africa. They've played out there on the World Series at the highest level, and they're here, and they will be delivering that quality out here at AFC Wimbledon Stadium. I tell you what, it's an absolute scorcher. I'm getting a bit of a sweat on now. That's going to be a bit tough for the players as we go along, I reckon.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. As the day goes on, it's a long old day, isn't it, with Sevens? So you obviously got to go high tempo, ready to rock and roll, and then you've got to chill out, wait for your next game. So yeah, got to make sure they've got the sunscreen on and hydrate well.
Well, hydrate they will have to. And here come the teams. Enjoy today. I can't wait. Here comes the first game, and for it, I'm going to throw up to the commentary box with Joe Burns.
Welcome everybody to AFC Wimbledon and to the inaugural LIT7s, London Sevens at this great stadium, and well, hosted by LIT7s. They've been running tournaments for a dozen years in the UK. This one is the inaugural one in London though, in lieu of the London Sevens, with the invitational teams taking on the personas of the nations that best fit them. We've got United Kingdom represented by Shogun Rugby, who you can see there, fresh claiming a title at the Hong Kong 10s recently. James Murphy, the man in the middle there, the Africa Sevens International Gold. Commonwealth gold winner only last year in Birmingham. And New Zealand represented by Fine Rugby now. And the kickoff from tricky Ricky Duarte, another Blitzbox Sevens man in the middle. And Fine Rugby now, New Zealand in possession, looking to work their way out of the 22. Nice bit of footwork, almost opening up a little opportunity there, but the door closed as promptly as it opens. Nice width offered early from New Zealand, who are looking to go edge to edge. But they're finding limited levels of room. That's nice, freeing the hands up to almost get the offload away from Zach Stevens. Bit of zip in the heels and almost gliding through the gap. But eventually, New Zealand are out of their 22. More patient play, more watchful defence from UK team, and James Murphy has pilfered it there as the offload came before it's wrestled free from his grasp, but it was a penalty that was given away in the process, and immediately UK go on the attack. Ricky Duarte, foxing feet, stepping two men, then chipping it on, a bigger man looking to side through the centres, and Duarte on the ball. Ships it on quickly. One more to dish to the edge. Murphy in for the corner for the opening score of the weekend. Beautifully worked, but all built off that miserly defence that just would not let New Zealand out of their 22. Well, it was looking good from Ricky Duarte, but just dies at the last, so no extras to add. But that James Murphy try still sees the UK lead New Zealand here after just over 2 minutes played. Right, Rocky Clark, she's made it up to the scaffold. In graceful fashion, I'll add as well, Rocky, but impressed with what you've seen so far.
Impressed that I managed to get up this scaffolding without falling off, to be honest. But yeah, the quality of the passing and the skill set on display already. Look at the pace.
But James Murphy is in fast forward on his way to the line again. Already into that corner for the first, and already UK showing real promise and real attacking intent. The skip, and it's a brilliant tackle low round the hips from Luke Raivalu for New Zealand. We may have just picked up a knock in that challenge. Top medical support here at the LIT7s, and it's going to be a busy, busy day as we progress through these groups. 2 pools of 4 men's teams, and the women's competition as well interspersed. Finals coming up around 7:30 this evening, 7:30. And of course, the after party as well with DJ James Haskell. Is there any other man to get on the 1s and 2s at a 7s tournament? So
now
the atmosphere will build and crescendo nicely with Hask getting on the decks. Here's New Zealand being shown the outside and taking it gladly. Touchline almost comes into play. Brilliantly done to keep himself in. Noah Matai, former New Zealand Barbarian, showing a bit of toe down the right edge there. Having great awareness of where the touchline was too.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was twinkle toes along that side, just cut in. Fine little step, backed himself. So what I'm excited about, scrum.
Not a key tenet of the game of sevens, Rocky, but certainly an increasingly used weapon by teams in terms of sucking in those numbers and giving a bit more room to the flyers out wide, which is where Shogun are looking to attack. Beautiful feed in the center, just keeps that defensive line honest before the hands almost carve out an opportunity. Nice elusive work as New Zealand raced up into the eye line. Yosefo Taranga working hard to apply the pressure. Murphy wants it on the ball out the back, but instead it's a penalty at the breakdown. Ricky Duarte not hanging around. Neither are UK. One more pass will do it. It's awkwardly bouncing, but it's brilliantly picked up and even more outstandingly finished. UK have a second. They double their lead.
New Zealand are flying, aren't they? Just trying to come out the line, just cut off the extra pass. The UK are just finding that way, getting out to the edge, back in their speedsters.
Well, all that energy and impetus coming from Ricky Duarte, and that is a lovely finish as well. The patience to collect the awkwardly bouncing ball, and the explosivity to burst off the mark.
Okay, so New Zealand need to do something here to keep possession. Just try and make sure they find those mismatches.
Final minute of a first half that has been dominated by the UK, and they do so on the kickoff. Is there a chance to make it a triple before the referee's halftime blast? Murphy once again fighting to stay in field. Great physicality though, offered up by Zach Stevens. Switch to the try scorer. Duarte. Patient stuff from the UK before they take it to the line, and they ask questions of the New Zealand shoulders. Very confident in just stepping back, letting the ball do the talking, and then interlinking and finding flyers like Murphy, who is in for a double in the first half. It's 3 for the UK. And in complete control here, heading into half-time.
Yeah, great finish by Murphy. Real pace on that edge. They've been patient. They've been trying to find those little corners of defence, little switches back inside, and then he just finds his way through. Handoff, goes over in the corner. Superb start for Murphy.
Well, I picked him out at the start of the game as our cameras fell on him. Commonwealth gold winning medalist at the Birmingham Games around about this time last year, and showing all that international class already here at AFC Wimbledon. It's halftime, United Kingdom 17, New Zealand 0. United Kingdom 17, New Zealand 0, and it is the UK in possession with their 2-try first half scorer, James Murphy, who's skating away with a hat-trick on his mind. Instead, he feeds it to his buddy on the shoulder, who's in for his double now. And the UK strike within seconds of the restart.
Just real gas there, backed himself all the way through. Lovely support line on the inside. Just there's no answer to pace, is there? Just real intent off that kickoff.
Well, Murphy's South African teammate, Ricky Duarte, makes no mistake from close range. But here's the burst. Wonderful pace. Really just raced away. But had the support on the shoulder to make it a really simple score in the end.
Yeah, it's just so dangerous with that handoff. If you got gas and a handoff, then you're going to do pretty well in sevens.
Well, that one is going to have cloud wisps on it when it comes down. A high hanging kick in the West London air that's not well dealt with by the UK, and it's the New Zealanders on the attack, making their way across the halfway line for what feels like only the second time in the match, and then dropped on the toe. No sweeper at home. That's smart. Jack Bowyer almost getting to it, but certainly a kick to chaos. And finally some questions asked of this United Kingdom defence.
Pick him back.
Yeah, it all started from regathering the kick. There's a great strong carry from Louis Natu, who went route one after he'd done his goosey, and then saw he had one-on-one, dropped his shoulder, quick play off it, penalty, and that kick through.
Okay, let's go then.
Sparky from Jack Bowyer, the Saints Academy man.
Set.
He's really been blighted by injuries in recent times over the last 3 years. Few surgeries, in fact, and here he is, looking to spark New Zealand's first score of the day. And Noah Mataya manages to thrash through the tackle of Jack Rampton, and New Zealand are on the board.
Yeah, great play from that scrum, really quick. Thinking, backs himself. Penalty given, quick tap, off he goes. Flicks it out wide, backs himself, little two-step, back inside. Knows where the try line is, little spin, pirouette, over the top. Great try.
Yeah, but there's more than one camera, so I hope to take a different point of view. And they can zoom in on the other side.
And a couple more to notch up to the Kiwi scorecard. Still a long way to go, but signs of life from New Zealand as the changes are rung for both sides.
Okay, let's go then.
Chindera Obano is onto the field wearing 7 for the UK, plays his rugby not far from here for Richmond.
Release!
A little way across town at the athletic ground at the famous old stand there. Some of the fresh blood for the UK go probing down the short side before they test the fringes. Jack Rampton,
On the ball.
the Jamaica Sevens man. Abana, so elusive, so powerful, but doesn't look after the ball.
I was going to say, really good leg drive, really hard to tackle, but just as he had a couple of players on him, they managed to sweep the ball out of his arms. He'll be disappointed with that finish, but incredible footwork and gas to go through.
Okay, don't drive around the corner. Okay, let's bind up then. Crouch. Bind. Look out, lift. Set. Look out, stay bound. Pull out.
New Zealand. Quick try now. Could make things interesting. And a penalty will help them in that quest. Oh, it's a bit of a wonky quick tap, but they do go in the end, New Zealand. Into the hands of the try scorer. Has a juggle and then gets swung pretty unceremoniously to the floor.
Just holding on, a little bit isolated there. Initially a good burst from Louis Natui. Again went for route one, but managed to create quick ball.
A lot of physicality out there. Players taking it to the line and fresh players on, looking for a bit of invention on the offload. How about that? The skyhook pass, NBA style, and Tricky Ricky on hand to finish it off.
Great finish from that globe trotting skills going in, just an over the head ball, so hard to intercept if it's got the right height. Outside defender just turned in, created a 2-on-1. He went skyline. Great finish by Ricky.
One to go, boys.
Just goes round, little offload and over the top. Lovely floated pass, great weight of it. Just teasing the defender before he puts it down.
Oh, how about that? The dream kickoff, gladly gobbled up by Jack Rampton, who slaloms his way through the remnants of the defense. That's as good as it gets.
That's time, boys.
Absolute beauty, isn't it? It was a low trajectory kick, but he just read it. Real pace onto it. Two defenders just looking his heels as he went through.
That's time.
And that'll be the final act of a dominant performance from the United Kingdom. They triumph here in game one against New Zealand, 38 points to 7.
Here with Jack Rampton, mate, first game up for Shogun, pretty comfortable victory in the end.
It was. I mean, the boys worked immensely hard, got a good lead in the first half, just see it out in the second half, nice and easy. Good start to the day.
You got a pretty tidy squad with you. Have you had much training coming to this, or is it literally rock up, get to know everyone's name and go for it?
We had half an hour in the park yesterday. Some of the boys were late because there was a fire on the motorway, so typical, but boys are all class players, so it's going to work on the pitch.
Anyone in particular that's impressed you?
Obviously, Tricky Ricky, the feet here. I mean, he stepped me a couple times yesterday in 10 minutes, so he's dangerous. He's dangerous.
All right, mate, well done the first one. We're going to get straight on to game two. Back up to you, Joe.
Thank you, Mitch. Exciting start there from the UK team, but no time to hang around and savour their performance because Ireland are up against Fiji now. Ireland, well, that's not Ireland, that's the Fijian side, and they got a link with Rugby Fit Heroes, and right there is Sakaraya Vitakwalu. All of the hallmarks of everything you'd expect from the Fijians, and in the Ramblin' Jesters jerseys are Ireland. A useful outfit. Quite a bit of Irish influence here at the LIT7s. With Kevin Maggs on the staff for the UK, who we've just seen demolish New Zealand in the opening game. And a bit of class on the pitch as well with HSBC 7s' finest, George Selwood, the man in the middle, pursing his lips. He's just been selected to referee at the Olympics. So, quality in every pair of boots, in every guy's out there as Ireland hang one high and Well, it was tentatively claimed by Fiji there, a bit of a lack of ownership, and as a result, Ireland have got their claws into it and they've ripped it from the tackle. Here come Ireland, looking to break the 22 threshold early here. They go right to the edge and slam the anchors down with too much velocity and force, almost losing their footing. Back to the left they come. Big frame out there on the edge, a dummy and then a strong fend, and just about held on to. Ireland looking strong, looking tricky, looking fast, almost looking like they were going to go all the way, but the flip off the floor into the hands of Peter Maher. Fine opening score from Ireland, who really have laid down a marker in that opening 60 seconds.
Yeah, they just kept possession really well, went from left to right, edge to edge, backed himself, and they just found that little mismatch, little step through by Tom Roche. His left foot is able to get that offload away, real pace from Peter Maher. Great start for him. We've just seen off that right foot, left again, and gets the fend as well. That little out the back pass, what skills from Tom there.
Fiji reclaim the kickoff, and now it's their turn to attack. They haven't had this opportunity thus far, and they bring that trademark physicality. And just that air of unpredictability. But they are really well soaked up by Tom Roach, who has got an Ireland Sevens cap to his name. ASAP Roachy, as they call him. Good strength, disdainfully swatting away Irish players before Roach comes scrabbling through. Hardy Aka for these Fijians thus far. And still no way through, even as they explore the right edge on this occasion. Looping pass almost offers up a few ribs for Roach and co, but well evaded by the Fijians, who have had plenty of possession, but they're not getting much penetration until now. Offload out of the tackle, but one too many, and it falls gladly into the hands of the Irish. Quick recycle. Oh, the little fumble just sees the opportunity go begging.
Yeah, just seeing the first glimpse of the threats that Fiji pose. They've got some physical big boys out there carrying hard, trying to get those offloads away. Just forced that second and third offload, just turned it over. Some real potential there as they're running those short lines off of shoulders.
Okay to go for the scrum.
Well, for fans of International Sevens and fans of the Shuja Pride, you may recognise there wearing the number 3 jersey, the tall, rangy frame of Kenya Sevens is Eddie Anya, who has spent the year studying at Cardiff University with Kenya off the World Series. So he has been playing his rugby down at Clanrumney this season, but he's now back in the less congested format of the game, the one that he thrives in. Well, it's not him on the ball. It is Oscar Stewart, Mr. Hollywood, with a bit of a block-busting carry there. Here comes Edmund Anya. Releases the ball. Finds the try scorer, Maher. Oh, how good's that? It just opened up and he had the pace, the Irish Sevens man, to finish the job very smartly indeed.
Yeah, it just went through 2 players. They both thought each other was going to tackle him. Just enough pace to get through and enough space. Just had to take a little breath in as he went through. But just that ability to back himself, know what gaps he can get through. Real class act on the ball. We're just seeing ball being shifted from left to right. Little steps through. That little dummy as he goes through, dances through two players, goes through these. One-handed put down, very casual.
Well, missed times on the hit there, having sailed up high into the skies. Penalty taken quickly, and it's converted instantaneously to about a 30-meter gain, but then a lack of control. Just enough inaccuracy from Fiji at the moment to mean that they're yet to really threaten the Irish line this half.
Yeah, just a few errors coming in, forcing it a little.
Yeah.
Just need to get quicker to the breakdown as well.
Yeah.
I think it's our first line out of the day.
Too easy, right off the top from Burnsey. And Eddie Anya. Eddie Anya, so good, gliding and striding and looking for help, and he finds it. Back to the short side. Ireland have a poke around through Ethan Knight. But instead, the try scorer Maher takes a theatrical dive after the faintest clip of a shoulder. And quite rightly, he doesn't get the penalty, but his teammates are working hard for him. Ireland looking a little bit fractured defensively at the moment. Can Fiji find a soft shoulder and an offload? That'll do, straightening up, and you can see that intent to free up the right arm, but the support arriving on the wrong side, and he couldn't quite get the chicken wing going.
Get out of the game.
Tackle just made in the breakdown, penalty given away. Quick pace by Fiji.
Better from Fiji. Here they are. Showing real zest in the way they were running there, but they lose the ball on the ground again. Ireland, their turn to try and exploit some broken field. They go tumbling through across the halfway line. Oh, how did he get that pass away? Contorting the wrist. Eddie Anya queuing up out wide. Surely no one will catch the Kenyan flyer. The hop, the skip, not a fingerprint on Eddie the Eagle, who soars in across the line and underneath the sticks. And finally, plants it down.
Yeah, that's what we thought we'd see today. Just when he gets it in those wider channels, just so unstoppable. Great build-up play. A really loose defence from Fiji. Players covering across, but it was a 4-on-2. Got it to the speedster. And then just toying, running over that try line.
Half-time here, and Ireland in command. They lead Fiji 19 points to 0. Much to do for Fiji in this second half, who put a contestable length and height on it, but it is smartly and efficiently dealt with by this Irish side. They look well connected. From connection to utter disconnection in the Fiji defense. Deconstructed by the wheels of Peter Meha again. A hat trick for the Irishman.
Having a field day today. They're just backing himself. The confidence on this young lad. Just give me the ball, let me go, and off he flies.
Yeah, just did.
It'll just be the 5, but it will be a 24-0 lead for this Irish outfit in the Jester jerseys, but they're no joke out here, are they, Rocky?
They certainly aren't. They mean business. They know where their strike men are, and they're getting the ball into their hands early doors.
Well, they rather wisely put the kickoff on Eddie Anya's wing to chase, and he does get his paws to the ball. He's such a tall individual, but it's Fiji who emerge with possession. And here they are, attacking, flung out by Junior Korevuka. It's a real battle in every part of the contact. Joeli Varro showing his might, and Fiji taking the penalty, and Varro bumping his opposite man. Ball lost, so Ireland surrender it. Freddie Work. Alaya Junior, bit of a loose pass, and well, sealed off. Well, I thought sealed off by Fiji. There were Irish bodies torpedoing in there. Fiji, more instinctive, the no look, the little pop into the space, inviting the acceleration. And this is better from Fiji. Fist over the top, the defensive read no good for Ireland, but they scramble across well and cover each other's backs. Better from Fiji. Less good as that sits up awkwardly. Oh, but the volleyball style pass. Oh, let the boys play, sir. Bit of invention. Almost seeing Sakaraya Vitukawalu in and across, but called back for the forward pass.
Yeah, he just went to tap it back inside, and it was marginal. We were all willing the referee not to see it, but he's too good. It's George. They're right in line, but some real good invention from Fiji. Keeping the ball, playing possession,
Okay,
but
ready?
just
Let's
needs
go.
to be a little bit more clinical.
Crouch.
Know when it's on to get that pass away, know when it's on to
Bind.
truck it up, set the ruck.
Re-engage.
Beautiful dummy switch out there on the right edge.
Tackle.
Cam Hill almost deceiving every member of that Fiji inside, almost deceiving me, to be honest. Here they go, Ireland bullying their way into the 22. Little deception about that one. It was head down, run it straight. Quick tap. Oh, almost breaks his own ankles there. Look at that speed. Then the delay, the double pump. It's beautifully worked. It's finished by Josh Holt. And Ireland are home and hosed emphatically now. 29 points to 0. Still a couple of minutes on the clock. But a marker laid down.
Yeah, it was Nemani who initially made the break, who went round to the outside, drew in a couple of players, and then just had the vision and awareness to get the pass back into Josh Holt, who ran a super supporting line. Just easy for the Jesters to go over. clearly see the skill set of the Fijians, but they just need to make sure that a little bit more clinical with it. Very, very physical.
Brilliant kickoff. Again, big men being targeted and dominating this West London airspace. Fiji working hard in defense, double hit, consuming the Irishman. Few shots arriving now, but Ireland looking composed.
He loves a goosey, doesn't he?
Goosey, bit of an Irish jig, call it what you will. Cam Hill dancing in the midfield, and then Ireland carving out a bit of room on the right. The hard work off the ball and the support there, the finishing coming, and a scoreline flourish from the Irish.
You can go from this side, it's full time if you want to wait, or you can keep going.
Again, just being really patient, waiting for the opportunity. Just almost toying with the Fijians. Couple of little goosies going in from Cam, the finish by Sol, Taufa. Just finding those gaps. But one of the biggest problems for Fiji is that they're not taking their restarts. Jester's got some huge men chasing and tapping the ball back. Reset.
Final attack.
Backwards, play on.
From Fiji. Won't be a fruitious one because now they're back defending.
Onside.
Islands. Can they get another? They wouldn't mind. Oh, which jersey do you choose? They're flooding through these Fijian ranks, and they're in to the left-hand corner.
I'm good with that.
Dan Rowlands rounds off an emphatic display from this corded jersey Irishman.
Yeah, it was a lovely little link in play. Namani Rayobu, Cam Hill again with his little goosey. Can't stop it. He's dancing feet and then finishing by Rowland. Just so many options.
Watch that ball behind you.
Not live. Never seen him play live. Are we?
No extras to add, but certainly an extra performance from Ireland. They defeat Fiji 41 points to 0. Hey, Mitchy boy, I hear you got Eddie the Eagle down there.
When you're running live. No such mistakes for Eddie the Eagle and you out there for the Rambling Jesters representing Ireland. A lot of that was about your defence. You were pretty chuffed to come home with a 0 in that one.
Yeah, I think the boys done really well defensively, and I think that's going to be the foundation for the whole tournament, just to make sure that we suck them in and keep the ball when we have it. So good, so far so good. Yeah.
Mate, based on the way you're cheering the boys on, you're a big team guy, but let's talk about you a little bit. I know you're thinking, you've got aspirations of how much you'd love to go and play in the Olympics. Tell us a little bit about that journey for you.
Well, I've been away for a whole year, so I think it would be tough to join the team that's been playing all year long. But I think to have the chance to maybe try out for the team when we go into camp and then see if we get selected, and that would be the hope, I think, yeah.
Well, mate, all the best with that. And that's the calibre of player we've got here playing at the London Sevens, LIT7s. Edmund, good luck with the rest of the tournament. Go well, mate, and best of luck with your Olympic ambitions.
Thank you, bro. Cheers, boys.
Mitch, the big question is how many times did that guy round you in your career and make you look silly? That's what we really wanted to know. So let's get the big questions asked next time, please. So from the men's competition, which is started in lightning fast fashion, to that of the women's, and well, as local a derby as you can get, GB versus UK in the opening match, and some real stardust distributed between these two sides. Shogun as the UK representative, kicking off and claiming it and then barreling through.
Tackle now.
Tess Brownerova is their Czech player. She was playing in the international sevens in Krakow last weekend for the Challenger Series. And she was there in the middle. Also, a few other very prominent Premier 15s players in the mix. It's a brilliant cover tackle coming across there from the United Kingdom as GB continue to batter their way forward, and they get the opening score of the match.
Yeah, just found a way, kept the ball, kept possession, and you could hear screams of get it wide, get it wide. They obviously know their danger women are out on the edge with a bit of space, but just looking after that ball really well. Took it to the right-hand side, pinged it back to the left. Chantel going through a little handoff. Used to play a trade at Saracens.
Yeah. Water off. Same again, yeah? When you're ready.
So GB besting the UK at the moment, and well, we're yet to see the UK team get their hands on the ball. Really, it's a very there's a very strong Wasps seam running through the GB side, Rocky.
Yeah, exactly. You get a lot of players who did a lot of time together at Wasps. Obviously, a quality club, played many a high quality games in that Premiership for a long time. So a lot of these girls have played together. They'll certainly know how each other carries, steps, passes, forces, offloads.
Tigerish defence as well. This is Jordan Russell for UK, a product of Hartbury College and Hartbury University, I beg your pardon. She was player of the final in the Women's National League final a couple of years, held at Six Ways when they bested Edinburgh University. She's been involved in the England Sevens camp as well in times gone by, so real quality out there, a lot of PWR presence.
Yeah, Jordan Russell, a real physical powerhouse. She's got a big future. I've played against her, very, very physical, scores a lot of tries. Be good to see her in this circuit now.
A GB bringing it to UK. Love that little travel around the base. Tess Brownerova wearing 6 in the middle, just pulling the strings.
Still play. Nothing's coming.
But a knock on sees play come to a halt. And a chance for a scrum for Rocky to pour over.
Over here.
Yeah, so just really important that they get that quick strike. Just want to make sure they get potential turnover if they can. If they've got a strong forward in there, they might try and wheel it round, but they get that in and out quick as you like.
Lovely feed in the midfield from Emma Avey.
Not now, White, no.
Good clear out as well arriving. Needed to come all the lapse of concentration, just those eyes fixing on the defenders too soon and not securing the ball. Brilliant hit, driving from Jordan Russell. It was a good read and even better stick and hit. Well, the wriggle, though, sees GB into the heart of the UK 22. Going the long way round. How about that for a bit of gas? GB have a second.
Real pace coming round there, back to self. Just on this right-hand edge. It's been threatening all game.
2 minutes left.
They might say it over the loudspeaker. I don't know if they show it anywhere. No, I don't think so.
Well, all the talk would have been probably about the UK team when you look at some of the names down there, but, well, not to say there aren't good names in the GB team, but certainly GB bringing the noise and really hemming the UK back in their 22, and just the speed to strike from that ruck. Deadly pace.
Yeah, just the important from that pick. She went as 9, dummied a couple of switches, and then was just able to hold defence and then back herself around that corner.
UK still yet to break from their half in this opening 6 minutes or so. That's better. Nicely worked again. The footwork coming in from Emma Ravy. And across and into the opposition half. Alba Alpim Bardaji gets things sparking, and then they're out to the edge, and this, well, this is an opportunity lost as the touchline comes into play.
Well, we've just seen Shona Wakely there, played against her many a time for Wales. Wales 7s and 15s. Real cool operator, very, very physical.
We're outside.
Normally seen at number 8, but has got quite the pace on a 7s pitch.
Contact in the air.
Sliding accuracy
Number?
on the line out, but there was contact in the air, so there's going to be a chance for the UK to strike late in this half. That was the sound
Not now, White,
of
no.
the referee's watch. We are time up. This is last play. If UK can find the pass and find the right woman, they find Emma Ravy. She stretches her leg, she skates back inside, and she gets brought down by 2 hits, and somehow, miraculously, gets the ball to Neve Terry. A real grapple, though, is engaged upon between GB and the UK, and it is GB who prevail late in the half. They've got 2 nice scores, and they've got a 10-point lead heading into the halftime huddles. Second half almost ready to get underway with UK trailing 10 points to nil and kicking off through the right boots of Catherine Richards.
Shogun with a massive hit.
Off go the UK. Off go GB, I beg your pardon. Again, tigerish defense on offer. Ima Perez fighting her way through the ruck to trap the halfback. Oh, but that is some beautifully elusive feet and the pace to finish. A stunning solo score.
Huge pace as she went through there, just backs herself. Clean set of heels, flies over. Danger player to get the ball into. Bit of physicality coming in the ruck. So Sally Williams with her try.
Just the 5 for GB, but they'll be very, very pleased with it. And let's take another look at these feet from Sally Williams.
Yeah, she just backs herself, doesn't she? She's a real flyer. Catherine Richards chasing back, but nowhere near.
It's interesting seeing the dynamics of the halftime huddles. Some really great leaders in the ranks. Kate Alder, the former Wasps centre and captain, right in the heart of the GB huddle.
There's your mark.
And it's GB who are going to have the throw in here with the former Richmond player, now Harlequin, Tess Branevera, as mentioned, playing for Czechia internationally at the moment. And she misses her jumper. And it's scooped up, it's popped up, and it's finished by Izzy Hendy.
Yeah, she goes through. Lovely support line from Izzy. Julia gets the offload away. Nice little out to in line, just real. Put down, back in that offload's going to come from Izzy.
A smartly struck conversion, turns 5 to 7. Hugs and smiles all round. GB laying down a marker here.
Yeah, we've seen Sophie Shams come onto the pitch now. She's played her trade at Oxford University, captain, Saracens, DMP.
Durham University.
Yeah, she's been everywhere.
Very, very good player, Sophie Shams. Exciting when she gets the ball.
A trademark knee pads on. Emily Scarrett-esque.
Well, Jordan Russell shows a turn of pace there, and then a real lovely weight on the pass that's floated over the defender as GB come up and try and make life claustrophobic.
Can't reward you, 9's not rolled.
For the UK.
9.
Sophie Shams just tried to get her hands on the ball and go quick. But player had been deemed not to roll away. She can play in the backs and forwards, a real quality player, great skill set, an asset to the 7s pitch.
You're above the marks here. 10, above the line of the shoulders.
Tackle just slipping high from Emily Madge. Oh, and that's better from the UK. Feeding the speed out wide. Perez just caught by the grip of a hand on her jersey. And then the presentation a little on the messy side. And the opportunity gone for UK.
2.5. Two and a half. Set the edge, Black, set the edge.
I think first line out.
Set the edge of the cross.
Second line out, actually.
Edge.
Just see how clean they can get this. Hey, Alder in with the 9 pass to get it in. Just goes over top. Force that knock on.
Well, this undoubtedly is the best attacking position the UK have enjoyed this match so far. Really nice, juicy blindside to work with.
Yeah, just wonder if Nine's going to skip round and back herself. Kate Alder will be there, but she's got caught. She's backed herself.
There we go. No one at home. Capitalised upon by Alba Apin Bardati. Scampering across and finally in for the UK's first try. Alba Apin.
Yeah, it's great decision by Alba just to go on that blind side. You called it, the big space there. Kate didn't manage to get around, so just left a 20-metre blind side. Could have maybe walked into that.
It's a good thing about being a commentator, Rocky, is that you can call things that you might not necessarily physically have been able to to execute yourself. So I thank you for giving me the credit for having the vision there.
No, great vision, superb.
I think Alba slightly better equipped to make my dream a reality, though. Plays her rugby internationally for Spain, Alba. And her team are in defensive mode again as GB begin to put it through the hands and test the line. Nice offload out of the tackle. Braneverova. Saunders. Slick from GB. Needs the finish. They're going to get the finish. That's one of the best tries of the morning.
Time.
And it's come from Holly Williams.
Yeah, lovely, shifting that ball out. Just real pace going down that right-hand touch line. Super finish, electric feet.
And it's the final act of a dominant performance from GB, who defeat UK 27 points to 5.
Well, we're down here pitch side after that game with Jordan Russell. First of all, I want to ask you, you're a crossover athlete, you came over from netball. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, with netball, it's a really enjoyable sport, really explosive. I just didn't really have the height, really, but it's all right. It doesn't really.
I can relate.
Yeah, it doesn't really matter in rugby. See, if you've got the physical prowess, I think you can actually just really stick in and give rugby a really good go.
Nice. Well, you certainly gave it a good go in that one. What do you make of the girls' performance so far?
You know what? First outing as a Shogun team today. The good thing with Shogun is we have really a core group of girls that come in every year, gel the team, and then for Shogun, getting new girls to get an opportunity. With that then, that was our first performance as a squad today. Disappointed, but you know, it's our first game of the day. I think we can really grow into it. We've got a lot of good girls with really good attributes that, you know, will be unlocked throughout the day.
I love that, and it's a bit about the performances, but Sevens is also about the experience going around the world. It's taken you to a few cool places. What's some of the favourite locations you've been through Sevens?
Well, Sevens-ish. I got to go and do the 10s tournament at Hong Kong with Shogun. It was a really good opportunity because we got girls from over the world. I ended up playing with a few local Australians. So Sevens is great. I get to, you know, go all up and down the country, and Shogun actually gives me the opportunity to do that. So.
Nice, I love that. Well, enjoy the rest of the day. I'm enjoying it because I get to meet loads of cool people and hang out with some cool people. One of those is not Joe Burns, but we'll go back up to him anyway.
I noticed that Jordan Russell agreed that you were short, but didn't say anything about your physical prowess there, Mitch. But there is plenty of physical prowess on show coming next, because the international flavour continues as we go across the pond and to the RAN section of the world with USA against Jamaica. Well, this USA side is a combination of NAV7s and USA development players. There is a lot of talent in there, including the likes of Ryan Santos, who is one of a family of USA players. Former captain of Harvard Rugby, and also Santos was playing for USA under-20s out in Nairobi last summer in the World Rugby Trophy. So they're offering a lot, the Santos family, as far as USA Rugby are concerned at the moment. Whilst for Jamaica, they have been all around the world. They've been on the biggest stage. They've been on the HSBC Sevens proper. They have competed at Commonwealth Games, World Cups, you name it. The Jamaican boys are usually there and bringing the speed, the power, and the flavour to the field of play. I'll tell you what, they're making us wait a little bit. So, as we promised to keep our eyes peeled on the tunnel for you, we'll be back shortly when the players are ready to take to the field. Here we are, the USA decked out in blue, white and red, fittingly to emulate the Star-Spangled Banner that they represent. And they are up against Jamaica, who are out there wearing their traditional black jerseys. The Jamaica UK croc scene thriving as ever, and a few familiar faces from campaigns internationally gone by from Jamaica, and some fully fledged USA Sevens internationals in the ranks in white as well. Dalton Muscleman hangs a real high, lingering kickoff in that contestable area. Look at that for a blast. Wow, counter-rucking at its most brutal. It's an interesting kick that spins the Jamaicans round, and then they get in the grip of Simi Moala.
It's a knock on.
But just the faintest knock on denies USA the opportunity to go quickly from the line out.
Yeah, put the toe on the ball for Simi Moana to go through. Didn't quite get it, but what he managed to do was dislodge the ball off his opposite man when he got there. Very, very physical display so far. They're going to have a humdinger on our hands here.
Come forward. Come forward. Crouch! Find! Set!
Well, the disruption at the scrum time was enough for Ryan Camerata to pounce, and the USA have the opening score.
Quick thinking, just instinctive, goes over, flies over, gets the opening score, gets his team that confidence that they needed. Very, very physical display from USA so far.
And a nice bit of opportunism from the University of Louisville man. No conversion to add for the USA, but a fast 5 here at AFC Wimbledon, courtesy of that man there.
Yeah, we're just seeing the put in from Jamaica.
Good timing, gents.
Just manages to tap the 9's arm down. Fortuitous as he gets the ball in his hand and goes over. That's where a 9 shows their nous.
Another excellent kickoff, and the USA dominating this facet of the game. Lance Williams, first to the bounce, but a penalty against the USA, and Jamaica go on the attack. Out wide to the edge to Akil Smith, who runs out of room. USA, ball back in play, beautifully reeled in there, so nonchalantly by Peter V, a man who has worn the USA Eagles Sevens jersey so many times out on the World Series. They've got the tallest of tasks ahead of them next weekend in Madrid, where they're in the HSBC Sevens dreaded relegation playoff shootout. In there with the likes of Samoa and Spain, and Uruguay, Chile, Germany as well. Somewhere where Jamaica would like to be in years to come. But as it is, it's USA on the ball. Peter V travelling, gesturing for the switch, and Simi Moala obliges at breathtaking pace. A monstrous man hurtling through a hole and all the way to underneath the uprights. USA double their lead. Big smiles on dials all round as USA are here to play.
Yeah, he's been really threatening, waiting for his opportunity, just glides through. Big, powerful runner. Look at the size of his quads. They're like elephants hanging off his legs. He is massive.
There you go, Rocky. You say, and our director and cameramen will deliver.
Oh, perfect. I wonder what else I could get in. Look at that. Just backing himself here, runs the switch. Nobody at home. His locks are flowing. He could be on a hair advert as well as a quad advert. Look at that.
Well, the same man is challenging in the air. Akil Smith is first to it, but Peter V is the one who benefits. And then with the confidence and the swagger to find Quadzilla. And it's an easy finish, but he grabs his shoulder afterwards, and you want to hope that there's nothing awry with him.
He just got bumped. He scored his try, but he's having a laugh as he's trotting off.
Yeah, he's having a joke with Lloyd Anderson there. As we see, it was right from the kickoff. Akil Smith losing the ball in flight.
As twice Peter V has set him up for his scores.
Back off weight.
Oh, Jamaica slipping off their tackles. Dalton Musselman scampers away. It's far too easy for the USA right now.
Yeah, really easy for USA, just gliding through. Kick goes up, claim it, just go through. Again, just
really good competition in the estimate.
Confidence to fly through, to back themselves. And they've always got that support line as well. Just multi-threats. Of course, in sevens, when you break that line, it's so hard for a defender to get across. Although his kicking needs a little bit of practice.
About 30 seconds.
Oh, he's just come off after scoring his try. Maybe once you score a try, you come straight off.
Well, there's a real desire to get plenty of game time for all these players.
Scrum advantage.
A lot of USA development players, some NAV 7s ones as well, and Jamaica finally getting a bit of a chance to stretch their own legs in an attacking sense. Ryan Santos clamps down like a barnacle on a boat, and the Filipino-American is off, and well, he's just squeezing that pass forward. And play gets called back. That'll be the final play of the first half, and it's one that USA really enjoyed themselves, leading 24 points to 0.
Next job is receipt, yeah? Switch side to side.
Still zero. It's still zero. Keep that 0 up the whole time. Let's go, baby.
Finish on me. Finish on 3. 1, 2, 3. Finish.
Jamaica trailing 24 points to 0. Send the ball up, and Peter V greets it at its apex. Darryl Williams accelerates into the line. Peter V receives it from Santos, and Santos is there. The ball is almost intercepted, but the USA still have it. The initial try scorer, Ryan Camerata. He does the creating. Nick Hardrick II does the finishing, and USA have picked up right where they left off at the beginning of this first half.
And it all came from start. B went up, caught it, it was lifted, one man lifted, able just to play a couple of phases, shift it wide. That is so important. Off receipts, retain your own ball. Keep possession. So deadly out there.
Certainly, the USA switches working well at the moment here in Wimbledon.
Let's go then, 5 seconds.
What Jamaica can do off their kick-off.
No clear.
You've got another ball there.
Spin out of the tackle, but too much G-force on it, and the pass goes wildly as Lance Williams was involved in that clinch. Flipped out of the tackle, and off go Jamaica, finally getting a bit of room to express their pace. USA for the first time under some stress here defensively, but they are a match to it. Santos out to the most recent try scorer, Hardrick II. Bit of a inside-outside, but gets caught in the end. Beautiful hands from the USA. No player breaking a stride. And Lance Williams strides his way to the try line. One more for the USA.
Thanks.
Again, another danger player, big man. Through really well, just been a threat all day.
Here, here, here.
So many questions.
Seconds. Timing.
Cash a one-handed put down.
Well, batted back when in reality it could have been taken by Aaron Lowe. And as a result, Hardrick II is in for his second.
Coming off unforced errors. There was no pressure on that catch. Volleyball. Bounced into the hands. USA player. A mighty clash going on there.
Good timing, far side.
Yeah, it's all good.
Well, they call kickoff the third set piece, and it's increasingly prevalent in 15s. You have to say, in 7s, it was really where the emphasis began. And they put it on the same man who claims it on this occasion and then finds the offload. The inside ball gets cut off. The USA players everywhere. Corey Jones on that occasion having his say. And that's beautifully flipped off to Jones, but it's too claustrophobic, the passing for Jones to hold on to. He's frustrated, but Jamaica relieved that they're not chasing USA shadows once again.
Yeah, initially I was impressed that they're fighting their way out the corner of the box. Just a little bit too forced.
Let's go then, gents. Crouch!
Nothing, but look at their start. Uso Prop starts on the knee and bounces up. Early shove.
Back.
USA losing their footing. Gave Mickner, but they get the penalty. Santos to Jones. Hardrick the second. On to Darryl Williams, who gets dragged down, tied on the touchline. That's a line, that's an arrival from Ryan Santos, who sails across the line. And with the conversion right in front of the sticks, it could be a half century for the USA.
Yeah, we talked about it being a class act, but the bowling ball arrival of Santos as he flies through, catapults onto that ball, into out. Nobody's near him. Real explosion of his speed.
15 seconds.
Everyone getting their hands on it. Hardrick the second, feeding Williams, who nearly went it alone. Wonderful presentation, and that arrival from Santos. A chasm in the Jamaica defense. One last kickoff to contest. Santos knocks it on. Jamaica.
Advantage over.
Can they get a try to finish this match? Can they get a try to take in to the post-game debrief to give them a bit of optimism? USA, their appetite for defense undiminished. Jamaica stringing a few offloads together, almost thought about the backdoor boogie. Coming to the conclusion of the first round of fixtures in both the men's and women's competition. Just a couple more to go, but Jamaica, their most concerted passage of promising play. That is quite exquisite. To be able to identify, to execute, and to know that you had your man Mateo out there ready to pounce. A real bright spark for Jamaica to finish this one. Mateo Sherwake in and scoring for the Jamaicans.
Yeah, lovely play, just set up
10 seconds
20 metres out from the left-hand side, and then just that crossfield from 9 picking up into that space. Great finish.
Nope.
No extras added, but what a performance from the USA. They triumph against Jamaica, 50 points to 5. Now I want to know, where is Tom Mitchell? Who've you got? Bring me the noise, Mitchie.
Absolutely absorbed in the action. People keep saying, Tom, do you miss it? And of course I do. But the sum of the quality on show and the athleticism has definitely left me very comfortable on the touchline. Oh, Corey, here he comes. Go on then. Oh, go on, grab your
Talk about that last kick.
So already getting some banter from the teammates, Ryan. Is that the way it goes in this team?
Pretty easy going. I mean, we're basically a bunch of guys that some play together, some haven't, so it's good to all come together for this 1 week, play some good rugby across the pond.
Do you feel, yeah, you're a long way from home here. Any messages for the people back home who might be watching this?
Thanks for all the support, love and appreciation. Really trying to grow the game out in the States and trying to test ourselves against some of the best competition in the UK.
And what about you personally, your aspirations? You obviously played at the top level of the sevens. Where do you want to take your game?
Yeah, it's going to be back in the UK. I was here last year in Twickenham. The goal is obviously to push for Paris 2024. So the goal is to get a medal for the US the first time in 100 years.
And I gather that Coach Mike Friday, Giza, as we know him, he gets everywhere in sevens, but obviously best known for coaching the US men's team on the series. I gather he's coming down this afternoon to take a look at you blokes.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, he's the man with the legend. He's done so much for the program. Sure, they're grateful for kind of the service he's put towards the program, hoping to win one for him this year.
You know that bigging up the coach isn't going to get you a slot, mate, but I admire your efforts. I love that.
Try our best, whatever it takes. Sweet.
Good luck for the rest of the day, mate.
Appreciate that. Thank you.
Wonderful to hear from Ryan Santos there. And USA looking hot to trot. But up next, it is Great Britain against a whole continent in Africa. Here on pitch one, Great Britain being represented by, fittingly, the British Army, and Africa by the Lions. And the British Army, I can tell you, going very nicely indeed this summer. They claimed the first Seven Super Series title at Farnham only a few weeks ago, and they are looking imperious in that iconic red that they have worn all around the globe, terrorizing Sevens defenses. Africa received the kick, and Kieran Roberts is smashed right from the off, but recycled resource, and wow, into rapid pace down the right edge, but a penalty given away, holding on. And the British Army waste no time in tapping and negotiating the ball to the middle, where there's some big men who are so powerful. We're up close and personal to that carry from Sux Nyagi. Spun to the left edge now, and each time that Great Britain carry, it's with purpose. Rupeni Rokudunguni is there. This is Lakima Ravuvu.
Release!
More fine hands, Salasa, Vunivesileu. Switch coming in from the left edge, good tackle, but Vunivesileu is on hand to finish the job. A sweeping move, left to right and back for more. And Great Britain purring in the opening 90 seconds here against Africa.
Great collection, looking after the ball. Big carries by the big men, physical. Just the presence on the pitch, tying in so many numbers. Just opening up that space on the left-hand side. Just getting that pass wide. Just a little offload. Backs again, all about that support. Knows his way straight through to the try line.
Vunivesileu kicks off, and he looks to pick out Sux Nyagi. Nyagi isn't going to get there, but Rupeni Rokudunguni will.
Tyler, run.
Great Britain strike twice in a matter of seconds.
Easy run in from the number 2. Just that pace onto the ball. Backs himself. We've spoke about kick-off receipts being the third set piece. So important. We don't retain possession. When you break that line, it's so hard to get back, cover across.
Right again or left?
Vunivesilevou shapes up for precisely the same kickoff that delivered the try just then. It is wonderfully handled by Africa, who are under immense pressure. They're riding the shots. It was number 22, Nicholas Garley, who wore one there from Britain, and now they feed the speed. The huge man on the edge, flying at velocity, Julian Chamberlain-Carter, showing some toe and scorching the turf here at AFC Wimbledon.
Yeah, it's just eating up that grass. His legs are 30 foot long and he just flies along that touchline, backing himself, confident he's going through. He'd already seen his teammate get nailed a couple of times, but confidence, real gas to burn, breaks through that defensive line.
Just the response the Lions needed.
Left or right?
They've been stung by two very fast tries from Great Britain. That's not going to help. The kickoff doesn't travel 10, so we go back to the middle for a free kick to Great Britain.
Yeah, we talk about momentum in a game, and you just want to try and keep your foot on the gas there, but giving them a free kick isn't ideal.
Well, one of the African players gets used as a speed bump there, but it's enough to deviate the big carrying Semesa Umbanuve.
Your mark.
And it's a line out to the African Lions.
Just that physical presence of the British Army. They're looking for those offloads. They're looking for those weak shoulders. They travel back down the short side. Fantastic leg drive going through.
Britain building out wide and then exploding back inside. Apakuki Nanovo wins the penalty. Off goes Sokovi. Vuniyawa. Tricky feet from the Fijians, wrapping around Lemeki Tuilele. Now it's the big man Urai Uluvesi. Just simple things done to the highest of standards, blended with extraordinary power. Ampita Waka, the boat, sails across for another try for Great Britain.
Looks like Waka's had a whack himself. He's just taken a little while to get up. But that leg drive, it looked like he was doing speed drills with somebody hanging off the back of his shirt. He just kept flying along. High knee drive.
Half time. Yeah.
Half time. Great Britain leading Africa 17 points to 5. The African Lions with it all to do in this second half. We haven't quite seen those Lions roar just yet, and they're chasing some very, very elusive Brits at the moment. Peter Waka comes up with the error.
And he just scored a beautiful try just before half-time, giving them that breathing space by a couple of tries.
You go, boys. Army.
They're looking sharp, aren't they? Some big hits going in, and we're seeing them just almost waiting for the players to catch the ball so they can give them a massive shot
All the
on.
weight up on your feet, okay? Same mark. Let's go. Crouch.
Well, there's Kieran Roberts.
Set.
He plays his rugby for Lausa in the Portuguese top division. He's got the Lions going. And the Lions, wow, that kick feels ill-advised, especially when it falls into the hands of Lameki Tulele. Just the body position, the strength of Apakuki Nanova. Enough to keep him and Great Britain in field. A hint of a nudge forward from Takove Vuniyayawa. But it's play on, and it's play on right into the African 22. One loose pass, a bouncing ball, so often proves the undoing of a disciplined defense. Onurai Uluvesi Ura is in for another Great Britain score.
The bouncing ball just makes everybody stop, and then he just steps off.
In the middle, yeah.
Little support line, and it goes through. Just extending that lead, just keeping them at arm's length.
It really is the most difficult ball in the world to defend, the unintentional bouncing ball. Part of me feels that teams should try to practice that execution because it does unstep a defence. It feels unfair when it works out for an attacking team.
Yeah, because most defences stop, don't they? They plant, and then if you get the right bounce on it, and that's the beauty of the rugby ball, it could go anywhere. If you get the right bounce, it's just majestic into your arms. You go through with no defenders.
A lot of pressure on the chase. Well, judge should have been taken in the air. Maybe there was contact with the support lifter. Felt faint, but it was sufficient to draw the blast of our referee's whistle. Loose offload, and that's really well regathered. It was all against him and all for him to do. The number 12, Chawa Chanda. Great Britain pouring through. They've really got the bit between their teeth, and Chanda, the Mamba, wraps his coils around one of the Great Britain players. Great Britain through Vuni Vasilevu. Oh, sit down and see you later. Oh, and just as the offload was squeezed out, the face on Onisivoro Nayagi tells you absolutely everything. He knows he should have taken that, and he probably should have been scoring.
Yeah, and we just saw earlier, we talked about the physicality, but when you're 16 stone and you can step on a sixpence, that is impressive. And we just saw one of the players swatted away, like a matador had gone through, and the ball was over, just goes straight through, backs himself.
Crouch. Bind. Set.
As I say, that looked like a really messy scrum. Gone early.
Messy indeed. Oh, there are the African Lions. Slippery Eels. Kieran Roberts cruising home. And just burrowing into this deficit.
11, all right. 11.
They're still just about in touch. A conversion and a bit of urgency, to be honest, Kieran. You're trailing here. Could give them enough time to change the outcome of this match, but...
He's not rushing, is he?
Well, thank God he got it. Oh, he's put the ball over the stadium as well. Kieran Roberts, yeah, sure, 7 points, but
24-12.
he's taking as much out of the clock as he can.
Left or right? Let's go.
Little step, left, right. He goes for the offload. Players just stop, and then he just sees the gaps, backs himself, and then takes 40 years to do the kick.
Well, eventually we are back underway, and it's in the hands of Universilevu, who just looks so composed. Henry is leaping and swatting, and that's the invention. That's the kind of brilliance that just courses through the DNA of this team. Oh, there's the ferocity of the fend as well. The support, the joy, and Sakove, Yoni Ayawa. Oh, yeah, coast to coast. You love to see it.
Yeah, I wondered if he had the legs to go all the way. Just started slowing down, but make sure he got the big old fend to the face, the pie to the face, and then the support line comes in. Chase him well. Conversion's good.
That's all right.
There he goes, showing some gas.
Left or right?
And then he hits some sand.
Go ahead, let's go.
Goes for the fend. And then that lovely offload.
30 seconds.
Again, a lovely little shimmy off his right step as well.
Africa trailing 31 points to 12. Final throws of what has been a really entertaining contest. I've got to say, I've loved what Great Britain have had to offer, and Africa haven't been too bad either. Oh, that's a kick to chalk off the highlight reel as far as Africa are concerned. And that'll be the final action as Great Britain are victorious against Africa, 31 points to 12.
Oh, that's brilliant, thank you.
I'm here with Joseva Natevu. Now, mate, we used to be adversaries a little bit. Scotland Sevens legend you were back in the day, now turned coach. How are you finding that role?
Oh, mate, it's quite stressful, isn't it? Yeah, but look, embracing it. There's challenges. Every job comes with a challenge, and I'm embracing it. You know, I think we've got, the British Army have got a wider group of talent. We've built the foundation last year, and then it's about pushing on from what where we've left off last year.
Well, based on that performance there, it looked like the boys were having some fun, and when they're looking good, they look like they could be coming for the trophy. How do you get them playing at their best?
Well, at the moment, it's a game at a time, you know. We're not focused on anything else, but that game against Lions, they were a good side. They beat us in Melrose in the first round. So there was a bit of an edge there for us to pay back on what they did to us. But other than that, I think it's a good start, good platform to then push off for today. Lions, they're a great side as well. But I think it's on to the next one now.
And do you, just tell me, do you ever step in training and just show the lads how it's done? Say, boys, I got this. This is how you do it.
Only on the handling, the conditioning, not anymore.
I wasn't going to say anything, mate, but
mate, it's good to see you, Tommy, mate. Thank you so much.
It's good to see you too. That's what it's all about, isn't it? Hey, catching up with old friends. Best of luck for the rest of the day. Go well.
Cheers, Tommy. Thank you so much. Naka.
Time to refocus to the women's competition, and the Netherlands up against Africa, represented by the Lionesses. And well, Dutch rugby is one that is a nation on the rise, and there they are with many female Dutch internationals in there, led by captain Gwen Makinga. The men's team doing exceptionally well. In fact, they're men's under-20s in the World Rugby Under-20s Trophy this summer, having defeated the Portuguese under-20s in the Rugby Europe 20s competition at the start of this year, I beg your pardon. And now getting an opportunity to see their young women in action in a sevens capacity against a Lionesses side who are in possession and looking to make an early burst. Number 23, Emile Freeman, I beg your pardon.
Hands. Tackle.
Well, the tackle was made, and the penalty is surrendered just as Vice-Captain Maya Sangala was beginning to see a gap for her to burst through. Instead, it is the Dutch who are defending. Meryl de Groot getting enough jersey, but no release, and it's a carbon copy penalty as the Lionesses look to continue to build through Karina Galto. Karina Galto weaving her way through the green jerseys of the Dutch. And it's a brilliant tackle that really needed to come in. And finally, the Netherlands get a penalty. Off they go. End-to-end breathless stuff. Oh, yeah, sit down. Love the big pump action fend. But it is back in African hands. Lizzie Musa finds a friend, who gets unceremoniously dumped out there. Some tied lungs here. There's been a lot of penalties, but not a lot of moment to stop and grasp some air. Emily Freeman, the New South Wales countrywoman, goes cross-country and a long way round to putting the ball down. But the Aussie gets the job done eventually.
Come this side.
Yeah, it just did wonder whether she'd got held up, but just managed to find that strength to go over. It's a massive hit going in here. But lovely, as you said earlier, some tired lungs. I'd be sucking on oxygen if I was on there, but these youngsters are flying around, putting hits in, getting back up. Support lines.
Well, Emily Freeman, she is now playing a rugby for Havant Rugby Club. I had the great pleasure of being down at Havant recently, commentating on the England women under-20s. Top club. Really enjoyed my time at Havant, and their 4th team put on a champagne masterclass on the 4G pitch before the women's 20s took to the field against the British Army. Emily.
Women's rugby is just going through a high, isn't it, at the moment? The youngsters in the England team just showing what class they've got, and we're seeing it out here on the field now.
Well, if we're talking sevens, we've got to be talking the big excitement of Emily Kildunn up with GB sevens, maybe going to be in an Olympics. I mean, how good will she be with a bit more space on the field?
Well, my goodness, she does the damage now, getting hat-tricks for days. Then good old Meg Jones, Tigers player,
from the mark.
Is just so industrious, creative, ball in hand. Up for Player of the Year as well this year. Going to be a very exciting time. The Olympics.
A straightening and a burst from the vice-captain Maya Sangala.
All offside.
For the African Lionesses, offside. On the prowl. Too early. And that's a big carry, and I love this blend from the Dutch. Minona Nunstedt, sidestep. Brought down, shy of the 22. Very direct from the Dutch at the moment, and Sangala swings out of the tackle. Still looking to find a way into the 22, picking and going and finding a lapse and some tepid tackles round the fringes, and it's a brilliant score. She had no right to do it.
Mason, not the flat one.
But Anne Jongajan gets the job done. The Netherlands under-18s player.
Where's the flat one?
Instead, done all the hard work, got the carries going. She was on that blind side. I think she was glad her teammate just picked and went through. Got the job done. Again, all about the youngster. Talks about going route 1 at the moment. Backed herself.
Time's off, Queen.
Just shaking the tackle of Karina Gauto. Bit of attention being administered to one of the African Lionesses.
I think it might be Pippa Robinson, but I think I need binoculars to see over there. My old age, my eyesight's going, but hope she's all right. Just getting walked off.
Thank you.
Right. Of all the numbers on the jerseys, I'm saying that the African Lionesses are the best ones, actually, Rocky. There's a few tricky ones out there to read at times, but sadly, we can see that clear as day that it is Pippa Robinson, the Hartbury Union Gloucester girl, leaving the field of play. Hopefully we'll see her back
Knock on into touch.
later today, because there's plenty of rugby to come.
You want the scrum or the line?
Wall-to-wall sevens,
Scrum option
male
called.
and female, and all climaxing with the finals, and then a little bit of an after party being thrown and soundtracked by DJ James Haskell, Big Hask, on the 1s and 2s.
Yeah, he's going to get that party started, and there's fancy dress as well.
Crouch.
The entertainment here.
Bind.
Quality of the games. Music and the atmosphere is starting to build now.
Nice wraparound play. Opens up the left-hand side. Opens up a huge portion of the field that almost gets capitalised upon, but it's a great tackle that comes right out of the blind spot from the captain, Gwen McKinga. At the moment, Africa are down to 6 women, because in the aftermath of that tackle, the Lioness flyer is hobbling around out here on the left edge. However,
hands away.
they persist in their quest to the 22, which they achieve. Oh, lovely burst of pace and just an arc around the defensive arms by Bobby Hayward. A Bobby Dazzler.
Bobby Dazzler indeed, just backing herself, and just that arcing run. We'd already seen her teammate fly down this left-hand wing. But just the quick pace and the dummy run to just hold him defenders.
Half-time here, Netherlands 5, Africa 14. Fine contest this at the moment, and it's one that's being edged by Africa and the Lionesses in blue.
We've got an option. Scrum or the line. What's the option? Scrum option called.
Yeah, we're just seeing a bit of width being played by Africa and a bit more route one for the Netherlands. Two contrasting styles, but very, very close.
Crouch.
In this second half now, all to play for.
Set.
Switch coming in from the Africans. It's beautifully executed.
No
and
hands.
Almost free was Claudia McLaren. Good pick up, a real hamstring stretcher of a pass, and then another arcing glide from the African Lionesses. And Nikita Prothero, who's featured for GB7s in Rugby European her time, shows that international class right here at the LIT7s London.
Yeah, we talked about them stretching. They went from left to right, and she had winger outsider, but just enough pace to go round as the defender didn't know who to look after. Seeing Lewis on this wing, real powerful runner, ex-Wasp player as well. You said Wasps heavily represented here. Very, very physical runner. You want to see the ball in her hand because she can do some real damage.
There's the mark. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Lionesses get it to the edge. Makeda Lewis. See you later. An extraordinary burst from the woman they call Cookie. And a sweet, sweet try for Africa and the Lionesses.
Yeah, I told you she'd do damage. The Cookie Monster out on this wing. Bags herself a try. Real quality player. She's had a few injuries over the past couple of years, but absolutely horrible to try and tackle. She just said, see you later. High five to the face.
Let's go now.
Wonderfully watched and taken by Jordan Heil. Lewis is in there, but she's in there illegally.
Hungry for more.
Here come the Netherlands. Stopped in their tracks as they head back in field. The end coming for Charlotte Madula. Madula wants it back, but instead the Netherlands persist down the short side, and unfortunately for them, the handling lets them down.
Seeing some real work rate from Unstead. Just hungry, getting the ball in her hands. She's making breaks, she's getting short runners, running those switch lines.
Bind.
She's getting them over the front foot.
Stand up. Okay, let's just hold that space. We need to keep that space. It's reset.
Scrum just a little bit keen. Got the nudge on them last time.
Bind. Set.
Africa under huge pressure on that tight head side.
Oh, just lifting the eyes. A moment too soon, Claudia McLaren. So, this is as prime a piece of attacking real estate as you can get in the 22. Nice big blind side to work with.
Bind.
Devilish to defend.
Set.
You can already see the intentions of Dutchwoman Jordan Heil looking to go around that corner, but she meets the might of an uncompromising hit from Giselle Chico, but it was too high, so the Netherlands drive on forward. Advancing down the right-hand side again, using that physicality around the fringes, but on this occasion, it's just not quite the ball for Maya Sangala.
Thank you.
Yeah, I thought it was going to be a lovely little offload. She was getting lifted in the tackle, managed to free her arms, but it just went too low for a support player.
Cross it.
Again,
thank you. Time back
in a
on.
really good position. Just need to try and turn this ball over in the scrum. They're putting pressure on. This is where you need a road runner at loose head to keep flying through. A 9 that's got a bit of nous, like we saw earlier.
Africa, long way to go. The woman to do it is usually Lewis. I've heard of coast to coast, but this woman's crossing continents. She's hit a bit of quicksand in the latter stages, but she's got just enough gas in the tank. Raw pace and power from Makeda Lewis.
Yeah, that's Cookie for you. Flies along. She's done a 100-metre sprint. Found the quicksand in the last 10, but my goodness, what an athlete. Physical, powerful, fast. You couldn't ask for much more on a sevens pitch. Just seeing again, look at this high knee drive. Backing herself, couple of players going across. She just leaves them in her wake.
Sorry, just hold it there. We've got another sub now.
Huge pace.
All good, thank you.
Forced her to go wide. The attempted kick. But wow, what a player to have on your team.
Can the woman from the Netherlands find themselves another score before the final whistle? They'd be worthy of one, but you don't always get what you deserve, and the Netherlands knock on, but Africa gets what they certainly do, and that is victory here over the Netherlands, 5 points to 31.
Right, well, I'm here with some of the Lioness girls, and they're complaining that watch out for the wall behind you. Just let's look after everyone here today.
Yeah.
Talking of looking after yourselves, girls, how are you feeling after that game?
Yeah, it was a good win. Good start to the day.
Yeah, very physical battle, but it was good win in the end. Yeah,
Watch out for the ball, Karina.
I think you go win.
So, Karina, we've obviously crossed paths doing a bit of coaching together. Sevens, right? You not only you out there coaching, inspiring the next generation, but you're doing it out here on the field as well in front of the crowd.
Yes, I am.
Yes, you are.
Yes, I am.
But did you get a kick out of the crowd? They were getting behind you a little bit. They were getting some cheering going. Yeah.
Oh, I love that. When Cookie scored, I heard it the most. Cookie, our winger, the whole field. Yeah, you should have had Cookie come.
Oh, we'll get Cookie next time. Girls, this is your chance. Don't worry about everyone else. Let's enjoy this. Yeah. Okay, so apparently you're famous. Go on, tell.
That's subjective.
Why do they tell me you're famous? Come on.
Because I have followers on like Instagram and TikTok.
Why do you have followers on Instagram and TikTok?
Because I started doing challenges to make rugby accessible to people who aren't into rugby. So like, I think with a lot of rugby content, it's really good for us to understand, but when people talk about a lot of rugby terms, like other people don't get it. So I just make it like fun and accessible.
I love that. Can you just throw your handle out there, and then we'll get you doing some stuff. Throw your hand out there for everyone, just so they can follow you.
Okay, it's Rockstar Lizzie.
Rockstar Lizzie. Everyone get on and search that and get following. And then, do you want to show us some skills?
Do you want to do the grip challenge? There's a ball that you're about to play. Imagine we pause the match.
No, we're right. We've got a break. We've got time for this. We're going to have some skills. Here we go. Here comes the ball. It's as if we've teed it up.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, Izzy. We had our eye on this the whole time. Over to you. Huh?
There's a really easy one. You just need a hand. You've got a spare hand. I see there already. All you have to do is take the ball with the one hand. Did you practice?
Don't show me up. Don't show me up. And that's why she has her own channel, ladies and gentlemen. Very nice. Got any more?
I've got a few. There's one you have to throw the ball over your head and catch it behind your back.
Okay, go on. No, that was.
I just did it. It's your turn. You know, I'll take your catch. Let's see if you can do this one. Yeah. Okay.
Still got it. Still got it.
What position did you play?
I played mostly halfback. So yeah. Yeah, supposedly.
Supposedly.
Girls, anything you want to offer?
No.
For the crowd? No, that's it. Well, they've already displayed plenty of talent out there, and more to come. Do we think moving forward?
Yes. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we want to win. Hope.
Want to win? You heard it here. Thanks from the Lionesses girls. They're going to come and take the trophy. Thanks, girls.
Mitch.
Good luck.
Tom Mitchell, did she just ask you if you played?
She said, what position did I play,
I
Joe?
think she asked you if you played.
But yeah, I mean, once you're out the game, Joe, and you're on this side, you know what it's like.
Wow, go get your silver Olympic medal out. I know you carry it everywhere you go.
I was just hoping I was going to get the offer to do some keepy uppies. That'll be coming to you later.
Hey, we don't need Rockstar Lizzie to do that. Let's get the camera back on Mitch for some keepy uppies.
Keep the people hungry, Joe.
Keep them hungry. Well, Mitch is going to be down there all day, catching up with the great and the good of the sevens world that we have got existing here in southwest London today, because in lieu of the London Sevens, this is the place to get your fix of the shortened format of the game. It is the LIT London Sevens, where we have international representation from a host of invitational teams this weekend at the ground of AFC Wimbledon, home to the team that is affectionately, or was affectionately at one time, known as the Crazy Gang in English football, and fitting for the craziest sport on the planet, rugby sevens. And plenty going on across the stadium and across the day, from the action on the pitch, the fun and the frolics in the stand with the entertainment and the fancy dress theme. Yet to find my favourite superhero just yet, but then an after party coming later as well. So if you're tuning in and you're local, get yourself down to AFC Wimbledon for wall-to-wall rugby sevens and a whole lot of fun here at the London Lit Sevens. star Lizzie. Check out her channels. There's some good stuff on there. And nice to see the influences, and like legit influences of today and tomorrow, doing some good stuff and operating here at the LIT7s. Speaking of operating, well, Ireland were operating at a higher level than anybody else here, represented in the colours of the Rambling Jesters there, as they put on a real masterclass in their opening game, whilst New Zealand found the going tough against the UK, represented by Shogun. So New Zealand in the black and the green, represented by Fine Rugby now. Got a lot of work to do, and they need a win, but the Rambling Jesters were looking red hot in their opener. George Selwood gives us a blast. We get underway, and we welcome back to the mic Rocky Clark.
On to Jova.
Thank you. What a great day for rugby. We've seen some exceptional play already, some outrageous offloads and some real gas to burn.
And New Zealand were starved of possession in the opening half against the UK, but they are looking a little bit better in the early exchanges here. Oh, there's a scrabble on the floor for the ball, but no rolling away from Eddie Anya, and that's what carved out the opportunity. So, penalty, off go New Zealand. Adam Chanel with the number 10 jersey, pulling the strings in the midfield, getting it along the chain to Sam Clark. He has a bit of a fight and a grapple. He's played England University Sevens, has Sam Clark. And now it's the bouncing, carrying out wide of Luke Raivalu, who links up with his teammate on the switch, but Eddie Anya is a match to the physicality. Away we go. These games being played at a furious pace as Cam Neal ships it on to Tom Roach. Roach back inside to Peter Mayer, who picked up a hat-trick in the opening match, but he leaves the ball behind on his first sight of the line.
Yeah, a little unforced error coming in there, maybe not used to defending so much from their last game. Just a little bit rushed and forced.
Crouch. Onto here. Onto here. Bind.
Raivalu.
Set.
Who's played 4 Army Sevens in his time. Gets the ball away. And New Zealand attack through the middle. Footwork almost stretches the defence, but Cam Neal makes a good tackle low around the laces. Raivalu flips one out back. Oh my goodness, his teammate is going to thank him for that one. He teed him up for a examination of the ribs. Yosefa Turanga.
Yeah, he's pretty chill considering he just had a hospital pass, didn't he? That was a rib tickler or what? Didn't need that out the back.
Yeah, because he was just fine on the short hooker first.
Well, it was a bit telegraphed, wasn't it? Ball rolled. Yosefa Turanga.
Bind.
Ireland and Jesters have the ball. Cam Neal receives it, gets it away to Eddie Anya. Mayer's outside him, but Anya almost glided all the way on his own. Thinks about getting up again, but instead sets it up, and the ball travels out to the right-hand side. Purposeful carry from Oscar Stewart. Right to left, left to right. Ireland through the heart. Ireland scoring. Matt Bursey in for the opener here at AFC Wimbledon.
Yeah, that was a real hard run in from him. Just backed himself through that little gap. 2 players went in to tackle him. That confidence just bounced through straight under the sticks.
What time has Burnsy got to leave there?
What?
Ireland looking very good indeed. And there is a fair bit of Ireland Sevens representation, including Tom Roach. But it's Ethan Knight who kicks us off high and into the skies, the Durham University man. Oh, wow. How on earth did he manage to get through all that traffic? Sometimes you just got to sit back and admire the class, and Noah Maitaya seems to have bags of it here in southwest London.
Yeah, he was a try scorer earlier and he did the spin out. This time it was a much longer try to score, but found a way through. Come with real intent in this second game. They had a problem with kickoff receipts in the first, but they've worked on it and they managed to get 2 of them back. Lovely little offload from the floor that sets up Noah.
Good kickoff contest, offered up, but Matt Bursey keeps his eye on it all the way. Off goes Tom Roach, the Ireland Sevens man, wrestling and writhing his way across the halfway line. Here they are, Ireland in the mood. Pete Maher, who I've received info from Hugo Lennox, one of the Ireland Sevens players currently. He said he was the man to watch, and he delivered a hat-trick in the first half. In the first game, and off he goes. Looks right, goes back left, skates across laterally, drawing players in. He might just go it alone, and finds a nice whipped ball back onto the inside. Ireland looking composed. Eddie Anya, the Kenya Sevens international, receiving the ball back. No one's going to catch Anya from here. Oh, they are, but the slingshot pass. Pinpoint accuracy at high velocity, right into the breadbasket for Ethan Knight.
40 seconds.
And Knight strikes.
Yeah, it's a great example of keeping the ball alive, high tempo, just so hard to defend when you break that line. Just those support lines know exactly where each other are. We thought Eddie was going to go through, just got caught, but that lovely offload with supporting player to go through.
Advantage over.
Great play, just keeping the ball alive. Drops it on the toe. Can he back himself to get there? Just do enough. It's a foot race now. Who's going to get there? Oh, ball just goes dead.
Half time here in this contest between New Zealand and Ireland, and it is the Irishmen who are leading 14 points to 5. All right, tight affair this between New Zealand and Ireland. It is the Kiwis kicking off. Oh, but committing the cardinal sin of being in front of the kicker. George Selwood takes no prisoners with the whistle, and Ireland and Eddie Anya and Pete Maher attacking down the left flank. Threats across the park as far as Ireland are concerned, and Nemani Reabo is one of them. Nems is up and away, and Ireland have got a third score of the match.
He's been so high-paced on the ball all day. He's run really good support lines. He's given the ball. Got Mayer a few tries early on, but it's him who goes through. Real live wire on this pitch. So just shows he's creative and can finish. Just seeing that little step, little fumble by Mayer. And he shapes up as if he's going to pass the ball off to the right and then just glides through two players.
Wonderful take up high there with a lot of pressure on him, Adam Chanel. But Ireland are on that. Brilliant breakdown work, and as is their way, off in a hurry, offering runners, offering pace, and swung to the ground 2 meters shy. To the short side they go. Penalty advantage. Tom Roach in at halfback. Has a look. Decides to go wider. Ethan Knight. Pete Maher. Pete Maher. Oh, all the pace and desire in the world. And he's in for his 4th of the day.
Certainly going to be a contender for top try scorer, I would imagine. Every time he gets his hands on the ball, such a threat to that try line. Just want to give him a little bit of space because the speedster is going to finish it off for you. Fantastic finish by the electric winger. Goes through, goes round, goes over.
The conversion goes wide, but as far as Ireland are concerned, those 2 quick-fire tries have put them in complete command of a match that was a contest at half-time. New Zealand cycle on some fresh blood and fresh lungs. Again, they do well at the kickoff. It's a real fierce contest there as far as New Zealand and Ireland are concerned. Eddie Anya in pursuit, almost getting swatted away, but instead New Zealand are up to the 22. Here's one of the new faces, head guarded up and direct in style. Off goes Sam Tuitupo.
Entry.
Side entry, penalty to New Zealand. Up and away they go. Looking, for the runner off Jack Bowyer. But the timing just off by a shade. And frustration for New Zealand, because that was a glorious chance.
Yeah, they're in the right areas of the pitch. Playing with some tempo, got some front foot ball. Just that costly error. Denied them that opportunity to get closer to the Jesters.
I can't hear you.
Bind. Set.
Yeah.
Ireland skipping around in their 22. Sam Hill. Oh, look at that strength. Ireland looking really strong in all the contacts that they're engaging in. Great range of passing. There's one out the back door, but goes backwards. So Ireland retain possession. Straightening, fends, a burst of pace, There's cover coming across, but Sol Talfa tumbles his way across the line. A fine finish to round off a splendid solo strike.
Got some really good high-speed meters there as he went through. Defence just starting to tire now. We spoke about if you break through the line, it's unlikely they're going to be able to get across and cover. Saw him in that first game. Damage he can cause, just showed it again. And these breakdowns we spoke about, you've got to be so quick and so accurate. Jesters proving that. They play with quick ball, they're so hard to defend. He just goes, little goosey, hand off, little clap to the face, and then he's through. You can see player disappointed with that poor tackle technique.
Kick-off claims by the New Zealand try scorer. Under 60 seconds remaining of the half. No clear roll from Cam Hill, means it'll be a penalty to the green and black jerseys as Sam Tuidupo is introduced once again from the wick, and he takes the ankles of one of the clearers as well.
That's experience, isn't it?
A little bit of ring craft out there from the number 16, but he's left all at sea in the midfield on that occasion as Ireland weave through the green and black jerseys and cast another try-scoring spell out there. Nemani Rayabo in for a double.
Rayabo set so many up in the first game. Now he's scoring them in the second. Just breaking through that broken defence. Just so hard to get across. Speed of the players, cutting lines. Saw a little bit of the old school come in, a little bit off the ball, but it didn't stop the jesters going through.
Full time, and it is another big performance from the Irish jesters. New Zealand 5, Ireland 38.
We're down here pitch side with Matt Bursey, skipper of the Ramblin' Jesters, representing Ireland today.
Yeah.
How's it going so far, mate? Talk us through the day up to this point.
It's been all right so far. Two good performances from the lads. We put in a good shift for the first game, and yeah, we did it there again. So we're looking forward to the next game. We'll go from there.
Mate, are there any absolute nuisance blokes in the team at the moment that you're like, these guys are giving me an absolute headache, and you have to really pull the reins in tight? Go on, dish the dirt on them.
Oh, Josh Holt's he's a pretty hard working to wheel in. Loves his budgie smuggler, so he'd be up there in his budgies if you see him up there. And yeah, Dan the man. He hasn't lost a fight to me yet, so but he's gunning for me, but we'll have him.
Good to hear. Maybe we'll get shots of the budgie smugglers later, but maybe not. I know you lads have got to get round to the ice bar, so I'll let you go and do your recovery. What do you think you lads need to do to put together just to come and take the trophy today?
We just got to keep doing what we're doing. We're getting better and better each game, gelling together, work right, and then being physical off the ball. So yeah, that's it. We just do what we do and see what happens.
Nice one. Good luck. Go and rest up. Go and jump in the ice bar. If we're going to get mobs in, Mobsy, an absolute rambling jester's legend.
I don't know about
Mate,
that.
Good to see you. Has there ever been a sevens tournament that's gone on that your face hasn't been present at?
Possibly. There's a bit of what's it, father time jokes. Is it? Yeah, it's so good. Yeah, but I mean, look at the crowd starting to fill up in here, and what a job Elaine Gelman's done to put this on. This is the first step in turning sevens into something different.
And tell us, you've been around, you've seen a lot of sevens. You're obviously passionate about it. Where can sevens go in this country, whether that's grassroots, this level, and then at the pro game?
Well, I obviously started school level, so that's where that's the passion for the game. And to be honest, nobody in the world does it better than England, sevens. And it starts at like under 12s. And we just haven't taken advantage enough of that, I believe, at the higher level. And really, in my opinion, one of the academies should really be England sevens, because that's the last two teams that have won the last 4 World Cups play with sevens players. So get those sevens players out in England and get them in your national team and see you win World Cups.
Well, I'm biased, but I agree with you, Mobsy. Mate, all the best for the rest of the day. Hope you go well.
Brilliant. No, thank you. Great tournament. Cheers, eh?
Amen to that from the great Mobsy. Yeah. Let's feed the sevens. Let's feed the passion, and that's what the LIT London Sevens is doing this weekend, and will aim to do in years to come. This year one of something that could be truly spectacular. And speaking of spectacular, we've got some unbelievable players in action here. Two South African internationals, Ricky Duarte and James Murphy, linking up straight from the kickoff, but off the hand of the Shogun man, who are representing the UK. And it is, well, it's a scrum stroke line out option for Fiji. And they've opted for the scrum, and in the hands of Leah Jr.
Set!
Ball out, Fiji travelling. They were really sort of denied any room to breathe in their opening match against Ireland. We've just seen them put on a bit of a clinic against New Zealand. UK weren't bad either in their victory against New Zealand in their opening match. Jack Rampton got a memorable try straight from the kickoff, and he's wrapping up his Fijian opposite man there. Plenty of possession for the Fijians, not many meters to report, but that's a good clear out from Samuel Assese. Flipped out the back. It's an awkward ball to take, especially with Rampton and Duarte, and then Murphy on hand. Three of the sparkling stellar players out here on show. Short line offered uncompromisingly by Sese. This is good from Fiji. Building the phases. Examining the shoulders of the Shogun. Next in is Sakaraya Vitukawalu. Oh, a goosey from the gods from Aaliyah Jr. Oh, yeah, baby. That's what we come to sevens for.
That's the magic we so desperately want to see. A goosey and flies through. Again, no one back at home. Might have torn a hamstring. He's limping off, but hopefully not. But really good setup play by Fiji, playing the phases, waiting for that mismatch. Took it from edge to edge.
Here it comes. At the rugby guy, are you watching? There is a new heir to the throne. Oh, see you later.
Yeah, you can see he looks like Roadrunner with those pink boots on. Might have just hurt himself though. We hope he's all right.
UK looking to respond, and they do so with some real wheels out there and the balance to also fend on the move. Abana to Duarte, to his countryman Murphy, who shows inside, and then he is gone out wide. James Murphy, a man in the mood and a taste for tries here at Plough Lane.
Yeah, Murphy's that man on a mission, and you now see why Fiji didn't want to give him the ball. The pace that they have, just so hard to deal with. He was just caught by his shirt, but proved too much. Great leg drive and speed. He's catching his breath now as he's walking back. So you'd expect Fiji to try and keep possession here. Don't want to be against these speedsters in defence.
Oh, Rampton owning the Southwest London skies this morning. Climbs highest of them all to make a claim and feed Tricky Ricky, who almost dances through all the arms of the Fijians. Well, that is offside from Junior Korodivuka. Duarte gets us underway. They're looking for Murphy, might not get to him as the footwork comes in from Morgan Savansky, the Wales Sevens player. Abona, delayed pass, Rampton cruising home. Beautifully worked by the UK Shoguns.
Starting and ended with that man. He leapt up, got the ball back from the kickoff. Then it went from left to right and back as he patiently waited. An easy running in the corner, just breaking down that Fijian defence. By playing so quickly, they're not in line, they can't stay in their defensive structure. So hard to stay connected in defence. You're playing against that kind of pace.
Decent conversion attempt, but no more trouble for the scoreboard.
That just give us a bit
There
of a
was
louder shout
the
if we're doing subs.
footwork from the Wales Sevens man, engaging two Fijian shoulders. And then Chindera Obona, one more along, Jack Rampton, thanks very much.
All fine, all back by Black.
All back by Black, the call, as we enter the final 30 seconds of the half. UK looking to stretch this lead that they've developed. Abana has his awareness, has his peripheral vision, but doesn't have quite the offloading slickness. And Fiji will have a scrum.
Maybe he saw his live flash before him as the outside defender absolutely flew up in his face. He just did enough.
Thank you.
Just jump out of the way.
White
And as he
sub.
got caught, just flicked out of his hands. The next stage.
Coach! Bind! I got in, Set!
Manasa Ravula's time is done on this pitch now. He's putting some big hits.
Brilliant carrying, wonderful support. The bounce off the left, but too tight to the touchline, and the move comes to a close. And that is half time, and that is a half that hangs in the balance, but one that the UK are edging right now. 12-7 against Fiji.
Happy? Come on.
Fiji kick us off via the boots of Elliot Jr., who is back onto the field after his goose-stepping wonder try. Oh, but the UK and the Shoguns are finding space down that right edge, the most narrow of corridors, but a whiz kid on the wing and a bit of a stutter just to get a little tighter underneath the uprights. And it's Egoitz Garcia of the Spain Sevens Academy having a fiesta at AFC Wimbledon.
Very, very good there. Yeah, fantastic finish. Again, we know that Sevens is all about pace, but it's in abundance today. Fiji need to just keep hold of the ball. Defensively, it's so hard to play against these young speedsters.
Wonderful high hanging kickoff and the reaction as well and the little pop. And now it's a foot race. Tavlon Blood unable to get there first, but the pressure continues to be applied by UK and the Shoguns. Penalty, Duarte taps. Gives it to the big man, he backs his frame and, well, awarded miraculously. How did he get that down, Angel Bozal? Mercurial from the Spanish man.
Yeah, it looks like it might have just caused a few bruises. Big frame on him.
Yeah, he's a big, tall man. It's a long way to get down to score a try, and he did it with 3 Fijians on his back.
That's quite impressive. And no wonder his knee hurts.
Skids off the outside of Ricky Duarte's boot. Let's have a look. Here he comes. Eyes says he wants it. They're just about there. Don't know quite how he managed to make the transfer and keep his composure.
Yeah, he got turtled on his back and somehow, I think because his arms are so long, he was able to dot the ball down with go-go gadget arms. Meanwhile, while he was getting his knee put in all sorts of positions. He's up and running, defending now.
The tackle slips high from Blood. Elliot Jr. gives it to Junior Korevuka. Korevuka takes some stopping, gets his feet to the floor. Tackle called. Had to feel for Ricky. Didn't have to put up too much of a fight, did he? Like stealing candy from a baby, but tackle had been called. Korevula. Now, Peter Kono. No room down that right-hand side. Spin out of the tackle. Oh, just slipped from the grip of Knox Nakorivalu.
Good little contest coming down this right-hand side. Where it was Blood trying to get down his opposite number. It was like 2 scorpions fighting to the death. The handoff was in, but he was holding on to the handoff arm, just dragging him along.
Let's go then, White. Go, bind up. Coach! Bind! Set!
UK and the Shoguns give it to Blood, who bounces outside. There's no way through, but he's got the strength to get back up and travel back inside for more. Advantage played for the Fijians in transition. Well, it was an advantage for Fiji. There was a hand in the ruck spotted.
12 wide on the floor.
So the Flyers are called back.
A few little errors creeping in. That's what happens under fatigue. Don't have any time to think. Just trying to rescue.
Other colour. Thanks. Split the line, lads. Back, back.
Ricky Duarte,
Go.
former MMA fighter, fizzes the ball out to the midfield. Blood with his own hop and skip, and he's got a flyer outside. He's got a slippery one, in fact. Into the 22, UK go now. Short line offered up by Ricky. Pops off the floor. Jack Rampton in the tries again. A real nose for the paint this morning in southwest London. Jack Rampton, try scorer.
Rampant Rampton going over again. Flying around this pitch today. Whether it's the top left-hand corner or just right at the post, he knows where that line is.
Just inside the 15.
Just lets Tricky Ricky do his footwork. Again, I'm just so impressed with his support running. Just always know where each other are. The amount of work that goes into the fitness, to the speed endurance is incredible.
Extras added to another Rampton try.
Yeah, we'll miss there. It'll be last play from the kick. Time to run. Let's go, let's go. 5 seconds.
Last play of the match. Elia Jr. Offloading. Off and away, Samuela Sese. Flings a speculator. Oh, Sese. He wasn't the intended target, but when it came, he fluffed his lines, and Fiji won't finish with a score. The match will finish with the UK victorious, 31 points to 7 against Fiji here at the LIT London Sevens.
Well, yes, hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome along to Plough Lane. You may well see that I am very much not Tom Mitchell. Tom Mitchell's running up to the commentary box, which is in that gantry on the other side of the pitch. Joe Burns and Rocky Clark done for the day. A big thank you to them. We'll see them before too long, no doubt. So this afternoon, a little bit of a change of personnel. Not much change on this pitch, though. High-flying sevens rugby for you throughout the course of the afternoon. We're here right through until 7:30 local time here in southwest London. Brilliant to have your company. If you are just joining us, because we understand you've probably got other stuff on your Saturday, you dip in and out of these sevens tournaments, don't you? So if you are just joining us, you are very welcome. This is the home of AFC Wimbledon when the football season is on. This is Plough Lane, their stadium where they play their League 2 football. But today it is home to the LIT7s London Sevens, and you can see a decent turnout of people for this time of day as well. We know what people who come and party at sevens are like. They normally rock up a little bit bit late, and then they sort of leave it a little late, leave it to the lockout stages and then come along and generally have a very good time. So if this is your first time watching Sevens, well, you're very, very welcome. I'll tell you a little bit about how it happens throughout the course of the afternoon. So today we have 12 teams taking part throughout the course of the day. There are 8 teams competing in the men's competitions, and there are 4 teams competing in the women's competitions. Very simple. The top 4 teams in the men's competition, they play for the cup. As for the bottom 4 teams, they're playing to try and avoid that wooden spoon if they can. And we're not too far away from another women's game getting underway here at AFC Wimbledon. It was a good win for the UK in the previous match for the men. In this game, it is the turn of the Netherlands taking on the UK this afternoon, who they are represented by Shogun Rugby. So it should be an action-packed afternoon. You are very, very welcome. Settle in, or if you're dipping in and out of the coverage, we'll be here to take you all through it. So Tom Mitchell has legged it up to that commentary box, and he has because he's got a very nice set of thighs and groins on him. Let's face it, he can get up that commentary box very quickly. So let's hand up to him and say good afternoon, Tom.
Well, I've never had compliments like it. Simon, you've never said anything. Simon's in the hot seat on first voice.
I'm not going to say anything after that. Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, 2 teams that really want to get themselves into this tournament, both having just registered a solitary try in their opening games. The Netherlands lost to the Africa Lionesses 31-5, and Shogun lost to the Hammerheads 27-5. So a big chance for both teams to get into this tournament and really get a foothold in. 2 teams in very similar colours, Tommy. Good luck with your eyesight on this one.
I'll be all right, mate. It's you I'm worried about.
Yeah, I know. I'll be commentating by Braille. Amelia Dennis unable to find any room on this near flank. As the Fine Rugby Now team, who are representing the Netherlands today, are wandering down that far side. No way through, though, for Millicent Tavernier. And it's going to be a scrum put in for the Shogun team.
Just come across.
Both the Shogun outfits here today, the men's and the women's, look pretty accomplished, very organised. And you've got to remember, a lot of these teams don't have loads of time to prepare, but there's a lot of nous floating around in both the squads.
Set.
The quick set piece and the quick release from the Shoguns. Spun out wide, and suddenly the foot is down, and Cat Richards shows what Cat Richards is about. Pace aplenty, and the first score is on the board.
Oh, that's lovely. It's a nice finish. All she had to do was run it in, but I tell you what, it was a delicious bit of service to Cat Richards. It was the quick hands inside her that delivered it in the open space. You're going to give it straight to the wheels. And she delivered.
Yeah, we know, seen a fair bit about Cat Richards, of course. Came up through playing in Abu Dhabi, Dubai Sevens in the school system out there, along with Sophie Shams, I think. Sophie was another one that came up from afar, as it were, but now out in Wales and making a name for herself.
And there's the quick hands. You can see it just gets dished off to a really good awareness of where the defenders are. And if you've got someone that can finish, you get them the ball in that space.
Good opener from Shogun.
That's your mark.
Very, very pleasant day down here in southwest London. Few clouds about. There was some really bright sunshine to start the day, which is always useful when you're getting here. But from a rugby player's perspective, this is ideal.
I think the players were glad to see some cloud cover for the afternoon games.
Richards goes into the contact, whisked away by Alba Alpin. The Spanish player doing well to keep the momentum
Nothing's
in
coming, bring
this.
it back, 6 offside.
Ref comes back to make that call against the Netherlands captain, Quen Makinga, just stepping up too quickly there. Just toying with the defence before Paula Garrido takes a look at the defender in front of her, Richards. Neve Terry, another of the Welsh contingent in this group.
Nothing's coming, we'll take the knock on.
You've played in many an
go for
invitational
it.
side as well as the national side and of course the GB side, Tommy. I mean, it does take a while to be on the same page in many instances when the pressure comes on the ball carrier.
Absolutely. And sometimes when it looks like there's a continuity breakdown, it's precisely because of that. They've not had the time to gel. That's why it makes it such a good breeding ground for players to excel at the top level when they get there, because you're forced to understand how different players operate, the different ways players use their bodies, use the ball, and all that is just information, programming your brain to make you understand the game of sevens better. So it's a brilliant breeding ground.
And having to stitch things together so quickly and react so quickly as well. Makenga finds no way through, sat back down.
It's a knock on.
Just a little knock on at the base of that breakdown, and good pressure coming through from the Shogun's defence.
Yeah, I love that, the breakdown. Often we see players going for the steal at the breakdown, trying to get on the ball. But actually, if you can get underneath the attacking sealer, the support player, and fire through, that's the language you often hear around that area, firing through the breakdown. It's basically disrupting it. It's using your body to push the other attackers off it. It's really effective, as demonstrated there by Shogun. Really nice, and they got the turnover for it.
4, straight across.
Penalty call goes in Shogun's favour, and here comes the break. No way through for Alpin there. They get the call again. The release is not there, so
no release.
More headway for Shogun into the opposition 22. Oh, handling just not quite up to it there. I think that was Jordan Russell coming through on the burst.
Enjoying the pace they're playing with those 2 quick taps on the go, trying to drive the tempo. If you back yourself in terms of fitness and what you've got in the tank, that's the way to play the game. So often off penalties, actually, quick taps are the best way to go, because there's nothing worse than playing against an organised defence.
Set. Hold.
Put in for the Netherlands. And the release there, Fisher. Netherlands just stuck inside their own 22 at the moment. Madula gets the ball out though. Lundstedt. And in the end, Boot is put to ball and the leg chases on now, and it works for Fisher. Fisher needs some support. There it is, numbers out to the right if they can spread it. The cut back in from Jade Wong. Oh, handling just deserting Charlotte Madula at a critical time, and the former Uganda international just, well, be relieved to see that call from the ref. Jordan Hill just can't find the target, and the moment is gone, and there's the half-time whistle with that solitary score on the board for Shogun.
You can change that ball if you need to now.
Fairly even first half actually, Tom, isn't it? When you look at the way that the game was played and the areas it's been played in, it's, you know, both teams have had opportunity, but only one has been taken.
Yeah, fair few turnovers as well. I've seen a fair few scrums in the game, and no one quite able to capitalise and just grab it. But for me, the fine rugby now, ladies from the Netherlands, they just need to try and find a bit more width. We saw it in that very last attack. End up coming back in on the cut, playing tight on short lines. I'd like to see them try and explore a bit more of that wide space. Saw a lovely kick and chase in their attacks. They've got options, just haven't quite been able to turn them into points so far.
I know I've talked to you about this regularly when we've been on the World Series circuit. In terms of the breakdown, obviously the number commitment is different from 15s. Does the psyche, the mentality of the breakdown change? You mentioned it's not always good to go in and look for that jackal, look for that quick ball. Does that change in the way that the sevens team is played?
Well, I'll try and break it down real quick. A couple of challenges in sevens around the breakdown. The first one is it's usually a 1v1 contest. Secondly, because of that, it means that the referees are very hot, and there's some things that they will ping you instantly for. Those are normally, if you're rolling on if you're on the wrong side as a tackler, hands on the floor. That kind of stuff will get picked up really quickly. Off feet as the attacking support player is another one. As a result, you have to be really squeaky clean. Your techers has to be brilliant in that area. So if you ain't that good, get out of there. It's part of the message.
We always talk about sevens exposing all your skills, and that's a critical factor there.
Absolutely, and it also exposes you if you commit numbers in the breakdown and you don't get the ball back, because there's already a lot of space out there.
Sure.
If you're losing defenders in there, then you're really giving your teammates extra work to do.
It's the voice of former GB and England captain Tom Mitchell. I'm Simon Ward, delighted to have you with us today here at the first ever LIT7s London Sevens. We're here at the AFC Wimbledon ground down in southwest London as we start a new tournament, a new page in the Sevens calendar. Very important to develop, and of course this year with the Olympics coming up later in the year, it is going to be a higher profile perhaps for the shortened form of the game. Good tap back there from Madula. No way through for Fisher. Support coming in from Jordan Heil, the Dutch international, doing well there to make sure it comes back. Bit of continuity coming through. Quen Makenga stays strong and gets the leg drive just about going. Numbers out to the left, but they're still going to the right at the moment. No way for Madula, staying strong in the contact, but good counter ruck. Ball picked up though. It's still there for the Netherlands. Madula having to do the dog at in that breakdown, and it got a bit messy towards the end.
Well, we talked about it at half time, didn't we? And that was a perfect example where they just pushed the support player off it, and then the next one was a jackal. Great techers, straight on the ball. Really important to try and locate the ball as the jackal. If you can get hands on, the referee's always going to struggle not to reward you with the penalty. And Shogun have got it, and they're off and running. They've got real intensity about them here, up the guts, up the middle.
Yeah. Good immediate break from Marnie Ray George. The Welsh contingent now, the break is on. Almost, but not quite. Ball still there for Shoguns. Little spin out from Niamh Terry. Good resolute defence, but still the threat is there. And eventually, well, it had to concede, the defence just being opened up by the continuity from the Shoguns, and they nabbed that second try.
How about the defence? I thought they'd snuffed it out. The team from the Netherlands working really hard, but in the end, Shogun Rugby just had numbers. They kept the ball alive really nicely and managed to get the finish in the corner. Smart work in the end from Shogun.
Yeah, I think it was Jordan Russell. I'm just looking to see the numbers on the back. The conversion isn't going to threaten the post, but I think that was Jordan Russell. She's gone off for a breather now, but 2 tries in the bag for Shogun.
This game's still alive though. It's a nice bit of work, just keeping the ball alive. And this is the pass I like. A little shovel pass there, boom, little chest pass. Netball style, basketball style, straight off the chest. You get the ball there by any means necessary. Really good technique.
Back off black.
4 minutes left of regular time in this game. The breakout from Roman Fisher. She's got good stride pattern and very quick leg drive, quick into the acceleration. Makes all the difference to getting her team onto the front foot. Maya Sangala holding on for too long though, and the moment is gone. And again, the Netherlands not able to make the most of any momentum they've got with ball in hand.
Well, Shogun have dominated at the breakdown. As I said that, they've lost the ball at their own breakdown, but that's been the difference so far. They've just been able to just snuff back possession in and around the breakdown. The Netherlands not quite being quick enough in their support lines. They've got good runners. They just need to arrive a little bit quicker as the second player so that they can recycle. Let's see what they can do off this attack. Centre field scrum, really nice. I reckon there's a lot of space this short side underneath this, Simon.
changed anyway.
It seems to be, doesn't there? But they haven't loaded. They're keeping the mix in midfield. Now they work to that right flank. Tavernier sets it up and suddenly the break is on right through the middle, and Poppy Love is going to break the bagel for the Netherlands. Well, you can't say it's not deserved. Over 11 minutes of this game gone, and at last that nil disappears.
Well, that was delightful in the end. I thought she'd made the wrong decision by going on her own, but the player from Grasshoppers RFC finished it off and got it done.
One of several players that's playing at Henley College, which is great to see that program developing both for boys and girls. It's really working well. The products are more and more evident.
Lovely little roaming run initially that set it up. Good bit of fizz and buzz. And that's it, there's a fend, get off, bus is full, no room.
So something on the board
Happy with the winger?
for Fine Rugby now. Although you dare say that Shogun Rugby will want to have the last say. Of course they do. A wonderful sprint and breakaway. Pressure coming on Kat Richards, but she saw that all the way, and that was a great response, a great retort to that try from the Netherlands.
Thought it was going to be a bit of afters there, Woody. I wouldn't have minded a bit of that. Don't mind it when it gets a bit tasty.
Bit early in the day for that, perhaps.
Yeah, that's pretty crushing. That's the way to assert your dominance. You concede, and you go straight up the other end. And it's just spots the overchase. The defender just moving too quickly towards the sideline, chops her feet, steps back inside on the inside shoulder, and has the gas to cruise in. Looks all too comfortable in the end. Little bit of after. She didn't like that too much.
It's one of those where you just point to the scoreboard. If we had a scoreboard. They don't have one here at AFC Wimbledon, but it's a fine scoreline from a Shogun perspective, 19-5 now, revealing the execution. There's a certain clinical element. I think, yeah, we're going to see a yellow card. First yellow card of the day from memory. There it is. I think it's your mate that's just seen yellow, isn't it?
Jordan Russell, yeah, I don't know what she's been sent for there. I couldn't quite pick it up, but she had a bit of a shrug of the shoulders as she walked off. Hopefully it won't hurt her team. Not miles ahead on the scoreboard, and here come the Netherlands.
No.
Getting into the red zone, as the coaches call it, and they've got numbers out to the left. The take is good, and Meryl de Groot, the Dutch national winger, goes over with nobody in front of her really, and maximising that opportunity at the first dig.
Well, they might not want to hang around here. They want to get this kick. At the moment, 9 points the difference. Get this in the score, but don't want to let the time tick over. They are behind on the scoreboard. I wonder how aware they are of that. Oh, they have to score twice now.
Yep. Well, they're not going to have time to do anything now as the full-time whistle goes. So the Shogun can enjoy their first win in this tournament. The memories of that loss to the Hammerheads is disappearing fast as they can enjoy that 19-10 scoreline. For the Netherlands, well, work to be done for Tamara Taylor and co. They will need to get into the heads of these girls in their break now. But it certainly was some very entertaining rugby, and the Shogun finding their feet fairly quickly, Tom, you reckon?
Yeah, not all their own way, and they'll want to shore up a bit of the defence, but some of that breakdown work was exceptional, and that'll stand them in good stead as they progress through the tournament.
Yeah, the women, there's 4 teams in the women's group, so the top 2 teams will go through to a final, the others will contest the wooden spoon. The men's scenario is slightly different with 2 pools of 4 teams, and then the top teams going through to that particular final. So we shall watch with interest to see how that plays out. Let's get on pitch side and see who Robbie has got talking to him. Robbie, over to you.
Very much indeed, Simon. Joined by Welsh international Niamh Terry. Niamh, good win that.
Yeah, it was good after the back of a loss. Something we need to like boost the energy as a team. Like we've just come together, and it's something to really like push us forward now as the tournament goes on.
Yeah, it must have been a bit of a bizarre day. Let's have a little walk around the pitch though, with this beautiful AFC Wimbledon turf. Must have been a bit of a bizarre start to the day, and in these sevens tournaments you have, you know, these games where you all come together as a side and it takes a little bit of time to gel, right?
Yeah, definitely. Like it's not just on the pitch, it's off the pitch. As soon as you can get like the cohesion as a team, that's when you like can fly away with it. But like as we're building through the day, so you're gonna go up from here. So.
Now you're a bit of a regular on the sevens circuit. Nice to have this LIT7s, London Sevens, the first time that we've had it. How are you enjoying it so far?
No, yeah, good. Yeah, it's good atmosphere. Like the crowd's building as the day goes on. But no, I'm enjoying it and hopefully keeps building.
And for you, you're obviously a Welsh international. We've seen you on the big stage. Six Nations wasn't too far away. I know that didn't go the way that Wales would have liked to, but now you've had a bit of time to digest it. Where are the sort of emotions for that?
Well, obviously it was a getting lost. Like I think you can only build from here, and I think as a team we need to like regroup, refocus, and like keep pushing. Like the girls have got like prime games now, and I think we just need to come back into camp when we get there and just gel again, get that like rhythm back.
And back on today, you've got a little bit of time in between games. I'm always intrigued, and people watching will be intrigued as well. How do you go about like eating and getting through a long day like this? Because you're hoping to be here, you've been here since what, 9 AM this morning, hoping to be here until about 7 o'clock. How do you fit everything in?
We have to have a big breakfast.
Is that what it is?
Yeah, start the day there and just keep like fueling, bananas, things easy to get down. Maybe the odd sweet treat yourself. But no, just keep refueling as the day goes on, like little meals often.
Sorry, I'm intrigued by the big breakfast part. What are we talking? What's in the big breakfast?
Porridge and maybe a pancake or two.
Yep, that's a professional rugby player for you. Niamh, lovely to speak to you. Thank you very much for your time. So a good win that for the UK then, and we've got the men's competition continuing when we come back very shortly indeed. Just to remind you then of how this all works this afternoon. As I said, we've got 8 teams for the men's competitions, 4 teams for the women's competitions. Everyone plays everyone that's in their group. So the men's side, 8 teams split into 2 groups of 4. So that's how it works throughout the course of the afternoon. Coming up, 2 sides yet to register a win in this competition. We've got Jamaica, who had 8 tries put on them by the USA earlier on in the day. They're going to try and find their first win of the afternoon, taking on Great Britain. So it should be a good one. And by the way, throughout the course of the afternoon this afternoon here at AFC Wimbledon, I'm just going to take you for a walk. We've got wonderful Eve on the camera this afternoon, and we're just going to go and see who's in the crowd, because there is a fancy dress theme this afternoon. It is heroes, but so far I've not actually seen too many heroes. I've not seen any Batmans, I've not seen any Spider-Mans or Deadpools or anything like that. A few Aussies in the crowd, that's what we like to say. Let's come and say hello to the Aussies actually, because we like to see the Aussies. No Australian representation in terms of a team this afternoon, but we do have a couple of Aussie fans over here. Hello, who have we got?
How are you? What are you after?
Your name first up would be good.
Mitch, Warren, Quinton.
Warren Quinn. Okay, and how's your day going so far? I see Melbourne Storm being represented here. We got All Blacks, we got Aussies.
We're trying to rep Australia, but we got the one black sheep, right?
It's very good. I mean, you're looking absolutely resplendent. Hats on this afternoon. Any thoughts on the fancy dress element of the day? You didn't fancy that?
No, we thought about it, right, but then we realised we're only about 2 days out, so we thought footy gear would be more appropriate.
Footy gear is always appropriate. I don't sound as cool as you do when I say footy gear, but anyway, it was good. You get your leg back on the other side, young man. Thank you. We won't have you anywhere near the pitch. There we go. We don't need to. But you also need some SPF on those legs before too long, if you don't mind. But I'm one to talk. Look at me. I'm Scottish. Lovely to speak to you, chaps. So we will have some fancy dress people hopefully throughout the course of the afternoon here at AFC Wimbledon, but we're just generally going to have a little walk around, do a bit of nonsense, and of course then we will hand you over to our brilliant team of commentators. As we've got Simon Ward this afternoon with us. If you're a regular at Twickenham, you're going to know Simon Ward's voice very well indeed. And of course Tom Mitchell, who's been with us throughout the course of the day, former England captain. Brilliant to have them with us. We're going to be back to them very shortly indeed.
So, welcome back to the LIT7s London 7s as we get back into action with Pool B. That's the British Army side representing Great Britain today, up against the Jamaica side, Jamaica UK Crocs. Had a difficult first outing against the NAV7s USA 7s development group, who really took them to task, 50 points to 5. By contrast, the British Army beating the Africa Lions 31-12 in their first opener in this. And it will be the start from Selasa Vuniversilevu.
No, he's played the ball, deemed in possession.
Working it very quickly out to Peter Wanger. Can't get the offload clean though, and picked up by Wasaki Lalaba, but referee bringing things back for that scrum put in. I'm Simon Ward. Good to have your company today here at this inaugural event here at AFC Wimbledon. Good to have the company of former England GB skipper Tom Mitchell as well. Tom, what we've seen from the British Army already, there's some potency there.
Oh, the footwork and the handling in the game earlier was outstanding. And I'd say it would have had a few knees quivering in opposition, this Jamaican side. I spoke to them after their game earlier as well, and they really wanted to take a step up. They wanted to be more physical. They wanted to play a little bit of a slower tempo than what they were forced to do in game one.
Jordan Sullivan Warner makes the break, and they're first stepping into enemy territory. Quick relay from McNally Drew, and now they go looking towards that outside and exploring options, and that's what it's all about. Of course, the opening few minutes, just seeing what they can do. The hug is working for the Army, but suddenly the breakaway is there for Akili Smith.
That was messy. It was messy, but the British Army imposing themselves, and now they've got the reward, got the ball. Look out.
Yep, instant width on the attack from the Army to try and get Wanger free on this right flank. Presentation is good. Oh, good hit. That was up fast and furious. I couldn't see who it was. I think it was Joseph Parks, maybe. A little chip through, and suddenly the Army are on the back foot. Oh, McNally Drew just unable to take it, but they got through. They're there. Surprise in the crowd. I haven't got a number 3 on my team sheet, but he's got a big smile on his face, whatever. And suddenly, a surprise start to this contest.
That was brilliant, and it all came off the hit. Akil Smith with the big shot and the turnover. And then a lovely little chip over the top, asking all the right questions. The Army on that occasion didn't have the answer, couldn't scramble back quick enough to get on the ball.
Well, what a moment for the Jamaica UK Crocs.
There's the shot, look at that, pounces right back on his feet, jackals it, gets the rewards from the referee, and then backs it up with a delicious little chip over the top. Calls it to his winger, says, get after this, son. And it's tapped back there by the Army, so it's play on. Jamaican Crocs fastest to it.
Wrong club to start the restart.
There's one thing against this, I'm not winding the clock back a long way, Wardy, but when I was playing Invitational Series rugby back when I was a little bit younger, played against the British Army a good few times, you just do not want to give these boys the ball because they will relish it, they will run with it, and they will run rampant and run you ragged.
Certainly it's intrinsic in their rugby, isn't it? The way that they love to play. A little burst through there from Buni Yayawa. Takes it quickly and goes. Now trying to release his teammates. Looks like Nanovo has pulled up lame in that phase of play, but his teammates continue. Wanger throws it wide to Banuve. Smisa Banuve resets his sat-nav. Not quite sure where the destination point is. He's going to end up in the shopping centre if he keeps going round and round like that. Ulavesi gets the width on it, just studs not quite holding. Ulavesi, well, just takes a wander around the short side, and before you know it, British Army come back at their opponents this afternoon.
Enter from this direction.
That was, they were man down as well. They're playing with 6, and yet they still had the numbers
from the direction
to go over. Jamaican defence just running out of organisation, really. I think they were numbered up on this open side, but they left the side door open and just invited
the tackle area from the direction of
British Army to skip in. Come home with some chockies, including the 2.
Yeah, great conversion to put the British Army into the lead for the first time in this contest.
Nicely worked to the edge. There's a good bit of footwork here. Olaba just loses his footing, and then coming around the corner, Ulivesi sees, oh, there's an open door. I'll go through it.
And it was very obvious. He was scanning as he walked up to pick the ball up.
Well, like all good players do that. That's the thing.
Yeah,
You've got to
sure.
try and see the picture before you've got the ball in your hands. That's so key. So great little example of that there.
Good left-handed passing from the British Army to get the ball quickly out onto this near flank with Nyangi.
Outside.
Rokadanguni now into the mix. Karimi. Suddenly they hit a different gear, don't they? Look at this. Catch me if you can. Ravuvu on to make an impact off the bench, and what an impact that was.
Well, that is one chock-full Southwest London bus. Absolutely no room. Get off.
Tickets, please.
What a barnstorming run. There was a really languid pass that came out to him on the edge.
He suddenly dropped a gear, didn't he? And suddenly he was gone.
Let's go there.
I think he might have caught a few defenders by surprise with the top end gear that he dropped into. Put the foot down. Try and add the extras here just to create some breathing space. Not going to get it, not the best effort on the nudge there, but what a brilliant finish and just exemplary bit of power work to alongside the finesse. The ball just comes out, easy as you like, he just goes, here we go, I'm taking this all the way to the house. Gets rid of a couple, shrugs off a few more, pumps the legs, takes it all the way. Yes from the big man.
No passengers taken there to keep your bus analogy going.
No passengers, but plenty of prisoners, Woody.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. Nice one. Right, what can Jamaica work in response to that double slap in the face? No way through there for Akili. Well, there's the half-time whistle. 12 points to 5, the British Army to the good. The Jamaicans coming out so well to get that early score in the 5-0 lead, but then double bubble from the British Army, and it was suddenly a very different prospect for the men in black.
Just needs to try and keep hold of a bit more possession for me. A little bit more careful, just sort of right at the end of the half there, losing the ball into touch, and just got to prize it a little bit more because they've got firepower in there to make a difference. Got to do it with the ball in hand.
There is a psychological aspect though, isn't there, when you walk out onto the pitch and see pretty much a Fijian team facing you, and in the knowledge of what Fiji does with the sevens ball, there's got to be a dent in your confidence, I would suggest, even before the first whistle.
Well, you know, it's a really strange phenomenon because yes, there is that threat that they pose, but also you kind of know exactly what you're going to be facing. So there's the comfort in knowing, right, we know they're going to offload the ball, we know they've got good footwork, and so if you can execute a plan and to kind of shackle those threats, then you end up coming out all right. It's easier said than done. That's the problem.
For sure. I remember you having success in an England shirt against Fiji, I think at the Twickenham Sevens, a couple of times, and it was all to do with the physicality. I seem to remember James Rodwell to the fore, good old Ginge doing his stuff for the team, and it made all the difference to the way that game played out.
Yeah, and we used to say all the time, I mentioned it already once, but we always used to say, just don't give them the ball. As much as possible, just keep hold of the ball. And you mentioned James Rodwell, one of the best England Sevens servants of the game over the years. One of the other reasons you want him on your team is because kickoff time. You want to try and get the ball back. And Jamaica are going to launch into this second half. If they can get the ball back here and keep it for a while, then they might be able to really assert themselves on this game.
Well, task is set for the next 7 minutes for Jamaica to try and make something happen. Good follow-up, but the Army will set themselves from deep and have no problems at all. Nyangi, who at the beginning of this month was playing for the Army 15s in the inter-services a match at Twickenham, and what a match that was. I was lucky enough to be doing commentary on that one too, and just astounding. 29-5 down at half-time and came back to win the game with the last play of the match. I think it was something like 43-42. Incredible game. Inter-services once again providing valued sporting entertainment, and about to do so again here. Step again from Tulele. Little knock forward. Now, has this given Jamaica a chance? They've got 4 on 3 on this near side. Trying to break through with McNally Drew, but the ball goes loose. And the Army will make the most of this. Striding away is Rokamothe. And that is a gift score in Fijian terms. It just looked like Jamaica had the glimpse of an opportunity on this near side, but unable to execute.
Well, you talked about confidence dipping when you face an opposition. These, though, are the moments that can really, and there's a few double teapots going in on the Jamaican side, hands on hips. And maybe mentally, that's the one that's just killed them off, because that's crushing. They look like they're on something. You said they had a 4 on 3, but they coughed up possession again, which has been a little bit of a theme for them. But how about the finish? Really nice. Rokamothe in the end down this near. So there's a turnover. It's a big man again. Dishel, look at the skip step. Look at the little goosey, and he's gone.
Yeah, those in Colchester Garrison will be raising a cup of tea to one of their own out there. Rocco doing the business now. Bench is just being adjusted. Looking to see Army stacking up to this left-hand side with one of my team sheets disappears into the ether. Back they come though for an over-egged restart.
Zulawesi underneath this, and I'll tell you what, he's a big man. If that had stayed in, he was definitely winning it back.
Yeah, we saw it on the other side, didn't we, in the first half with that try. That's a nice pass out. Quick covering, coming across. Not allowing Priestley and Angle to get anywhere there. Former Leicester Tigers Academy product. Little chip through from Jordan Sullivan-Warner. Man who knows what the World 7 Series is about. Played in it 4 years ago. Now, Jamaica looking to go from deep. Testing out the defence of Chris McIntosh, but the little pass inside. And Barimi, well, behind you is the call. It's a bit early for pantomime, but no problems for Sarah Varimi to finish that one off.
That's a good chase back, but that is end-to-end stuff. Again, Jamaica coughing the ball up. This time it was attempted kick through, trying the bag of tricks, but all it's done is give this Army side a chance to show more of their magic.
Vuni Vasilevo with a conversion that doesn't hit the target on this occasion, but really now the scoreboard very much in the Army's favour and in control of this game.
Left or right? Well, there might be people watching saying, you've got to go low. You've got to go low on the guys. I'll tell you what, you try getting in close past that fend, it is not easy, especially when they're waving the ball around. You know the offload's coming. They've got the footwork as well. Very difficult to try and stop these boys, and they're off again. They're having fun.
Into the 22.
Onside.
Jamaican defence is stretched, so the ball will be fizzed out or not. As Lalaba cuts back in and get the call. Quick take from Banuve. Quick transference out, and there's your man, Ulivesi. Did it in the opposite corner in the first half, repeats the feat in the second.
Absolutely no issues with the finish. Just looks so assured, so accomplished. Getting that long arm up and dotting it down. Playing with a good fizz about them, this Army side, representing Great Britain. Really good chat with Yoseva, guy who's now coaching the Scotland Sevens, player for a long time, was in the GB squad prior to the Rio Olympics. Very, very popular character from the Sevens crowd, and now coaching the Army. He said it's a different role, full of challenges. Didn't want to be on camera either, I tell you that, forced him on.
There is a certain reticence about any public displays of emotion, affection, or even chat from a lot of these Fijian boys, isn't there? You know that from your Sevens experience. They are great people, great characters, but they don't like shouting about it.
Wonderfully humble culture. people who come off the islands down in Fiji. And they've not had it all their own way at the top level, we have to say. Fijian team this year have had their changes. And these guys, I'm sure, will have been tracking that and will be willing their team on next week in Madrid in the grand final.
More fun in the sun coming there, you would think. Quick transference, and the relay is simple stuff to allow Waisaki Lalaba to amble his way over for another score. It is clinical, efficient sevens rugby. And when you see the work done by the ball, and that's the critical thing, isn't it? Just working it out to find the space, and then it's an easy finish.
Well, and they make it look easy, don't they? And you're right, Simon. It's the combination of the stuff that is done with the ball and then the movement off it. You look at the players who are moving around the ball, offering themselves support lines. An absolute nightmare to keep track of as a defensive unit. And this Jamaica side have just not been able to keep up in this one.
Now, having got off to the perfect start, it was an uphill task ever since, and the final whistle calls an end to a fairly emphatic performance by the British Army boys, 34-5. So they are unbeaten in their opening 2 games. Jamaica, well, they've probably played the 2 toughest teams in their pool, it has to be said. The Africa Lions showed well earlier on as well, and they are up next against the NAV7s USA 7s development team. So that should be an absolute cracker. But for now, it's the British Army with that 2 from 2 record in this inaugural LIT7s London 7s here at the AFC Wimbledon ground.
Okay, thank you, team. Yeah, good win that for Great Britain, wasn't it? Now we've ventured into the stands, a little bit of the old crowd interaction, which we always like to see. And I'm joined by Leah. Leah, good afternoon to you. How's everything going?
Oh, it's going great. I'm having a lovely day. Thank you.
You are having a lovely day. That's good. The marketing team will like that very much. First things first. Let's get on to the fancy dress for the uninitiated. What are you?
I am Wanda.
Wanda from?
From the Marvel films.
Obviously, yes. I'm well up with my Marvel films, thankfully. So it's nice to speak to you. And I believe it's your birthday as well. Big day.
Yeah, it's big day. I'm 30 today.
Oh, big up. Yeah, good. This is good stuff. We've got differing ages with us today. We've got, sorry, I'll try and keep things quiet for the baby with the headphones on. I've come over and blabbered away to Leah. Is this your first time at Sevens? Are you seasoned Sevens? What's the deal here?
We've been to Sevens once before at Twickenham, I believe. Not last year, but the year before.
Well, there is no Sevens at Twickenham this year, so this is it.
This is the Sevens. One would say the best Sevens.
That's good. That's good stuff. You're going to very much get a job in the marketing team after this. In terms of the day itself, how do you kind of dip in and out of the rugby? Do you sort of take a little walk, see what's on offer, or are you planted to this seat?
We've been pretty planted to the seat, apart from going to get a couple of Guinness here and there. But
couple of Guinness, eh?
Yeah, a couple of Guinness.
I don't know how I feel about Guinness in May, but anyway, we'll move on. I hope you have a lovely afternoon. What are the celebrations after this as well, after the finals?
We'll be here for the rest of the day. We'll probably go to the after party, but we're actually going to Ibiza on Monday, so that's...
Name drop. Ibiza on Monday. Good stuff. Leah, happy birthday. Have a great day. Lovely to speak to you.
Thank you so much.
Right, okay, we were going to pop up and see Kiss, and in fact we'll do that a little bit later on because our second game of the men's competition this afternoon is about to kick off. Let's hand back to our commentary team. Tom Mitchell is alongside Simon Ward. Yes, yeah, Leah knew that, yes.
Lovely, thanks Robbie. Yeah, this is going to be a very interesting contest because especially the way that the NAV7s USA Development 7s team opened up against the Jamaican team was hugely impressive, and it actually highlighted a big difference between a team full of internationals or semi-full. It'll be very interesting to see how they stretch the lines now, and the tempo at which they play. Corey Jones, out it goes, and the first try is there. Daryl Williams sprints over, and great efficiency from this USA team.
Wow, what a start. Clinical, super fast as well. And that was the comment after their first game this morning. Just the speed with which they were playing, the tempo, the way they moved the ball, the recycling of the ball at the breakdown. And that was case in point. Right off the bat in this game, they are a hot bunch to handle. As you said, a lot of it's down to the blend of the players. They've got some guys who are used to playing at that World Series pace, where the game is super fast. This is where they keep the ball alive really nicely here. It's V coming around the corner, I think. And then look at this little lift. Oh, out the back door, thank you very much.
Okay, Lions, you know what's coming. What have you got? They need to keep hold of the ball to show what they've got, and it's a breakaway and an easy score for Peter Camerata. That was an absolute gift. Good work at the breakdown. I couldn't see who got the rip in, but big hands, big muscles paying off there.
You teed him up. You teed him up for a bite back. But unfortunately, the Lions are a bit toothless there, coughing it up straight away. And the double score after 2 minutes, that's tough.
No, it wasn't.
They haven't converted either of them. That one in front of the sticks, I think he would have wanted to have done better. I'll tell you what, it's the big man as well who gets turned over here. It's the ball strip. Really good job. Jack Wendling, USA Sevens player, getting in, then straight under the posts.
A quick 1-2 from the USA team. Rebound picked up by Musselman. And suddenly the break is open, cutting that beautiful angle. Quick presentation. Ryan Santos
back,
gets the ball away. Musselman again. And Ryan Santos says, let's work the old 1-2. And it's a 1-2-3 now for the USA team.
Well, attack in rugby, but especially in sevens, is all about multiple touches on the ball. Musselman had a couple. Santos got in on the act. And it was with his second touch in the build-up they got the score. Really nice finish from the big man. Musselman's going to try and add the extras, but it was him who was so key in the build-up. Just the link man in that. Keeping the ball moving, changing the point of attack.
And the USA have always seemed to provide a good link man. When you think back to your time, there were so many conduits, shall we say, that allowed the speedsters out wide to profit.
Yeah, Flaunua, one of the best ever to do it for the USA Sevens. Madison Hughes is now back in the USA Sevens outfit after his sabbatical. And the USA team here are back on the score sheet. It's all happening very quickly, Woody.
Can't take your eyes off this one. Peter Camerata, and credit to Musselman's restart there, because he caught Africa waiting for the, should I say, standard restart. He put the little dabble through, and suddenly it was, a veritable stroll in the park.
Well, do you know what? I was ready to talk up Musselman in his kickoffs, because he was kicking off both feet in the game earlier, kicking off his right and kicking off his left. Real deception around where the ball was going. And then here we had another one straight out of the toolbox. You can see he's having a look, he's seen it, and then he's selling it with the eyes.
Call's gone.
Here it comes, little stab, little dink, little grubber, straight on. We'll have the ball back and we'll go and score. It's that easy sometimes.
Just having the awareness and, of course, the skill set to be able to execute.
It's not good if you kick those 9.5 metres, and I've been there.
Right. Lions, you need to get your hands on the ball for a bit. You would think now, you've had, 5 minutes gone of this game, and they haven't been in the opposition half, let alone 22 yet. Now, maybe they are. Handbrake is off. It's going to be a foot race. Great cover coming across from Darryl Williams. What a tackle that was on Aaron Watkins. My goodness me, the German Sevens international looked like he was home there. USA continuing to play. Africa Lions a man down, or 2 men down in back play. And it's a stride through and an easy run in for Nick Hardick II. Scored a couple of tries in the opening game and now opens his account in this.
Well, their bodies strewn around the park right now, and you hope that the boys are all right and they're going to get back up again and dust themselves off. But that was end-to-end stuff. That's the type of sevens that brings people to the game. That's what people want to see. The Lions took it all the way down one end. Watkins was chopped down in a great cover tackle. And then the USA boys have gone the other end. Hardrick II, the one to finish it. Corey Jones adding the extras.
I'm not sure that there's enough oxygen in this postcode right now for some of these players, because it has been a very tough opening half dozen minutes or so.
Well, they're taking our breath away as well. Look at the skill set. The ability to keep the ball alive. I tell you what as well, lesson for some youngsters in sevens, don't go for the tap tackle that early on. Just keep chasing, try and push them wide.
We always talk about there's no substitute for pace, and you know that with the likes of, having played with the likes of Norton and Richard Horton, of course, before him. I'm not sure, actually, no, you were too young for Horton, but he was a referee.
Don't age me, but yeah, he went into the refereeing.
He embarrassed a few flyers when he had the whistle in his hand, because he used to beat them to the line, I seem to remember. But there is no substitute for pace.
It's the ability to have someone in your team that, when there is open field in front of them, will just finish it. And obviously there's a difference between just wheels and the people that can really harness it and add to that. So the likes of Dan Norton, Perry Baker is another one who's done it for the USA, where he's been able to be a multi-dimensional player, not just quick. But ultimately, if you've got someone in your team that can finish it when they've got open field in front of them and take it all the way to the try line, that's going to be worth a few tries in the tournament.
Yeah, speed stick is something special. And there's been a few of those around in different teams, but particularly in the USA team. And again, the ball comes loose. And again, it's the USA who are able to finish things off.
Half time.
Well, 2 tries now for Hardrick II. And it's one-way flow, apart from that brief breakout from Aaron Watkins that was brought to a fairly tumultuous end.
It's half time now.
Just now, it's been all about this NAV Sevens USA Development Sevens team. Simple kick from Corey Jones brings the half-time whistle, and maybe a sense of relief for the Africa Lions right now, because they feel they've been pummeled in that first 7.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the lack of oxygen they might be experiencing. They're going to have to suck in some big ones now. And not just physically, but sort of mentally and emotionally as well, because they've been under the pump a little bit in this one. Is this the speed with which this US outfit have been playing with? When they get ahead, look at that. I mean, what's an unbelievable scoreboard at halftime in this format of the game. And this Lions Sevens team representing Africa, a not bad outfit. There's some good players on that team. They have been educated in that first 7 minutes. The fear is, actually, as fatigue sets in, that score's only going to multiply.
You read my mind. And what does the coach say to his team in blue when they've been hit by a half dozen tries in the opening half?
Well, it's a funny thing psychologically. I think who knows what's been said in the huddle. That's up to them on the journey they're on. But you do want to try and salvage something from these games, and often it's about character. It's about actually how are we going to show up for the next 7, because the result's probably gone. So can we show up in a way that is actually going to give us another step up as you progress in the tournament? Let's not forget, this is tournament rugby. It's about progressing as you go. It's about getting better regardless of the result, whether that's in terms of character, building bonds, all your technical stuff. Just got to try and find the way to improve along the way.
Good luck, I think, is the final words from the coach. Because, well, already you would think the next game in Pool B, which will be the USA team against the British Army, that could be cataclysmic, is the word that comes to mind.
Going to be an absolute humdinger, Woody. I can't wait. That's the type of quality we've got here today at the LIT7s London Sevens. Absolutely kicking off on the pitch, and soon to be kicking off it.
Yeah, just to set your watches, that should be about 20 to 4, according to my schedule. So make sure you don't miss that. Hopefully you're with us for the long run. Great to have your company today, as we've already seen some astounding sevens action. Corey Jones, Santos showing good balance and good direction to take 3 tacklers over with him, and normal service has been resumed.
Well, they're not hanging around in this game, are they? They've got a little sweepstake running on the tries scored amongst their group. They're all getting in on the act. That was just so efficiently done, wasn't it? Really nice fizz to the edge. And I like Santos. I remember seeing him out there on the World Series and just thinking he's a good athlete, big unit. Seems like a good bloke as well, goes about his business in a nice way. Good graft.
Yeah, good brains as well. Graduate of Harvard University, All-American. Couple of caps for the USA Sevens so far. Member of the 2023 Pan American team. Actually born in the Philippines, according to my notes. Well, here you go. Oh, the Lions. I'm just about to say they can mount an attack, but they throw the ball away. The leg drive is there from Lance Williams, who's just come on to the pitch, but the pass just edging forward. Tom Mitchell's fan club is in the building, so he's away signing autographs at the moment.
Do you know, I'm actually doing what is teeing up a replacement, so I'm off for a break after this. And we're going to get someone who actually knows what they're talking about coming up.
Oh, well, that'll make a change. A break? You get a break?
Maybe not a break, maybe just a change of role.
Offside, part of the original ruck.
The Lions stuck on their own, inside their own try line, but now trying to find something on this near flank. Right, what have we got? Little pass, pop pass inside, just not finding the target from Daniel Kavidi. And here come the USA. There's an inevitability to it as Camerata whips the ball out to Santos. Santos goes inside, and Santos' hat-trick is in the books.
He's a big old unit, and he's bagged himself a couple here in this game. Is it 3, is it, Wardy? It's hard to keep track.
It is, isn't it?
When they're scoring this many, my math isn't good enough.
More by luck than judgment, I remember that. It's a good job he's got a black cap on, because nobody else has. But yeah, it's a one-way flow in this game. And he's been one of the ones that really has impressed. As you said, he's a big man, but he's got good balance and good pace and awareness as well.
Well, we chatted to him in an interview earlier, and he did just mention, you know, the Olympics coming up, and wanted to put his hand up. And Mike Friday is here in the stands watching the USA Sevens coach. Yeah, so I'm sure we'll get him on the mic at some point.
Be unusual not to. Great to see him, and I know
Advantage in here.
Mike has been very instrumental in getting this event off, making sure that Elaine Gelman, the founder of this LIT7s, London Sevens, has got the right contacts, has been speaking to the right people. The charge down. Oh, could it go any sweeter? Camerata. Well, anything he touches at the moment turns to gold, doesn't it?
The charge down, it popped right back into his hands. He looks like he's having some fun. That's a really, he's had a couple of those, he's had the fortune to be able to sit under the sticks. He's now waved himself off. He's subbed himself off after that. He's had enough.
Well, the half century is up for the USA. And Corey Jones with an easy 9-iron in front of the posts. Job done. And the scoreboard just keeps ticking. 55-0 now for the NAV7s USA development team. The clock really cannot go down fast enough from the Africa Lions perspective. Good restart.
1.5.
90 seconds left.
How many in? 2? 3. Vital. Tackle,
USA
release.
cul-de-sac awaiting every Lions ball carrier, it would appear right now. Just no way through. And their eagerness and enthusiasm in defensive role is very obvious.
Stay on your
Just
feet, please.
over-enthusing there. Oh, here we go. Are we going to get something now from Aaron Watkins? Go on, son. Go on. Crowd's behind you. Oh, great tap tackle. What a tap tackle that was.
Is it Peter V getting back there?
I think it
Absolute
is.
wheels. He was just gliding. Didn't even dive for the tackle. Just did a nonchalant tap tackle. Man, he didn't have to regain his feet. Turned the ball over. What a party pooper.
Just when they thought they could break the bagel, it wasn't to be.
I tell you what though, when you're up 57 points and you're still willing to chase back like that, that's the kind of, I tell you what, that's the kind of stuff Mike Friday will be looking for in his players and the ones that he wants to bring. Obviously, Peter V featured a lot for USA Sevens in recent times. Good player. So easy to be not. Oh, I was going to say it's so easy to be nonchalant as he just stabs a pretty average kick into touch.
And that is it. At last, there is relief for the Africa Lions. Once again, the USA team have hit 50, raising the metaphorical bat for the half century in a mighty impressive performance. And it's all heading towards that contest with the Fijians and the British Army side. Should be about 20 to 4 UK time. But that is a very, very impressive full-time score, 57-0.
Certainly looking like the team to beat, I think, at the moment, this USA Sevens team.
Yep.
They're just playing with a real fluency about them. Great tempo as well.
Yep, doing everything that they needed to do and more. And it was a very assured performance, really, in the way that they operated. The number of tries they ran in, I lost count, I think it was 9, 10, something like that. And what was also impressive was the determination and enthusiasm in their defensive roles as well.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep the standards up across the board there. Really delivering a performance. They've obviously set their standards pretty high coming into this one. And they weren't about to ease off. We talked a bit about fancy dress today. I'll tell you, the best dressed man in the house might be Robbie.
You reckon?
Yeah, I mean, he's putting us all to shame. He looks wonderful over there, and I think he's going to give us a bit more wonderful chat to go with his outfit.
Let's throw to man at CNA.
That's because I said nice things about your groins, wasn't it, Tom? All right, lovely stuff. Thank you very much indeed. My word, this USA side, when they get going, they are a force to be reckoned with. And Mike Friday, who's watching on in this stand somewhere this afternoon, is going to have his work cut out trying to select a decent squad in the next month or so. Now, forgive me, if you are a fan of 70s rock music, you're going to love the next couple of moments or so, because we have in the stand here Kiss, the iconic American band from the 70s. Of course, I know my stuff. Kiss, it's lovely to see you with the inflatables as well. Welcome to LIT7s London Sevens.
Thank you very much for having us.
Now, give us a little debrief on how the conversation went when you decided you're going to come to this event and you're going to come to it dressed as Kiss.
The lady at the end decided what our theme was going to be, so.
And why Kiss?
Heroes. We're guitar heroes.
Oh, it's in the game.
As in heroes, guitars, the theme. So we were going to be Cadbury's heroes, but we went guitar heroes.
Yep, makes total sense. That's fine. Did you know that Guitar Hero is sort of notoriously Sevens fans, I assume, yeah?
Absolutely. Slash is a big fan.
We've got a concert here in September.
Kiss are going to be here in September. Good stuff. Excellent. Well, Kiss, listen, lovely to be with you. I know that Tom Mitchell has always wanted Kiss to hand over to him, so would you just say we'll go up to our commentary team with Tom Mitchell?
After you.
No hands! After the commentary team. Say it. We're going up to the commentary team, I'm telling you.
We're going up to the commentary team with Tom. Okay, we're going up to the commentary team with Tom Mitchell and Simon Ward.
Well, it's only me, unfortunately, because Tom Mitchell has to have his break every now and then just to ease his weary body. But I'm delighted to be joined by Charlotte Wright-Haley from the Hammerheads as we see them getting things on the move already.
No blue.
I mean, they're looking pretty rampant already. Like, I'm excited to watch this game. I think it's going to be.
It's very
a real
fluid,
good
isn't it?
Yeah.
Interesting to see how this one plays out, especially with the way that their earlier game worked.
I know the girls are really up for it, so I'm looking forward.
Working position inside the 22. Oh, just the pass not quite accurate enough there.
Yeah, I mean, unfortunate knock on there from Kate, but I think the position that we're in at the moment is still good and can put a lot of pressure on them.
How familiar are you with the opposition when you play these tournaments, Charlotte? Because obviously we've talked, you know, there's a fair amount of invitation goes on around the circuit. But when you're looking at the Lionesses today, I mean, have you played against them before? Do you know any of their players?
So we did face them a few weeks prior in a tournament in Farnham, but if I'm being honest, they're looking pretty different to what we'd originally sort of played against. But I think the opportunity with these tournaments is there can be a lot of change. It's always so good to get around the sort of circuit.
Well, breaking away for the Lionesses is Nikita Provero. Good tackle.
Kate Alder, what a woman.
Wow, I thought I was just about to write down first try scored there. She looked like she had the legs on it, but great defence.
Don't sleep on them. They've got the fitness.
And now looking to get some width into their attack. Oh, and the break is on. And here is the first try. Charlotte is celebrating already. Well worked, that one, Charlotte.
Yeah, I mean, that's just grace there for her. She's with Bristol Bears currently, but she's got some unreal pace and some good attributes. Stunning try, actually.
A good team try finished off by Grace White. Of course, that opener was an impressive first 14 minutes for the Hammerheads, beating the Shoguns, representing the UK today, 27-5. So confidence, we know, is so important. Well, within any sport, but particularly with sevens, because it's so pressured, it's so concise. So the girls will be feeling good right now with the way that these opening exchanges have gone.
I think for sure. I mean, like, it's been a pretty jam-packed game already, and there's quite a long break between, you know, like the first and the second game. So that will be good just to blow off the cobwebs and sort of hopefully spare them on into the remaining minutes.
I mean, you've played a lot of sevens, I know. The downtime must be as awkward to manage as the game time, isn't it?
I mean, for sure, sometimes, like, you do find yourself sitting there like, oh, I can really start to feel the soreness. But I think it's about having that mentality switch, especially in a tournament that is so spread out. Like, it's about knowing what you need to get yourself riled back up for the game. You know, we've got all sorts of, like, energy gels, energy drinks, or just, like, the girls can have their quiet time, and we have a nice little, like, mobility club going just before the game. So I think there's definitely options there, but everyone's different.
Is there downtime and people get on their headphones and get some music, or do you not have time for that, in fact, during the course of the day?
No, we did have time for that, to be fair. We were just sat watching the Saracens-Gloucester game, so that was quite nice.
PWR still going. I think it's is it the last round today? I think looking at the teams that they put out, or is it penultimate?
Obviously, with Worcester unfortunately leaving the league, it left, like, some teams still have a game next week. Like, I know Ealing do, and so do Harlequins. Yeah. Not too sure on the other teams, but I'm sure we'll see.
You've got Sophie Shams in your lineup here today, haven't you? So she'll be hoping to get a run out next week, no doubt. Pass inside from. I've just got Julia as number 11. So tell me more about Julia.
Oh, I call her Jules. I don't know if she likes it or not, but can't help it. She's an absolute weapon. She plays for Czech Republic,
Oh, really?
They've just come back from a European leg in Krakow, I believe, where she plays some unreal rugby.
Crunch.
Like, honestly, she's got such great
Bind.
vision, like such great rugby mind, and she's built like a unit. Like, she can ship the ball, she can kick the ball, she can tackle.
Backwards.
Whole package, really.
The whole package from Czechoslovakia is what we love to hear, and that's what's great about the sevens circuit, or circuits, I should say. There's so many different countries producing such quality rugby players, both
That's a great
male
tackle there from
and
Kate.
female.
Not from
Door
there,
shut on this right-hand side from Kate Alder.
Jules also is really good working with our 9 tests. I know that they work together at Czech Republic, and they've got a great connection, and I think you can see it when they play.
I'm going to take a guess that I haven't got their surnames because it might be quite difficult to say.
I would like to confirm.
There's your mic.
Great to see them here at the first LIT7s
go.
London Sevens.
Thank you, but they need to go back.
Beautiful day for it too.
Isn't
Sun
it
is
just?
shining.
It's sweltering over this side. I was over the dark side earlier on in the
Tackle.
shade, and it got quite cold. But yeah,
I wish
beautiful
they'd
sun.
warn me about the sun. Being ginger and all, I've not had time to put my factor 50 on.
Do you struggle?
I do. I've been fortunate enough to work with Hammerheads a few times, and I've been just bullied by the sun, really.
Really? Yeah, a day for blocker in one half of the stadium and not thermals in the other. The break is on, but again,
Knock on.
the Lionesses unable to just stitch things together and put any stress, any duress on the Hammerheads defence.
I will say I
Less
may
than
be
30
slightly
seconds.
biased, but I think
Slightly, slightly.
it's
Go
just a
on.
little bit. But I do think, you know, the Hammerheads girls have got that really tight defence. Like, they're aggressive in D, and like they track
go,
really
please,
well. They
White.
work together.
Let's go.
Which I think is important. But I will say
Time
about
to
the
come.
Lionesses, like, I really enjoy their turn of pace. You know, I think that they can come off the blocks pretty
Crunch.
quickly and like make those things happen. It's just not coming together for them just quite yet.
Bind.
How long have the Hammerheads had leading up to this in camp, or however you set up for this? How familiar are you with each other, I suppose?
So I don't think this particular group have played together like yet, this 7 sort of circuit. However, you do obviously have a few of those connections that play together, whether it be at club or country. But like we have so we also have a Hammerheads team down at Bournemouth at the moment, and as I said, we've been in quite a few
Offside.
7s tournaments so far. So there are those connections starting to grow, but I think it's really exciting. Like, the players are so switched on that it doesn't take long for them to sort of come together.
No hands beyond the ball.
It's certainly showing well in these opening 7 and a bit minutes, working our way towards half time.
Great handoff.
Good, solid handoff around the corner.
This is what I mean about their turn of pace. Like, look at how much work she's just gone from there to get out the 22.
Yeah, Makeda Lewis doing so well, but ultimately just falling short, and the knock-on is going to precede the half-time whistle with just that solitary score on the board for the Hammerheads. Both teams had moments where they looked like they were finding flow, finding impetus in attack, but just that one score from Grace White on the scoreboard at the moment, and it'll be very interesting to see how the coaches set this up and how they work together. Who's your coach on the Hammerheads?
We have the wonderful Cara Brinkat, fellow Ealing player. She's real switched on, real good energy for the girls, and I think right now she'll probably just be telling them to sort of keep it calm, know that we're on the front foot, but maybe back to 0-0 at half time, and we need to keep applying that pressure, because ultimately every line break that they've made so far, we have cut them down, and I think that's like probably hats off to our defence for that. And I think
So there's
she'll
a security there.
Yeah, she'll try and reinforce that. But I mean, as I said, like, Lionesses can really hit the pedal going, so you never know what they're going to bring this second half, especially if they have fresh legs.
Yeah, so it's interesting to see how the coaches utilised the benches and to see what different attacking strategies they can operate within the group by using those subs from both sides, of course.
I mean, for sure, I think they call them super subs and energizers for a reason, don't they? They bring sort of that little bit of a kick that you need. coming into a
Which
second
league
half.
is that? Because we get finishers, we get subs, we get replacements, super subs and energizers. Energizers was a new one, but I understand it.
Yeah, I think it's actually like, I've heard it dependent on a team. Like sometimes they don't say like replacements. It will be like energizers. Like I think it's subjective to which team use it, if that makes sense.
Do you think it's for the players themselves?
I mean, potentially, or just maybe like a coach trying to switch up
Boost.
the name a little bit,
Yeah.
you know?
Yeah, no.
Subs can be quite boring.
Well, Eddie Jones brought on the finishers, didn't he, off his bench when he was in charge of England, but I couldn't see what the difference in a name made, unless it's to the psyche of the players themselves that are waiting to come on. But who knows? We see if we got any finishers, energizers, subs or replacements here that can make a difference.
I've
in
got
this
every faith.
One score
and there's
game.
one.
And the break is on from Holly Williams. And that's a great stride as well.
She's got some absolute gas and a great step, and she'll be 100% pleased with that. Exactly what we needed.
Yep, the way to start the second half. Perfect score, and well, Williams just given the hint of an opportunity and suddenly she was away. That was almost startling in the way that she moved. Kira Deer's able to add the extras. Oh, it's Kira Deeks. I beg pardon. I haven't read that properly. Tell me a bit about Holly Williams. You wrote it. Oh, that's your hand. You ought to be a doctor.
Sorry about that.
That's all right.
Holly Williams, yeah, I know she's a Richmond player and she's been on fire for them all season. Gets a good run out around there, and like for Hammerheads, she's been pretty consistent on the 7th season. That's Jazz Rampton breaking through.
Rampton away.
Great stride on her.
Being tracked, but she's going to get points on the board at last for the Lionesses. So a response from the Africa Lionesses to that Williams try, and suddenly there's a balance on the scoreboard.
I think so for sure. I mean, Jazz has got some absolute gas on her. You know, she came from Worcester Warriors, then she's now moved on to rugby league, but I know she's got experience with Jamaica 7s and Jamaica 15s, and she's a really class act when it comes to rugby, so it's no surprise from her making the breaks.
Yeah, Jazz Rampton, that's where I remember from, Worcester Warriors. I knew the name from somewhere. Yeah, well, it is very much so, isn't it? Very sad, but...
Knock on.
Oh, I know.
Yeah, I know you do. I know you do.
Here's your mark.
Went to America playing Premiership Rugby 7s in America for...
Yeah, she did. Yeah. I think she did it with her brother too. I know she really enjoyed it. She came back and she said she absolutely loved it. So
set.
Great opportunity, and it's clearly
Have
done
boots,
well for her.
will travel and make the most of it. Why not?
She does love a good travel, I will say. She's always jet setting, I promise you.
Well, suddenly the Lionesses have got a bit of wind in their sails right now.
Bit of a spring in their step.
Giselle Chico, or Chicot, it's brought down inside the 22, but bit of confidence in the play from the girls in blue. Lizzie Musa, and there's in for the second try. Well,
That's a really well worked try. I mean, she used some good footwork there, some good strength, and managed to bump off the tackles, but Hammerheads will want to catch that and sort of sharpen up on their tackles, I reckon.
yeah, well, the South African doing really well there to finish things off. She was part of it early doors, and the South African doing really well. Here she is. You can see her just having a look, cutting back in, staying strong in the contact to present the ball. In fact, strong enough to push the tacklers off, and then she went through. Plenty of experience in the game as well. Been at Richmond, Stade Rennais, Saracens, London Irish. So, just 4 points in it now, with the Hammerheads stuck inside their own half.
Oh, that is a great turnover. I'll give it to her.
Don't touch
As a flanker, absolutely love to see things like that. Straight over the ball, locked.
Oh, and here go the Lionesses back in front.
It's a well-worked try.
Well, what a score. I can't see who it is. I'm just looking to see, is it? Ah, yes, I beg pardon. I've just seen it's Liev Storman. The Dutch flanker doing really well, staying strong. And the Hammerheads just look a little bit shell-shocked from this retort from the Lionesses.
I think they've definitely maybe lost a bit of momentum. However, I have no doubt that the girls can bring it back. You know, they're fit, they're keen, they're really good athletes, so I'm sure they'll switch on.
The boot away.
Look at that chase. Oh!
And the chase and the bounce works.
That is an unreal take.
Julia from Czechoslovakia does everything that the Lionesses need. Now presents the ball as well.
You just need to work it here.
Got
Stay
width.
calm.
They've got numbers out wide to the left. Right hand pass with decent. Oh, cutting back. Julia's going and backing herself. And there is the Lionesses back in front.
And that is absolutely the magic that she brings. She's just got an eye for it. She's got the ability. You saw the kick and the chase there and the pickup, then the pickup from the floor.
We'll have time
Bam, straight back in. Well-deserved try.
Certainly was.
I will also add, I think it was a great chase from the rest of Hammerheads. You know,
Let's
support.
go.
Just so you get some brownie points when you get back over the other side. Is that what you mean?
No.
You fibber. Conversion doesn't quite manage to get there, so it's still a 4-point game, but this time it's the Hammerheads with their heads in front. And approaching last play of the day, this restart is going to be very, very important.
Yeah, absolutely vital. The girls need to bring the big hit straight off the bat, get under it, and absolutely challenge and put them on pressure. It's taken a lot for me to not scream right now.
Good. I'm pleased as you have a mic in hand.
I know.
That's a good positional restart, and the and the knock-on is going to give the Hammerheads the chance to tie this game out, you would think, inside the opposition 22.
I mean, this is a great position for the scrum. You know, it's centre field,
back, please,
options
Blue.
both sides. You've got pace on either wing. Chantal is a great distributor. So if we can keep this ball, I think it's a very exciting opportunity.
Presentation isn't all it could be, but it's picked up well and worked down onto this edge.
Tackle.
Tackle call is there, but nobody's stepping in as the feed. Now it's released.
I think there might have been an opportunity on blind there, but
no
hands. Keep the ball.
Molly Saunders round the corner, and there is
Gracie White.
the deciding try. She scored the first try for the Hammerheads in the first half. She scored the final try for the Hammerheads in the second, and that is game done.
It is a full circle moment. Well deserved. She's played well the whole game. Great work there from Gracie.
A conversion to finish, which is irrelevant anyway as the referee's whistle goes. It's the Hammerheads who've now gone 2 from 2, 27-5 against the Shoguns, and now 24-15 against the Lionesses. I'm guessing the camp, Charlotte, will be pretty happy right now.
Oh, for sure. I think they'll be very pleased with themselves. We knew that coming into it, this was going to be a tough game. We knew that they were going to push us, but you know, we stuck to our processes and we managed to get the win. Well dug deep from the team.
Yeah, there was some tests there, wasn't there? And some big tests that the Lionesses provided, particularly in the opening and middle of that second half. So more than anything, they'll be actually pleased with the determination to keep themselves in the game and push themselves back in front.
I mean, for sure, obviously it got really close to the end, but I think they just kept a calm head. They knew that they had the ability to do it, and they certainly showed it. Like 2 late tries and bam, we've got the win.
Of what you've seen, who's the biggest competition for you today?
side to start.
You haven't been able to look at the others, have you? Because you've been getting yourself ready. No, it's fair enough.
Sorry.
No, it's fair enough.
I did watch Lionesses last game though, and I thought like I really enjoyed the way that they spread the ball. And as I said, that turn of pace I thought was really like good. But if I'm being honest, I think I've only watched our pool because just of like the warm-up times.
Absolutely understandable.
Take my job very seriously.
You
you know?
do. I'm really pleased. Really pleased. Thank you for joining us. It's been really useful to get that insight from inside the camp. And as we keep saying, that the day is such an interesting schedule for players of actually understanding when they can turn off, because you can't keep wired up for the whole day, and being able to actually just relax as well. It's been great to have you, Charlotte Wright-Haley. Thank you very much for that. Let's get pitch side and hear what our man has to say. I think he's got a different top on, so he's towing the party line. Robbie?
The marketing team got on to me, and rightly so, gave me a top. So now me and Tom Mitchell are matching, I was going to say brothers, but we're not brothers. You're way too good looking.
That's nice. Yeah, we can go with that.
We go with brothers? Oh, let's go. Tom Mitchell's brother, everybody. Right, we're just going to have a little walk and talk. That was an interesting game. Sometimes in sevens, Tom, you have, because of the nature of the game, sometimes one team does just run away with it. But we had a nice tight game there, and I imagine playing in those is kind of why you play, right?
It is, and actually for the fans, it's nice to have both, because sometimes you want to see the games where one team is just scoring for fun and there's an absolute flood of tries, because that's exciting, right? And you get up and you cheer for the tries. But on the other side of it, when it's really close, it's tense, you just find yourself massively drawn in by the result. And no matter who you're supporting here, when the game's close, you can, you know, get fully into it. And the beauty of sevens, the fatiguing thing, and the thing that's crushing, by the way, if you're a player, is the emotional roller coaster that it is. You go through, you get the big wins, then you're in the close ones, then you get the loss, and you just got to be able to ride the whole thing.
And we've seen it's been pretty competitive throughout the day, actually. But one of the teams that has stood out for me in the men's competition especially is that USA side. Star-studded lineup. They've got those NAV7 players along with the development side as well. And Mike Friday is in the stands somewhere this afternoon. US head coach. He's got one hell of a job on his hands, isn't he?
Well, I actually just caught him at the back. I was just chatting to him, and I said, you take any of these lads with you? And I'm obviously not going to reveal what he said, but he's keeping a keen eye on.
What can you reveal that he said?
Yeah, what rubbish reporting. The thing is, he is here for a reason. He's not just here to enjoy a day out. He's here because the Madrid Sevens is next week. The USA Sevens are in the relegation playoff tournament. They have got a real job to do to ensure series survival for next season. So he's going to be selecting his best squad. And the players that are here playing for that USA representative side are trying to put their hands up. Of course, alongside that, the Olympics coming down the track, and that's the big one. Talking about coming down the track.
Yeah, this is. Let's maybe get the camera on this just for a second, if you can, Jacob. So we've got, you know, not just rugby that takes place here at Wimbledon this afternoon, also absolute chaos. The traffic cones we're going to go and say hello to at some point this afternoon. It is a fancy dress afternoon, and you can see Tom there feeding one beautifully, absolutely, into the bread basket there of one of the dinosaurs who runs across the line, and that was dramatic actually.
I mean, good service. I'd like to think the commentary would have been talking about the assist on that try from the dinosaur, but a good finish. Ran it on under the sticks and has done himself proud.
Can we just go on to, as well, I like that we've got the camera now on the traffic cones and the dinosaurs. So I'm going to try and overlay that with a little bit of serious rugby chat. I just want to go back to that US conversation about these players that want to try and put their hands up on a big stage here this afternoon. Sevens is an expressive game. Sevens is a game of freedom, right? But when you've got that pressure of a head coach looking on and you're looking for those higher honours, easy, I imagine, to get caught up and to just tense up that little bit and suddenly not express yourself as much as you would maybe like to.
Well, you absolutely nailed it, that sevens is a game of expression. So you know what, actually the key thing, I think, to impress a coach and to deliver at the top level is actually harnessing that expression and doing the basics really well. And for some of the top level players here, that is a challenge, because they might find that actually this is a slight step down, albeit a tiny one, from the World Series. And they might actually want to do too much. So actually for them the challenge is, can I just do the basics really well and deliver at the stuff that I know I need to do time and time again? And the expressive stuff, the highlights reel type stuff will take care of itself.
And from a mental perspective, I speak to sports stars, they often talk about things like breathing and how they go into games, trying to make sure that, yes, you're on that emotional high, which you need to be for rugby, but at the same time, making sure that you can take a step back, and when you're standing under the posts, when you've conceded a try, you take a deep breath in. Did you do stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely. A huge part of the game is psychological, and especially in a sevens tournament, it's not just during the 14 minutes where you have to try and regulate yourself and your emotions, because if you're playing for emotion all the time, chances are the decision making might not always be what you want it to be, but also between games. So the guys are having a bit of a break now. The guys and girls have got to come down, physically recover, but also mentally switch off. So their ability to park what's happened, whether that's gone well or not, and kind of just switch off from it all, not think too much about rugby, and kind of preserve some of that mental energy is what's important.
I like that you're distracted because we've got dinosaurs making their way over to us.
Yeah, it's very hard to concentrate on talking about the psychology of sport when I feel like I'm in a dream right now.
Let's see, should we see if we can have a chat? I don't know how this is going to work from a sound perspective, but let's see if we can have a chat to the dinosaurs. I'm just going to pull that down for you, sir. There we go. Who have we got with us this afternoon?
Toby Warren.
Toby Warren, lovely to meet you, Toby Warren. You look a little bit roasted in there, actually. It's a warm day. When you thought about the outfit, were you maybe imagining some kind of cooler day?
No, just fully committed to the cause, to be honest. Fully committed to the cause.
And were you one of those people that just won that race that was going on behind us, scored a try?
I was the one.
And do you have any kind of allegiance this afternoon? Any team, your team?
Benwell Crouch Rugby Club, back home in Essex. Big up them.
Yeah, big up them, absolutely. Well, you're looking absolutely resplendent this afternoon, team. Good stuff. Could you maybe, I think we can get you to do this, and you're just going to have to do it now. I want the three of you to dive across that line. Haven't signed a health and safety waiver, but it's fine. Dive across that line with your best try-scoring dives. Can we do that? Here we go. Towards the line. I want to see how dinosaurs maybe do some kind of Chris Ashton sort of swan dive, something like that. So here we go. They're going to run across the line. One of them has a ball in the hand. Don't worry about the other two. Let's see you coming across the line in 3, 2, 1. Right, run to the line and then you dive. Come on. Heads on. Oh, and there's kids getting involved as well. That's good. That's what we wanted. You got Tom Mitchell. Oh, that was good chaos. The camera missed there that Tom Mitchell has just floored one of them, not getting anywhere. And I'm not getting anywhere near that either. Good stuff, Tom. Did you have to get involved there? It was his big moment.
That's called a tackle jackal, Robbie, and you won't see a better example of it today.
Well, let's hope so. We've got a game coming up with a couple of sides. Fiji and New Zealand. Thank you, team, by the way. Your heads are sort of getting in the way a little bit. They're doing wonders for our lighting anyway. We'll leave them to do their thing. I want to get onto a bit of serious rugby chat. Two teams coming up, Fiji and New Zealand, that haven't won a game yet. Difficult, I imagine, for things to very quickly get away from you in a day like this where you've not won any games and suddenly you find yourself sort of looking down the barrel a little bit.
You do, and you have to just keep thinking of what you're playing for. And a lot of these teams actually will have other events that they'll be playing in the future, but also it's just about the day. I think you've got to tap into the enjoyment of it. You come out, you only get 14 minutes when you come out here. So the chance to just come out and make the most of it, make the best of it. Again, the distractions are everywhere here because now we've got kids racing dinosaurs and they're about to run into a team warming up. The jesters are out there warming up. This is what it's all about. We've got youngsters here. We've got guys having an absolute bubble in the fancy dress. By the way, we should definitely get those suits instead of the polos for next year. What do you think?
No.
Not keen?
No, it'd be too hot.
I don't know
how your hair would fit.
That's not the only downside, the temperature regulation, but what about the traffic cones?
I'm more up for a traffic cone. Okay. I think maybe bananas.
Yeah, we could do bananas. Yeah, I mean, the problem is you came looking very smart today. You look very well dressed. So I can see you've set a high bar. My bar's lower.
Stop it, you. Anyway, we're going to pan around. We've got a game coming up before too long, by the way, so we'll stop rambling. But this is what I love about these events. We can just pan around to all the kids that are taking part today. I love that, you know, sport is entertainment, and it's sevens events like today which really show that off. You've got the music playing, you've got loads of families and kids, and you've got fancy dress, and all the kids are here as well. It's what we love to see here at AFC Wimbledon this afternoon. I should say, by the way, if you have just joined us, you are very welcome. It is LIT7s, London Sevens, for the first ever time here at the home of AFC Wimbledon. We're around about halfway through the pool stages, so around about 7 games or so coming up across the men's and the women's competitions. So it's going to be an exciting one. Knockouts coming later for you as well. That'll include a plate semi-final and final, and also a cup semi-final and final for the men. And the women's competition will take place with the final and with the wooden spoon playoff as well. Only 4 teams in that women's competition, 8 in the men's competition. And they're playing for a prize pot of £10,000 this afternoon as well. So it's all action here at AFC Wimbledon. You're very, very welcome if you're joining us throughout the course of the afternoon. We're going to be back with your commentary team of Simon Ward very, very shortly. Don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to a sun-drenched AFC Wimbledon. It really has been a beautiful day here in southwest London, and we've seen some cracking rugby to boot. Two teams now who are still searching for that first win, that first victory, as we move into round 3. Fiji represented by Rugby for Heroes this afternoon.
Time on. Time to run.
Up against New Zealand, represented by Find Rugby now.
Scrum advantage.
Fiji, of course, in the white shirts, on the attack from the word go.
Advantage over.
Manasa Ravulu. Pancho, as he's called, trying to find a way through, getting the penalty call. Nowhere for Elio Jr. But now they get the try. And there we go. Just the score that the start that the Fijian side were looking for. It's certainly a very, very warm day, and be interested to see whether fatigue becomes a factor through the course of the rest of the day. No conversion for that one, but 5 healthy points for the Rugby for Heroes side.
Left, right.
Zakaria Vitukawalu gets his team the first reward for their attack. Scrappy play from the Fine Rugby Now team, forcing them back, and they've got to go from deep. Keeping the ball moving, that's good work from Ben Stevens. Plays for Rossendale Stags, the Kiwi, losing the ball there, and here come the Fiji side again. Nice little offload. Ball goes back to the try scorer for Tukawalu. Keeping their width out to the left. Little 1-2, not quite working. Scraps picked up by
Good steal.
Ngalikanu. And now the ball comes into the clutches of the opposition, and here we go. Foot race down the far side. Dennis, I thought it was Dennis Melander, it's not. Well, New Zealand are on the board and happy with their lot right now.
Good. Yeah, just
Important
just
for them psychologically to get their toe in the water as far as the score was concerned, but also keep tabs on this Fijian side. Good conversion. What a cracking conversion that was. So not only do they get on the board, but they get the lead as well. It was Noah Mataya.
Time to run, lads, okay? You get right.
Another Kiwi today. So, an early lead for the New Zealand outfit.
All back.
And they get the ball back as well.
Good steal.
Oh, just losing it though. Losing it in the contact. Rugby for Heroes penalised there, and here come the New Zealand side. The offload is good, and Ben Stevens will finish this off in this near corner. Second try in the bag for the Fine Rugby Now team. Well worked as well.
Can you hear me okay?
From the restart.
You can hear me all right?
Really sat up well for the team in black and green.
Yeah.
Just looking to see whether this wind is going to be a factor for Jack Bowyer. The
I've got someone.
Kick up from Clifton. Unable to find his target on that occasion, but having that very impressive opening conversion still means that his team have their noses in front at 12-5.
Scrum advantage. No advantage, knock on.
New Zealand outfit will just be glad to get 2 scores on the board. That's the first time they've done that today. Lost to the Shoguns 38-7 in their opener, and then lost to the Rambling Jesters 38-5 next time out. So 2 scores on the board for them. Fijian side lost to the Rambling Jesters 36-0.
Set!
Plus the Shoguns as well. Looks like we're being invaded. Come over this side, sir. Tommy, you coming up? Oh, are we? Okay. We have our little gantry that is now holding 3 grown men.
Leave it now.
Well, 2 of us plus Tommy. Right. Right. You can sort yourselves out. I'm watching the rugby. Release is there on this near side. No way through for Nakorivalu. And the break is there. Suddenly the door opens for Junior Korovuka. And the second try is there, and things are tied up. Well, potentially tied up, with the conversion still to come, of course.
Yeah.
Right, as we wait for the conversion, I'm going to hand over to the illustrious Mr. Mitchell, who's at least got a hat on now, so he's relieved that he's not going to get burnt. Who are we talking to?
Well, I've got the second best bucket hat up in the commentary gantry, because Quentin, who we fished out of the stands, Wardy, to come up and assess things from a different point of view. He's been in the front row on the other side, shouting abuse, I think, mostly, and analysing the game inside. He's told me he's an expert, so he's come up to share some of that with us. Quentin, thanks for coming up to join us, mate. Tell us a little bit about yourself. Where are you from?
I am from Auckland, New Zealand. I am absolutely abusing everyone from the stands. It's just expert commentary from the stands. I don't have any experts or anything like that, but I will shout whatever I want. I will, you guys ask me my opinion, I will abuse it, so what I mean?
Well, that's pretty much what we do up here, Wardy, anyway, isn't it? It's just say whatever we want and just hope that no one's listening. But you played a bit of rugby. You're here. You're wearing the Melbourne Storm jersey. Is that significant? You're a Melbourne Storm fan? The rugby league?
No, it's because my mum and dad went to Melbourne once, and then that's basically that. It's like they said they will buy me a jersey, and I was like, yeah, fuck yeah. Like, oh, sorry, apologies. I will buy a jersey from there.
Well, yeah. So apologies for the swearing, foul language. It's the Kiwi in him, I think. You can't get it out. What about being over here in the UK though? Have you been? Is this the only rugby you've got around to watch, or you've been getting around watching a fair bit of code?
No, I've watched this. I've watched a bit of sevens. As in other sevens. I've watched Twickenham last year. I've watched a bit of rugby league. You can watch a bit of everything really here. It's actually great code. I think it's just one of the best places in London to watch anything you want, really.
Love that. And did you play a bit of sevens back home? You're an Auckland boy. Did you play any sevens back there for North Harbour?
Yeah, a bit of North Harbour, North Coast Rugby League. Shout out. I love that place, and I will never stand up for it. I will always stand up for North Coast Rugby League. I will love it.
I hope that they're listening. I'm sure they are. You never know who's tuning in, and hello to everyone who is tuning in, who might be slightly confused about what's going on and what we're talking about. We've got Quentin, one of the fans up here in the stand.
who's going to give his mic back to Wardy so we can actually call some of the action up here. Quentin and I will just throw the mic back and forth to assess some of this.
Well, it's great that at last we've got a commentator up on the top of the stand. That's all I'm happy about. It's good width already from the New Zealand team. The step, start, go, not quite working there for Yosefa Taranga. But the opportunity is still there for his mates. And there it is, a very simple finish for Michiel van Koort. From the Dutch Premiership, we've got such a cosmopolitan mix. It's wonderful. It's like being home in New Zealand, isn't it?
Well, that's why we got Quentin up here, because we thought we needed a bit of variation up in the commentary box. Mate, this is team that have just scored. They're representing New Zealand. Just give us a bit of an idea, a bit of a serious question now, an idea of like how rugby lives and breathes down in New Zealand. What's the kind of culture around rugby down there?
Oh well, we don't represent it. We
are it.
We stride it. We love it. We represently bring it forward for everyone in New Zealand. We don't present New Zealand. We stride with New Zealand. We love New Zealand. We can't even apprehend New Zealand, how good New Zealand is. We just love how forward we stride with it.
Bobby's played a lot in Wellington Sevens and whatever. I did, well, last time I was there for any length of time was 2011 World Cup. And what a wonderful time that was. But it is innate, isn't it? Everybody in New Zealand is born and bred in rugby, mostly rugby union. I mean, the lady in the shop on the side street was telling me about to watch out for the tight head binding. And, you know, you look at that and go, yeah, okay. It's part of New Zealand life.
I will say that when I made my debut for England Sevens, which was in Wellington in 2012, it was one of our first warm-ups, and one of your fellow Kiwis did throw some beer over me. And maybe it was an accident, but it didn't feel like it at the time. It was a pretty serious crowd down there in Wellington. They're pretty
at
furious.
The bowl, at the tin,
the cake tin.
Cake tin.
Especially towards the English. I think maybe we got that everywhere, to be fair, other than at home. So, yeah, it was pretty ferocious on my debut. I was like, wow.
Is that normal that everybody hates England?
It depends where you're from, really. Like I think New Zealand should just appreciate where. Like if you're representing New Zealand, you should just appreciate it and throw cans, throw drinks. You just represent where you're from. Like honest to God, like if you're from Auckland, you represent Auckland. If you're from Wellington, you represent Wellington. I think you just represent where you're from and appreciate New Zealand in total. Like. I think it's just a general New Zealand culture. That's what I mean.
Is there anyone you're representing today that you want to give a quick shout out at home?
No one in particular, but like represent New Zealand in total.
No mates.
Norman no mates. We don't care. But if you're from New Zealand, up the wires. That's what I'm saying.
Quentin, it is great to have you up here. Oh, look at that break. That is a thing of beauty.
Quentin's inspired them.
He has, hasn't he? Dennis Melander, they're showing a fair old turn of pace. The Swedish international really seeing the door open and they're racing through it. And now surely New Zealand, in the form of fine rugby now, have got this game under wraps, you would think. Still plenty of time to go, of course. But the way that they've opened this second half, really dominating things. Impressive try.
Well, they're looking good, looking sharp.
Dentist time.
It's a bit of inspiration from the commentary box, I think.
Must
it's
be.
an all-international affair on the pitch and off the pitch now, Wardy. That's what we've conjured up.
Let's go,
and that's what we're mainly doing is keeping Quentin from his next pint, which I'm sure your mates have got waiting for you over there in the stands.
Cosmopolitan with a capital K. Unforced error from the restart. Maybe that will offer the Fiji side just a little glimpse of opportunity, maybe. Really haven't had the chance to show anything in this second half. Lovely little offload.
No.
Breakdown being contested. Straightener Oh, and that's a nice line. Good covering, though. No way for Yabaki to get through, but he's kept the ball there. They're going to look right, but they've got huge numbers out left. I'm not sure whether they're going to need an invitation. Little step go. Well, good work from the New Zealand team to reset their defence, recalibrate it, but the threat is still there. The pressure is still coming on. And the little trot through in the end from Samuel Isesi.
George, thanks, mate. Really good.
Gets some reward for the Rugby for Heroes team.
A naughty goosey to finish it. Quinton, have you got a goose in the locker?
Oh, absolutely. Only in touch teams warm-ups. That's all I'm saying. Anything else, no.
Well, hang on, you can't be a touch player. You told me that you do Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu now.
But then...
You haven't seen the way he plays touch.
Only warm-ups. Anything else, no.
Alex, check score for us, please.
You've got to draw your lines in the sand.
22-15.
With something. Right. It still looks like this game is in the control of the New Zealand team.
Wardy, I'm actually going to swap places. Quinton's going to stay here for the rest of the day, and I'm going to go and sit in the stands with his mates.
Standard.
All back.
Oh, that's good strength. Good work there from Sam Clark.
Hang on.
Newcastle boy.
Yes, yes. Yes.
Oh, that's it. Tom Mitchell goes for the catch from the kick, and as ever can't reach it, so that game is done. New Zealand get their first win of the day, 24-15, and it was all down to a very impressive opening after half-time, and that coincides with Quinton's appearance in the commentary box.
You sprinkled some stardust, mate. Unbelievable scenes.
Spray, spray, spray. Don't lay.
Okay, mate, that's enough of Quinton from the commentary box. We're going to send him. Thanks so much for joining us, mate. Enjoy the rest of your day. It's what it's all about down here at the LIT7s London 7s, having some fun, enjoying the rugby. Thanks for joining us, pal.
Thanks, Quinton. You did bring a parachute to get down, didn't you? Or ropes. Good to see you, mate. Enjoy the rest of the day. As we just work out the... Robbie? You all right? You there?
I'm here, yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I've got you. Go on, mate.
Good stuff. Right, that was good nonsense, team. We like that very much indeed. A big win that for New Zealand. And I'm joined by Elaine Gelman, who is the founder of LIT7s, so literally what is happening this afternoon, and also Find Rugby Now, which New Zealand are representing this afternoon. Elaine, lovely to see you. We were talking a little bit earlier on about the beauty of sevens and the way it brings people together. Find Rugby Now is the epitome of that. Tell us a bit about it.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Find Rugby Now is sort of created to allow players an opportunity to play at a higher level and also to just travel the world, meet people from different countries, and it's given me the opportunity to go to Hong Kong, Dubai, Amsterdam, all around the world, and it's wonderful to be able to give that opportunity to others, and Find Rugby Now does just that.
And we saw as well them taking on a Fiji side, which is representing the official charity partner of LIT7s London 7s, which is Rugby for Heroes. Again, another brilliant, brilliant organisation which essentially helps servicemen and women transition from military life back into civilian life.
Yes, absolutely. Yes, they've been our partners with this, and also across the LIT7 series as well, which is our Amateur 7 series. And yeah, it's a great group of guys and women who kind of have come together for a really great cause. And they have such a strong link with rugby, also with the military. So we've got the British Army here, and then we've got Rugby for Heroes. And the fancy dress theme of the day is heroes. So that's why you see superheroes, you see all kinds of different variations, but to honor that charity as well.
It's a brilliant thing, and we've got to ask you a bit about the day as a whole, as you are the founder of it. You were founded today. Congratulations. How's it been going so far?
Yeah, thank you very much. So we've been running sevens tournaments for 12 years now, which, you know, obviously a stadium event is a much bigger, you know, a version of what we've been doing for a while. But yeah, it's just fantastic to be here at the stadium, this caliber of players, you know, to see the crowds just enjoying themselves is just, you know, the icing on the cake. take. So thank you so much.
We're about to get swept up by two sides who are going to provide us with an absolute cracker this afternoon. We've got the United Kingdom taking on Ireland, represented by the Ramblin' Jesters. Both sides unbeaten. So this is not, if you're going to make a cup of tea this afternoon, don't do it now, for goodness sake. Let's get back up to our commentary team. Simon Ward, it is all yours.
Thank you, Robbie. Yeah, good to hear from Elaine. She really is a human dynamo in setting this up with her wonderful team to actually establish this so quickly in the matter of, what, 9-10 months, as soon as the Twickenham Sevens was off. And it's so important to find that support for a sport that is so fascinating and appealing to so many.
Yeah, I think particularly in this country, there is the risk that it dwindles away, but the amateur game's so strong, so much life and so much quality as well. And actually it needs these big events. It needs big in-stadium events where people can come in, have a great day out and watch some quality play. It's no secret that all the way through the game they're still trying to figure it out a little bit commercially, and just hope that tournaments like this, and Elaine has done a wonderful job of setting it up, will just go from strength to strength year on year. It's a great start to the LIT7s London Sevens.
So we've got the start to this game, and it should be a great game here as well. Shogun's representing the UK, and the Ramblin' Jesters from Ireland, having a chat with them last night upstairs at the launch in the lounge, and yeah, they were really looking forward to it. Hugo in particular, I had a chat with him, Hugo Ellaby, and the captain as well, Matt Bursey. And they have got some talent in this outfit. There's some Ireland Sevens players that have been there, seen it, and got most of the T-shirts.
Yeah, Tom Roach, just saw him on the ball earlier in this attack, and he has been class today. No surprise there. His brother tracking nicely with Ireland this season as well on the Sevens. Unbelievable second place finish in the series for Ireland, and they'll be going into Madrid next weekend to try and win the grand final. And Tom Roach has been part of that amazing Ireland Sevens journey.
Oh, it's wonderful, isn't it?
It's just fantastic, right from the bottom tier of European Sevens. And they've gone all the way, they've gone to the Olympics, and now second on the Sevens standings in the world.
Crouch.
Fantastic growth of a team, just shows what you can do.
And the women's team as well from Ireland, always been such wonderful characters and personalities, and oh yeah, it's such a story.
And knocking off their first gold medal this year in Perth, getting their first ever trophy. It's huge for the game. The Sevens girls doing the job, and obviously their 15s counterparts. There is a bit of crossover, but they're both doing very well.
Well, here's the Irish version as the break from, I was going to say Hugo Ellaby. I'm not sure that's Hugo in the 10 shirt, but we shall keep an eye. I think that's Edmund Anya actually, but yeah, I've just had that confirmed in my ear. So Edmund Anya with that break, and he has the pace certainly to threaten, as does Jack Rampton. We've seen already the Jamaica Sevens man showing what he's about, given the opportunity. Good hard carrying from the Shoguns, but the offload just not quite accurate enough. And here is a chance for the Ramblin' Jesters. The kick through from Roach. Anya, I'm not sure, has recovered enough from that last spurt.
Release!
Holds his man down in the tackle.
Release.
Yeah, I think Anya took a bump as well actually in the tackle right down here, and he just managed to dust himself off, but perhaps wasn't flying onto that kick. And you know what? Trouble for Shogun as well, just off screen there on the far side. It's Ricardo Duarte has gone down. Did a beautiful bit of footwork in that passage. He's now limping his way to the sideline, which is a concern. It's South African Sevens boy. He's made a tough stuff, but he's going to have a little break in this one and see if he can get some treatment.
Let's go.
Just a bit of breathing space as Duarte heads for some treatment.
Yeah, big gestures on the tan.
We're seeing it here today, and we've seen it on the Sevens circuit, the feel-good that is emanating through Irish rugby. And, you know, we've mentioned both men's and women's teams that have done so well and got so far, but, you know, you can see it in the Jesters, the way that they're working. They're just organised, and they have the belief. now being tested in defence.
Knock on first.
Yeah, they've got a great setup, actually, the Rambling Jesters. Been on the circuit for a long time. They travel internationally as well. Good outfit, some good people, really committed to the cause. Probably no more so than Mobsy, David Mob Smith, who's the director of this team in this program.
Great character as well, isn't he?
Coached down at Hampton School. So not a million miles from here, bit of a local man.
Maidenhead DOR as well I've got here. So again, just down that road. Coach Sevens with the Sweden women's outfit. Bercy just weighing up what to do and when to do it. Roach cuts back inside. Good D from the Shoguns, and there's a certain amount of testing out going on here.
This is tense, isn't it? It really feels like it's quite a little bit more cagey than some of the encounters we've seen so far. Teams starting to realise that, well, not only are these encounters a bit closer than some of the previous games, but also this is crunch time stuff, and the results count, the points count. I just wonder whether certain players play within themselves a little bit more, or maybe actually there's just a bit more fight about it.
Well, both unbeaten teams, of course, with the Shoguns defeating New Zealand and Fiji in their opening games. Rambling Jesters victorious against Fiji and New Zealand, and only conceding one try in both of those games. So defences have been good when they've been called into. Oh, that's a great take. Who was that? Morgan Shinafsky, I think. Burst down the side, and we're going to get the first try, are we? Yes, we are. Well, opportunity granted and opportunity taken.
Oh, it's a proper, efficient, good rugby score from Shogun. I think it's the Spanish pairing on that far side. Certainly, the dish-off was from Angel Borzal, the taller of the players. It was a really nice feed to put his teammate in the corner.
Well, we've had to wait best part of 6 minutes to get a score on the board. First score has gone to the Shoguns.
Left or right? Left.
Yeah.
Left or right?
It's Garcia, the Spanish Sevens player, showing his versatility and quality to get that first score on the board.
They've been definitely some of the best performers, not just for this team, but in the tournament so far. That Spanish pairing, Borzal, Garcia, they've been very, very sharp, very strong, good all-court players.
Well, Ireland have taken a slap in the face. What are they going to do? They certainly won't panic as Anya goes hunting up to halfway, looking to get that offload, but too many black and green shirts in the way. Quick transfer out from Ewan Fenley, plays just down the road at Ealing Trailfinders, also at Ruston Park, so knows this area fairly well, may even have walked here.
Onside.
There he is.
Oh,
yellow card coming in, and it's Edmund Anya who's going to sit out the next couple of minutes.
Oh, those moments are key. Games like this where it's super tight, only 5 points the difference. And the Jesters, Ireland, are going to have to play the next 2 minutes with 6 players. The aim here, normally the chat around this is, can you just keep the score down? Can you just defend them out? Make them work for the score.
You see the game clock working its way towards 8 minutes, so it may well be that it
set
works either side of half time. Fenley. Right, let's have a look and see what this defence is up to. There's Chidero Barna, former pro with Newcastle Falcons up in the northeast.
They got numbers right if they go.
Yeah, we've got a man hanging wide there. Bounce works. Garcia. Well, there's the half-time whistle, and that'll be a relief to the Irish boys right now, but a really tight, tense contest at 5-0, nothing in it.
Good bit of play from the Jesters, just to keep it down, just to 5 points. They're going to have to play the second half with 6. We're in a hell of a scrap here in this one. 2 really smart outfits going toe-to-toe. That's what we come for.
I could have sworn I seen quarter to it.
Heat is really picking up now, Tom. I mean, you've played in some fairly hot places throughout your sevens career. Is fatigue going to be a factor, do you feel?
It's kind of hard to pull that argument out down in southwest London in May, but you're
what
right.
are you implying?
We are here, and but there's a reason I went and put this obnoxious bucket hat on.
You're turning colour, that's all I'll say. No spray tan on you, mate.
No. Is it legit to go tops off in the commentary box?
No. Definitely not.
You got to even it out. No, but you're right. It is a warm day, and this is sort of still relatively early in the 7th season for some of these guys. They're coming off the back of potentially 15 seasons and the fatigue that carries with it. So,
does that crossover still happen, seriously? Because it used to be a thing where it didn't happen because sevens was such a specific sport.
Well, it does happen. I think probably less and less as the higher you go to the top level. But even at the top level, you have got players crossing over. I mean, more so in the women's game. And we've just heard about 2 very big names crossing over to Great Britain sevens for the women. Ellie Kildunn, Meg Jones. They've obviously been through the sevens program, so they know the sport, but they're still able to make the switch, you know, given the time to do the conditioning side of things. So it does happen. And a lot of
Monsieur Dupont.
Indeed, and look at him. I mean, what a rookie.
Just an incredible man, incredible player, and also a lovely man as well. I shall watch the Olympics with interest later on this year to see if he can have an impact on his home soil.
All right.
He did manage to help France win their first sevens title in 19 years.
19
Not single-handedly, but certainly made a difference. So there will be eyes on that France team for a medal this summer, no doubt about that.
Shogun working their way up to halfway. Stretching right. Got a man out here on the wing, Fenley. Now it works its way out to Garcia, tries scorer. Sonny Jardine, another Rosslyn Park man, instigates this move, and the cutback is there. And there is the second try on the board for the UK side. Well worked, well managed. I think that Seravatu has finished that one off. Yes, it is. Eku Seravatu gets a very important psychological score.
And that was a very good team score as well. They really worked the Jesters' defence. I think they probably had a bit of a half-time chat. They might just have to hold on to the ball, work a couple of phases if they have to. And out of all the teams here, they have probably looked the most cohesive. Really nice ability to play as a full 7, moving the ball width to width, recycling, supporting each other.
I mean, time was when you knew that when the left-hand pass was going to be involved, there wasn't going to be as much width as the other way, but that's a thing of the past, surely.
Yeah, those days are gone. I mean, the quality, the skill set that you'll see out here today is exceptional. Passing off both hands, kicking, and look at that for a restart. Case in point.
That's Ricardo Duarte, your mate's back on the park. And getting the penalty too.
Yeah, he really lit up in his debut season last year on sevens. Hasn't featured for South Africa for a good few tournaments this year, but undeniable quality. One of the best steps around on a sixpence.
And much like yourself, an absolute muscle pack.
No one's ever described me as that, Wardy. Certainly not these days.
I shall wait for the money to hit my account.
Set.
Good job I kept my shirt on in the commentary box, isn't it? To ruin your illusion.
He is, no, seriously, he is an absolute buzzball, isn't he? You look at him up close. Oh, that bounce of the ball just not quite working. Oh, the offload doesn't work either as Anya is back on the park now and able to intercept that pass from Jardine. Now here's an opportunity. Pass doesn't find his man though. And Mani Rayabu has to go back and reset things for the Rambling Jesters.
Language.
With that 2-score difference now, they've just got to be careful they don't force the pace too much. Still 4 minutes at least left on the clock. And as we know in sevens, that can quickly change, especially when the opposition are down a man.
Wow, that could be a huge turning point. This time Shogun, who are going to have to play Garcia. He was limping around a little bit underneath us, under our commentary position. I wonder if he just went for the lazy option on that, which picked up by the referee, and he sent him for 2 minutes on the naughty step. And here come the Jesters, straight up the middle.
Lovely arcing run. Foot race to finish. Oh, that's a great finish. What work from Oscar Stewart. Mr. Hollywood lives up to his nickname.
Well, it is big screen worthy from Stewart. Really nice scything run up the middle. And the extras, here we go. Game on. Don't go anywhere.
And that has really created a very different feel to this game.
It was nice work there. Keeping the ball alive was what did it. And there was a little dummy cut just off shot there, which checked the defender. And he had good wheels to finish it. Sparing dive of Angel Bursal to try and keep him out. It's a 3-point ball game, Wardy. Here we go.
Eyes down for a full house. This is going to be a fascinating last couple of minutes or so. Great take from Duarte. What hands, and off he goes. Fenley tries to get those legs going at this time of the match to suddenly get acceleration in, but the ball works, the ricochet works, and it's Charlie Coe, the Durham University student with plenty of nous and intelligence to be in the right place at the right time, and that is the lead restored as the Shogun outfit would have wanted.
Well, that was proficient work right from the word go. James Murphy is a pretty strong boy. He's lifting Duarte right above his head on the kickoff. That was about as textbook a receipt you could have asked for, and then they were off and running. Really good footwork across the board, and then the handling. And this is it. And they were just toying with the defence here. Really good presence of mind just to look for the support runners. It was dished off here. Murphy with the little one-hand pass. Not sure how much of a plan that was, but who cares? Charlie Coe on the receiving end, and he gets under the sticks for the 7.
Oh, that's a good take. And the breakaway is there. Nimani Rayabu pulled up just short. The support is there from his teammates. Can they finish things off and keep themselves in this? Boris Ames tries to shrug off the tackler. Penalty call is there for the Ramblers. All numbers out to the right. Give it is the call. I'm not sure whether that was from the crowd or teammates, but it wasn't given quickly enough. Oh, Roach finishes things off. A great dance from Roach, and that could be a fabulous 5 points.
What a few twinkling toes from Tommy Roach to finish it. They needed to get in the ball earlier. He was screaming for it out there. Yeah. Everyone had eyes for the try line, and they nearly messed it up. Conversion's a big one, but he's not made it.
19-12.
Right. Well, it's going to be a very interesting contest to finish with. We knew with 2 unbeaten teams in the matchup that this was going to be tight. It was cagey early on. Who's your pocket money on?
Well, I don't know. There's a few sticky pairs of hands there for the Jesters. Everyone wanted to win it.
Last play.
And certainly now, last play. We hear from the referee. Game on.
They aren't all backwards. Time is yours. Time is yours. Time is yours.
Well, Shogun happy to try and play it out. Penalty to the Irish. No, held up. Big defensive effort, and that's it.
Held up on the line.
And the Irish have just failed to get themselves back across the line in this one. A big matchup. Shogun staying strong, holding firm, and victors by 17 points to 12. I would suggest that's one of the best games we've seen so far, Tom.
What an absolute cracker, toe-to-toe, back and forth. Punches exchanged both ways. And in the end, Shogun, the UK side, just managing to hold out at the death.
Yeah, a very impressive performance from the Shogun outfit. So they are the team that stay unbeaten and will be heading for a final later on this afternoon. Both tournaments, of course, will be finished in one day. A big victory for Terry Sands and his group. Be interesting to see how the draw works out later on. If you want to join us, then look on the Tournify app. That's got all the results in there. Let's get back on the pitch with our man in his official kit now, Robbie.
Going to be a nail-biter. What a game at Plough Lane this afternoon. Those officials having their work cut out for a few moments there. And things are starting to heat up, aren't they? The closer we get to those knockout stages taking place later on this afternoon, the more everyone just tenses up a little bit, and the more those games and every point becomes very important indeed. And next up, we've got an absolute belter for you. Two sides taking on each other that have won one game, lost one game in the women's competition, and they're going to be trying to make sure that they're playing in the final later today and not the wooden spoon match. We have the United Kingdom represented again by Shogun taking on Africa represented by the Lionesses. By the way, if you are a bit of a sevens nerd and you're hearing me say Shogun Rugby and you're kind of thinking, who is that? Well, it used to be Samurai Rugby Football Club that was representing Shogun, but now it is Shogun Rugby. That is what they are called. They're a star-studded lineup. We spoke to Niamh Terry, the Welsh international, a little earlier on. Their invitational. We've had the likes of Rocky Clark, who was with us this afternoon, Maggie Alfonsi, Emily Scarrett have all played for Shogun in the past. So a star-studded lineup going to take to this pitch to take on Africa, the Lionesses, who are a side that had a lot of success in 2023. They won Melrose and Gibraltar Sevens, but are trying to find something here in 2024 as well. It's going to be an absolute belter. And by the way, watching on this afternoon, there are a few houses in the world that I think I'd call my dream house, but this might just be the one. Looking over a sports stadium, look up to these apartments in southwest London. What a beautiful place to spend a Saturday afternoon.
Excellent, well done. I was just good. Those people up there went in.
I know.
So welcome back as we move into the women's competition. Emily Hope will start this one between the Shoguns representing the UK and the Lionesses representing Africa in the blue shirts. Both teams won one, lost one. So this game will decide whether they're in credit at the end of the pool stages or not. And indeed, who then is going to be moving into the various finals that we've got. We saw the Shogun women beating the Netherlands 19-10. And the Lionesses struggling to get themselves going against the Hammerheads when we had Charlotte Wright-Haley with us.
Release, tackle release!
They want to get off to a good, confident start. Trying to work the missed pass to Prothero, but the accuracy not there, and a chance for Shogun to pick up the pieces. Alba Alpin making sure they've got control, but
Straight around the neck again.
yeah, just going a bit high, Prothero, on that occasion.
Good intent though, good hunger. She was trying to come through the ruck, and I like that, but it's just stray arm up over the shoulder. She's always going to be pinged by the referee. Very hot on anything up above the shoulder now. quite rightly. Oh, there's a good shot, goes in.
Released.
Tell you what, this Lionesses defence looked pretty hungry.
Yeah, they've certainly taken something out of that loss to the Hammerheads when they pushed back so hard in the second half and had the lead before the Hammerheads came back with 2 late tries to maybe inflate the scoreline a little bit, but some confidence gleaned from that particular matchup for the African team.
Interesting tactical play for the Lionesses in their attack in this one. The breakdown defensively so strong for Shogun in the last game. So they won't want to be taking too many breakdowns in this one, but they've got to worry about their D. First up, as Shogun come on the attack up the middle. Another high shot in there. That would be the 3 on the bounce.
Kat Richards staying strong in it, but getting the whistle pinged against her. Galdo losing the ball in the contact and just not taking enough care of it in the important place.
Karina's a talented young player. He's played over in the US and she actually coaches with UR7s, coaching academy that I work with as well. She's really enthusiastic about the game. Lovely person as well, Wardy, which is what we like.
Born in Florida, but with an Argentinian father, so had plenty of time over there at various stages in her life. Represented Canada at the 2021 Rugby League World Cup, so a lady of many parts and many skills. And Shogun's happy to move their defensive line up. The kick through. Bounce not quite working though.
That's a great spin. I tell you what a bit of mopping up that is. She's gone back, gathered, done a full 360 and absolutely got a team not only out of trouble, but they're also out on the attack now on that far edge. Bit of space.
Good game management from the Lionesses. No way through in the end. I think that was Bobby Hayward right out on that left flank. So 4 minutes gone and nothing on the board as yet.
This is a good opportunity to attack. Line out, forwards, wrapped in. Space for the backs to play with if they come. They're going to go down a cheeky one on the short side, down the 5 metre channel.
And now looking to get some width on it. Good offload. And it works very, very well as Megan Theocharis is there to finish things off. So great work from the halfbacks further infield to actually manipulate the Lionesses' defence and get that first score on the board.
Yeah, nice little trick play down the 5 metre channel. Suck that Lionesses' defence in really tight. And then spread the butter. I was calling
is that a technical term?
Yeah, it's for dishing the ball.
Spread the butter.
Here it comes. I was itching for it to come, and it was just a little bit slow getting there. It was Farbo with the dot down in the end. I just think that's frustrating, isn't it? When you're in loads of space on the edge and you're a winger. Oh, sorry.
I wasn't sure whether it was Theocharis or Farbo, and I think you're probably right. I would never argue.
Well, I'll be honest, I'm trying to ID through some sunglasses and on some numbers on shirts, which are ridiculously small.
They are, and I think you're right. It was Farbo, and now it's going to be Prothero. Anything you can do, I can do. Well, just about better, really. Great work from Nikita Prothero.
She deserves that as well. She's had real energy about her in this game so far. As we tick towards half-time, that's a pretty handy time to get on the scoreboard. And she's under the sticks.
And the successful conversion pushes the Lionesses into the lead. KDM will be very interested in that. She's one of her girls. Katie Daly-McLean up there at Sale Sharks.
Clean set of heels, really goes hard, good pace. And we talked about the dangers of having wheels in your side. Illustrated there wonderfully by Prothero. Now can they keep it out? Super tight game, defense going to be big.
And it's Prothero who steps up to provide the first bricks in the wall and gets the penalty. Great work. Quick take for the Lionesses now. They get the breakthrough. It's Liev Storman who's actually made the most of that. Quick tap, strong arms, and she's through.
That's time.
And that is an important score right at the end of this first half.
Yeah, Storman, experienced campaigner. She's played around at a few other tournaments. Gibraltar, Melrose. Great turnover at the beginning of this. It's a good shot. Prothero with the shot, makes a good read. Throws attacker to the ground. Look at the speed in there. Rewarded with the turnover and doesn't hang around. This is when you've got to strike. She taps and thinks, you know what? I'm going to do it all myself. Straight up the middle. Good fend. Good ball transfer. Great contact skills that have earned her a 7-pointer.
Yeah, the Dutch player doing really well then at a very important time. Big psychological plus for the Lionesses to get that try, to give them the 2-score buffer at the break with that 14-5 scoreline. But still, this match very much in the balance, and we've seen it so often today at the LIT7s, London 7s, where the first score of the second half can change the whole feel, not only of the scoreboard, but also of the team and the group.
Do you know what? It's a funny thing, and we're going to do a deep dive here, a psychology deep dive.
Should I sit down?
Yeah, steady, or just take a snooze. Yeah. Which harsh, but the psychology of momentum. I mean, it's not real, right? Because it doesn't really matter who scores at what time, objectively. The reality is we're all human beings and we experience things emotionally. So it feels like there's momentum one way or the other. But if we can tap in as when we're playing to that, the fact that it's not real, the fact that the thought of momentum, oh, we're under the pump here, it doesn't have to be that way because the next action is the next action. Are you with me? Have I lost you?
No, I'm with you. I'm just thinking, because always in the 15s game, we talk about the 5 minutes either side of half-time as being the coach killer and critical times. Is it because you sit and think about the difference for, well, 2 minutes in the 7s or 15 minutes, whatever, in the 15s? Is it because you actually sit down and don't actually think about what's, well, the positives, should we say?
Absolutely. And it's how we frame it. Absolutely. Psychology, sports psychology is all about how we frame these things. So if success, or if you think success is scoring tries, then you might not be getting it, but you might be doing all the other things just right.
Yeah. It's all ingredients in the mix, as they say. As Nikita Prothero again looks to have a real influence on this game.
You haven't released. 10.
Tom Mitchell's getting his banquet sorted out as he demanded. It's apparently in his contract, but
I only ever have my lunch served to me, Woody, at the commentary box.
I'm surprised they're not feeding it to you, let alone serving it to you.
That's your job, mate.
Yeah, oh yeah, good luck with that. You won't get much food if I'm feeding you.
You just keep feeding me some good lines on the mic and I'll be happy.
Nice, you are quality. I knew it was the right move getting you on the mic. Now, moves off the bench for Shogun. Your mate Jordan's on into the mix. Very experienced player, of course. Jordan Russell. With Gloucester Hartbury and Cheltenham Tigers. Good awareness from Kat Richards there.
It's a knock on.
It was a good chase back. I'm not sure the kick was the right option because it was actually Lewis was up hard, was dropping off already. So she easily made up the distance on the kick and she's quick. So we saw that with the try she scored earlier. And she easily won that foot race back, but the bounce of the ball did her dirty and it's resulted in a knock on. So actually it's a net gain for Shogun. Big short side here. Surely got to have a shoot down the short side.
Especially if you've got Kat Richards waiting to take the ball. We saw her pace earlier on in the day. There she is. Release out to this near side. Richards taking an awkward ball. That was a rib crusher. She knew that was coming. Kick doesn't work too well though for her. And here's that Prothero on the release. She did it in the first half. She's going to do it in the second. Big score for the Lionesses. And once again, it's come from Nikita Prothero.
Well, that's how you do it. You turn the ball over and then you go and punish them. That's how you stick the knife in. Really good.
Yeah, in line with me.
It's a good score from the Lionesses, and they've created a bit of distance on the scoreboard.
And again, what we were talking about at the turnaround, the psychology of scoring early and late in the first half, early in the second is big.
Oh, that's
that is a big score, right?
Absolutely, and it's off an error. It's a poor kick from Shogun, and then it was gathered nicely by Izzy Musa in the end. And she dished it off to the wheels. Is that the go-ahead score that's just going to put a bit of comfort in this Lionesses group, perhaps?
Awkward pass is going to cede possession back to the Lionesses now. Playing with a bit of confidence and a bit of security on the scoreboard makes all the difference, even with another 3 and a bit minutes to go. Good handoff from Adcock. Ooh. Going around the M25 to this one, but it's going to work. Oh no, into touch. Into touch. Touch judge in the right place. And we were in perfect position to make that call.
Touch before the ground.
Yep.
No
Officials
try.
getting it absolutely right. Good work from this touch judge on the near side. Looked for all money like there was going to be a security try there.
It was the skipper, Bobby Hayward, going number 25, going around the M25. As you said, Wardy. And I thought she was in. It's a really good scramble tackle. Because you think one more score from the Lionesses, and that might be too much distance to make up. As it stands, there's life in this game yet. If Shogun can get a score now, then there's definitely something to be salvaged.
Flat line.
Or even the victory.
Big pressure on this line out, that said. Defensive line out on their own 5-metre line. It works. And the pass doesn't. And
No.
Hang on, she's getting yellow card here. That's a bit tough when it's in the opposition dead ball area, isn't it?
Yeah, maybe, but actually in sevens, that is one of the rules, the laws that is probably refereed with a slightly different interpretation. Any sort of knock on or knock on in the tackle often is a yellow, because possession and opportunity can so easily turn into points no matter where you are on the pitch. Not massively surprised that the referees dished out the cheese on that occasion.
Fair point. Apologies, referee.
Don't worry, I used to complain all the time, Wardy, when I was simbing.
No, I could hear you. I was on commentary on the ref when you could hear you on the ref mic. Sir, do you think that?
Touch.
That's how it always started. Do you think that?
Just had to make some clarifications on occasion.
That's what a skipper's job is, right?
I'm not sure it was my job to sit on the 2-minute naughty step as many times as I did, but fair
Did
enough.
you get many?
Yeah, a lot. I actually think I've had more than any other player.
Really?
Yeah, James Rodwell and I. James Rodwell and I are very, very. We've been contesting that undesirable mantle for a while as to who's. I think it was actually Rodders in the end, was the worst disciplined player in that respect.
Rodders was so obvious because you could see him a mile off.
We'll take the knock
I did have a
off.
disciplinary once, because if you get 5 yellow cards in a season, you then have to have a disciplinary and you get banned. Not proud of it. They were nothing malicious. It was all just minor misdemeanors, most of which mistaken identity, Woody, I'm sure.
Yeah, of course.
I remember.
Yeah, Dan Bibby looks just like you.
We need a prop.
Actually, most of them probably were. He was one for skullduggery bits.
Well, he's a northern boy, isn't he?
Exactly. I remember sitting in the disciplinary with Simon Amor. Simon, he was a master in those scenarios.
Pog at his best.
Yeah, he was very, very good. Mostly because he'd been in a few of them himself.
Been there, seen it. Good work from Prothero. Nice little offload there. Just allowing the Lionesses to escape. Turnover.
Turnover's good, then we've got a knock on.
That's it. We're done with that game, and it's the Lionesses that have improved considerably and really deserving that victory. Working so hard. That lady there with 28 on her back, principal conductor of the way that music was played. Great work from Nikita Prothero, and an important victory as we head to the break. 21-5 for the Africa Lionesses, and they can enjoy a little bit of downtime now in the security. They have got more wins than losses in this particular tournament. Ricky Khan there, the coach, just conferring with his team and the opposition, and making sure that as they head for the ice baths, they can settle back and then work themselves away towards the final fixtures of today. Let's get down pitch side with Robbie. Robbie, who you got?
Well, I've got me, but I've also got a big old group of dancers that are going to be performing very, very shortly indeed. You can see that they're poised in the tunnel at the moment. They're going to be coming onto the hallowed turf here at Plough Lane. In fact, here they come, running on like a Sevens team themselves. They're going to do a performance for everyone that is here at Plough Lane this afternoon. Off of Britain's Got Talent are IMD Legion. Look at them there. They're going to be taking us through the next sort of 7 minutes or so. So we'll see what it is. I've never done any kind of dance commentary, and I've never been particularly close to a Strictly Come Dancing studio. But anyway, let's see how it's going to all plan out. I've been told in my ear to go and dance. That's probably not going to happen, but we'll see how this is going to play off. I know that Tom Mitchell, if rugby didn't take Tom Mitchell, he would have been in IMD Legion. It's his kind of thing. He's going to enjoy this very much indeed. And I think everyone here at Plough Lane who's had a good, they've been spoiled this afternoon. Some of the rugby on show has been absolutely scintillating. It's been a brilliant afternoon of rugby on the pitch, but for now we're just going to have a bit of entertainment. We said that Sevens is about that, isn't it? It's about the whole day, the whole experience. You get all the families in and the kids in, and it's all a bit of good fun, but you also have all the entertainment side as well, the music, fancy dress, and the dance performances taking place as well. So it's just going to break up the afternoon. We've got 3 games left in the pool stages. One of those is a women's game and 2 of them the men's games, and then it's all about the knockouts a little bit later on. So IMD Legion just breaking up the afternoon, and look at this for a beginning. This is the stuff of dreams, this. Well, Rugby Sevens is all about expressing yourself and finding ways to be creative, and that is the epitome of expressing yourself and being creative. Big up IMD Legion there, absolutely wonderful as they make their way off the pitch. Well done, everybody. Absolutely smashed it. That went as well as it could have, didn't it? Yep, plenty of head nods. Good stuff. Well done, everybody. Wonderful, wonderful stuff. Brilliant to see all those young people expressing themselves, and an excellent performance here at Plough Lane. Right, back onto the rugby before too long. As I said, we've got 3 games coming up left in the pool stages, and then it is going to be a case of the plate and the cup final and semi-finals for the men. And as for the women, because there's only 4 teams in the women's competition today, they have 1 final and 1 wooden spoon decider between the 3rd and 4th ranked teams as well. And coming up, we've got Africa against Jamaica in the men's competition. Now, this is going to be an interesting one because both sides have lost their 2 games so far today, so they're going to be looking for that all-important win. It is the Crocs taking on those Lions. Let's see how they're going to get on. Rugby here at Plough Lane. Off to your commentary team of Tom Mitchell, who would have enjoyed that performance, alongside Simon Ward.
There was a few shapes being cut up here, actually. Robbie, we were really going for it up in the commentary box, alongside having a bit of a snack. It was called multitasking, and it wasn't pretty.
Well, one of the tasks is breathing, so I'm very limited for the 2nd or 3rd.
You fancy yourself on the dance floor, Woody?
Used to be in the West End, mate.
Of course, how can I forget?
15 years in the West End getting paid to do it.
You're a pro.
I wouldn't go that far. So yes.
What kind of, no, let's keep on this before you try and move on.
I
I
knew
can
this
see.
was a mistake.
No, because I've never had the chance to talk to you about this properly, and this is it turns out. What was your thing?
Musicals mostly. I was in the world premiere of Sunset Boulevard, of Miss Saigon, of West Side, well, not world premiere, West Side Story, 7 Brides, I mean, loads of them.
I think I knew this, and I'm now asking the question, why weren't you out there doing a bit of halftime entertainment?
Because somebody has got to actually write down the scores. And we've got 2 teams now, with the Lions against Jamaica, who are yet to taste a win, and there is an early yellow card there for Lloyd Anderson. So, immediate pressure on the team in black.
Yeah, it's a tough start, and I think this will have been the game they were targeting. They said after game 1 that wasn't really a game they were targeting. I think they've realised, you know, where they're at and what some of their limitations might be as a group and where they're at in their journey. So I suspect this game would have been one they wanted to go after, but they're going to have to go after it with 6 players and against a few extras because the physios are caught on the field.
Hit the physio, tackle, woman, tackle.
Go on.
Almost.
They actually hindered her team's attack there.
The Lionesses running a blocking line, I think it's fair to say. And are going big time to try and make the most of the man advantage for a couple of minutes. Looking to get early width on it. Wrapped up is Kieran Roberts. Plays in Portugal in the top 10 Honra division. Like we keep saying, a very cosmopolitan group.
The beauty of it, isn't it, Woody? I mean, that's what Sevens is about, right from the bottom to the top level. It's a mixture, a beautiful collaboration of cultures and people coming from different backgrounds, different styles of play, the works, and throwing it all into a melting pot. And on this occasion, the melting pot is here at Plough Lane, AFC Wimbledon's ground, the LIT7s, London Sevens. And it is just something that makes the game so special.
Poetry supplied by Oxford Blue, Tom Mitchell. Lovely, accurate description of the appeal of Sevens for so many people. Doesn't matter where the Sevens is being played most of the time, it's just the mix of people, the social maelstrom of individuals that make up this this wonderful sport.
Crouch.
And yes, of course, it's played at an elite level in a different way, which Bobby, you know better than anybody, but it's the whole mix all the way down.
And do you know what? That's something that I think does permeate from bottom to top is that recognition that you're kind of all in it together. And as ferocious as the competition is, here today, out on the Sevens series at the top level, they'll all be behind closed doors here, having a laugh in the change with each other, having a chat around, you know, the food hall or wherever it is, and they'll be making mates with opposition players.
Jake
Perhaps not
Atwell.
here during the 14 minutes, Wardy.
Jake Atwell waiting for the support, getting it in the end, but the ball thrown a bit loose while Atwell throws the dummy before trying to see what it is, and in the end we get over the line and it's Joe Achanda. The Mamba is in the building.
That's a good finish. No one was going to stop him from there.
Make sure you maintain a bit of space. You might cause issues.
He plays for Eton Manor. That's against one of my son's oppositions, Southend Saxons, champions of whatever it was, Regional 2 Anglia. And Eton Manor were one of their big competitors. In fact, Southend finished off in grand style at Twickenham 2-3 weeks ago and won the Papa John's Cup as well. So had the unusual distinction of both first and second 15s doing the league and cup double. Dear diary. So first points on the board for the Lions.
Hi. Back 10. Play on.
Oh, play on. Handbrake is off. And away they go. Aaron Lowe gets the offload in, and that is an immediate response and retort from Jamaica. Very important for them, for their psyche, that they hit back early and didn't allow that score to fester, for want of a better word. Was it Jordan Sullivan-Warner, I think, was up in support? Good work on that right-hand side.
Yeah, really nice. It was off the quick tap. Aaron Lowe went hard, and then Sullivan-Warner in support. Nice little wraparound play. I want to get the extras here. Once again, Woody, I think we're going to be spoiled with a tight encounter in this one. It really seems like the dials just switched a little bit in this tournament. Really toe-to-toe. Look at this. Nice little one-handed, dished it off on a silver platter. And then coming around the corner, all the way out in to score the try. Sullivan-Warner, good finish. Here come Jamaica. They haven't really found their groove today. They're looking good for this one.
Only scored a try in each of their opening 2 matches, although of course they got that opening try, if you were with us earlier on, against the British Army. Ultimately didn't come to anything, but just need to get a bit of confidence, a bit of momentum, galvanise the belief. And now they've got the chance to mount an attack from inside the opposition 22. Going short to the front to Sullivan-Warner. Now they look to get the width back to full 7 with the return of Lloyd Anderson. Oh, a slap off from Joseph Parks. Parks is a big man, strong man, trying to get the leg drive going. Numbers are all out to the left. They take the penalty. Quick tap. Oh, just skidding to a halt.
Not 10 metres.
Oh, yellow card.
Move away.
Jamaica have had a yellow card. Now the Lions are going to have a yellow as well.
Just wait.
So Kieran Roberts sent to the naughty boy step. So big opportunity here for Jamaica. An easy run in the end for Luke McNally-Drew, and making the most of the opportunity. Critical.
Seeing a few yellow cards just trickle in. The ill discipline ramping up as the fatigue grows across this day today. Start making bad decisions a lot of the time when you're tired and when you want it more as well. You start feeling the pump of the results.
And McNally-Drew with a lovely conversion of his own try as well to maximise that. And that is a critical 2 points, of course, because it means it's a 2-score buffer now for his team.
Let's go.
Or did I miss? There was a conversion, I think, from the Lions. So it may still be a 1-score, but a big plus. Aaron Lowe taps it through. That's a brilliant take from Sullivan-Warner. Aaron Lowe beginning to be more and more influential within this Jamaica team now. Seems to be the catalyst for a lot of things that are going on in attack.
Legal
Counter-up
turnover,
works
good
though for
counter.
the Lions. Man out here. If they get it to him.
How many balls do we need?
Good defensive work.
Sam, Toby,
Just holding
whatever.
Jack Smith up.
Billy, Sam. Legal turnover. Let go blue. Child, twin.
That's a great turnover. What good scramble.
That is time for
Really,
half-time.
really nice.
Sam,
It was the chase back,
Toby,
and he didn't let him go.
Whatever your name is. How many balls do we need? Pass and ball.
Well,
pass and
that's
ball,
half
pass and ball,
time.
pass and ball.
14-7 puts Jamaica up in front at half time for the first time in today's contest. And well, we talked about the psychology of scoring just before the break. That is a big score for the men in black, and they will now be looking to utilise it and solidify, should I say, that lead, if at all possible.
One of the things that I mentioned earlier that has been their downfall a little bit in games so far is their inability to maintain possession. Actually, when you're in the lead, even more so the case, because you can control the game now. You got the ball, the opposition ain't scoring, so can they just work with each other, keep the support play going, maybe adjust the decision making slightly so that they keep hold of the 50-50s.
And the Jamaica boy from Eton Manor, there's one in each side. Aaron Lowe could be critical in that. Fly off in the 15s game. Played for Jamaica 15s and 7s, twice played in the Challenger series. So an experienced operator in this format of the game, and becoming far more influential with every minute that seems to pass.
Yeah, the Challenger Series is the second tier of international rugby sevens, and I tell you what, the quality in the Challenger Series now is exceptional, and it's dialed up a notch because there is the opportunity for those Challenger teams to come up to the top tier on the sevens. Next weekend in Madrid is a playoff. The top 4 teams from the Challenger this year play against the bottom 4 teams from the sevens, and whoever finishes the top of that pile, the top 4 teams, will be at the top level next year.
Interesting times in the world of sevens rugby. The Lions now back up to 7. So even Stevens, there's Lowe using that strength to get up over halfway. Loading up to the right with McNally Drew. Halfback does so well, gets the offload in. And there is what must be the critical score. The trouble is, I don't know his name because I haven't got a number 3 on my sheet, but he's scored before and he's scored again. It could well be Mark Cotton, but a big, important 5-pointer. Surely it will be a 7-pointer, and that must surely tip the scales now firmly in the direction of the Jamaica UK Crocs. Extras added, and now they will feel that they can really do something.
I'll just wait till he gets off, that's all right.
Well, trying to get the team's attention to find out who the try scorer is, to due respect, but unfortunately unable to get that message across. And here goes another one, and that is game, set and match, as it should be, I suppose, in Wimbledon.
That was a good try.
This time we do know it's Akil Smith,
Sorry.
and that was a gift from the Moseley man. Really, really was.
Well, that is clinical stuff. And although there is a fair bit of time left in this game, look at the scoreboard. Looking really strong. They've just found their groove in this one a little bit. Definitely had a bit more pill.
Who's the number 3? Then number 3. We haven't got it. It's not off, don't worry. Yeah, we'll have to get Poirot onto searching out the number 3
Just over 4
for
minutes.
the Jamaica UK Crocs. We'll try and get somebody on the case. Right now, though, it's a result that they will be more than happy with. First time they've registered more than one try in the game, and they really have made the most of opportunities as Aaron Watkins goes a-wandering. Counter-rucking is good. Watkins can't believe the referee's call, but it's all going one way right now.
Do you know what? Akil Smith has been putting in shots today. He's located his shoulder into a couple of sets of ribs.
Play on.
Ricochet works as well. Alexander Barrett picking up that unexpected opportunity for possession. Tap not quite working there to release Jordan Sullivan-Warner. Tired legs now, Jake. Well, just wondering where's best to send the ball to. In the end, has to try for some hard yards.
Oi. Sit down.
No break there for Alex Gibbon, but the ball's still there for his team. The Lions desperate to get something on the board. Since opening the scoring in this game, they've had to watch the Jamaicans run in 4 tries.
I like this call from Jamaica, sitting pretty, 21 points ahead, calling for the scrum, just slowing it down. And this is nothing more frustrating when you're behind and you've got to take at least 30 seconds to set the scrum. A couple of subs as well. This is going to take all the heat out of the game.
You good?
Good to see we've got some challenges going on, should we say?
It's a competitive bunch.
Oh, isn't it? Isn't
The
it?
LIT7s, London 7s.
Set.
On and off the pitch.
Advantage, leaving early.
Penalty call is there. Lowe doesn't want it. He's kicked it. Doesn't matter. When you're 6'4", it's going to fall into your basket, right? And everything is falling into the Jamaican basket right now. Happy days for those in the black, yellow and green. Really working so well now.
Well, it's starting to look a little bit like a celebration out there for the Jamaican guys. We saw them drinking their social seltzers in the stands. There's a party on the pitch as well. And that's just reward for Lowe. I think he's been so good. We talked about how pivotal he's been in this performance.
Yep, into the last rites of this one, and since that opening score, it's been all about Jamaica. They really have worked so well and so hard. Structure seems to have fallen into place as well for them. What can the Lions do? Ah, good tackle. Yes, come on is the call from Chris McIntosh, the Dings Crusader man. Making sure that the resolve and resolution is not diminished in these last moments.
Love to see that. The boys are fired up. They got the W. And they're feeling good about it. They want to finish strong here. This might be the last play, the last attack. Their attack set deep.
Crouch.
Feed. Luke McNally Drew's going to feed from this near side. Can they finish? Put a cherry on the top of the cake here.
Reset. Crouch.
That depth you can see in that back line, that just allows them to have a big run up.
Set.
So they try and get some speed up and maybe play around in the midfield.
Just looking there, Alexander Barwick didn't know whether the ball was in his pocket or not. Tries to get the offload in, but it floats forward. And that is it. Well, Jamaica celebrate their first win of the day, 33-7. Happy days for them. Let's get over to pitch side and see if Robbie's having some happy days as well. Robbie?
I'm having some very happy days. Not quite pitch side, more party side here. I've come into the, well, what is basically the party stand here at Plough Lane. And we mentioned earlier on that fancy dress is a big part of Sevens, and today the theme is heroes. We've got plenty of heroes around. We've had our Batmans, we've had Captain America's. Look at this, looking excellent, sir. How's your day going so far?
Oh, it's unbelievable. Sun is shining. Very happy to be here.
Captain America, what are the similarities between you and real life Captain America?
Absolutely nothing.
Nothing at all?
Nothing at all.
What's your name?
Jack.
It's a pleasure meeting you, Jack. Good stuff. Enjoy the rest of your day. Right, we're going to come and say hello. Oh, here we go. This is something I haven't seen for a while. Look at it. It's the 118ers. And don't you all look sober. It's lovely to see you. I'm going to come in here and just grab a word. There we go. Hello, everybody. How's your day going?
It's going fucking brilliantly.
Okay, apologies for that. You can't see that language, but anyway, in a nice, friendly way.
It's been going very, very well. And we got here, we won a boat race, we've made some great mates along the way. Sun's out, sun is shining. You can't ask for much more.
I don't think you can. Are you a rugby club? Are you a group? How do you all know each other?
So we played rugby, and then we were mates of his lot, and then we all came together, and we've all been come down here, and then we met those behind us that helped us win the boat race. It's just a community of the rugby in it, really.
It's good, but I'm confused about what boat race. What are you talking about?
The boat race where 10 of us, 118, and then 10 of those losers down there got a team together, and you had to down a can as fast as you could. And we have prevailed.
Well done, everybody. You wanted a cheer from everyone there, didn't you? Well, it's lovely to see you. Good stuff. Excellent. I've just stepped on someone's beer. Apologies about that. Right, let's see down here who we can find. There we go. Some 118ers eating there. Not quite the team players, are we? But anyway, right, it's a little quieter down here. I want to go and say hello to the Hawaiian shirts just very quickly before this game kicks off, because I'm intrigued about Hawaiian shirts. I don't know. This is something, have a conversation with, I don't know, whoever you're watching this with, or text a pal about whether or not Hawaiian shirts are fancy dress or not. Hello, everyone. I'm going to come and say hello. The theme is fancy dress this afternoon, but is Hawaiian shirts, does this count as fancy dress? What are we saying?
I would say we're superheroes on vacation.
Oh, so you're sort of in disguise.
Yes. We wanted to have a different theme.
Oh, I see. Oh, it's good stuff. And how do you all know each other? What's the vibe here?
We all work together.
Oh, doing what?
We work in drinks.
Of course they work in drinks. Of course they work in drinks. Good stuff. Have a good afternoon, everybody. Brilliant stuff. Right, two teams unbeaten so far in this competition, about to go head-to-head. Let's hand back to our commentary team.
That David Bedford always had a potty mouth, didn't he? Well, we've got the game that I've personally been looking forward to most of all today, I think. Two teams that have shown so well. Different styles, but certainly so forceful and so impressive. High tackle call. USA.
Over the shoulder.
Nav 7s and development 7s in the white.
Scrum.
And the British Army representing Great Britain in the red.
Peter V starting off there for the USA side. Exactly as he'd hoped to go on. He's really looked like the outstanding player in this outfit. No surprise there, given his current form and current presence in the USA Eagles team on the top tier of Rugby Sevens, the Sevens series. Showing his pace there and his elusiveness as a runner. And he's lurking in behind this scrum, itching to get his hands on the ball again.
Round the corner.
Happy?
Goes Peter Seo Jr. And there is the first try. Nice finish in the corner. Sorting out some of the numbers. Apologies if we've had slight misinformation leading into some of the USA games. Just correcting. Thanks to Mike Friday for his help in that. Always good to have you watching, Geese.
We've got a nice blend this squad. We've got a shot a few of the players there. Semifinal making his way back to halfway. And then the man to make their kick, Peter Seo Jr., who also had a hand in setting that up. You've got the smaller statured guys coupled with some real power runners. And that's a lovely blend to have. We can see it here in the replay. Peter Seo Jr. running back round. Look at that, just asking constant questions of the defence, and the offload to boot. to his big pal Moala on the edge.
Well, some massive units in both setups. Tap tackle just bringing down Rupeni Rokadanguni. Fiji keen to keep things moving. Put the USA defence under a bit of duress. Okamothe. Ravuvu off to Varimi.
Tackle!
Over the 22. Go looking around the corners, Rokadanguni. Gets the offload in. Oh, there! It helps when you're 6'13", I guess. Just to have that extension and get Fiji on the board. The British Army, I should say. I think that's Nyangi. Yeah, it is. Voroan Nyangi gets his try in this game that will tie things up. Conversion, of course, still to come from Vunivasileu. Just running out of juice short, but 5 points apiece.
Oh, they look up for it. And it was the offloading game. No surprise there. And I tell you what, there's a sneaky little clear out on this breakdown. They clear beyond and keep going. There we go. And that might have been a little cheeky assist, but take nothing away from the finish. Wonderful effort and grip on the ball to get there.
Quick tap from Santos. And they go around the corner with Wenling. Wenling, good strength through one, through two. Can't get the offload in, but the ball is presented well. Just at the key moment, the knock forward stymies that flow. Tim Stanfield, I think it was, experienced operator Stanfield, just having the finger pointed at him.
Well, what a run from Wenling. No one could chop him down. He's probably punches above his weight.
Fine!
Very strong on that occasion, shifting at some speed as well.
Set!
They just a bit of inaccuracy at the breakdown. Maybe the first time they've really been tested, this USA outfit so far. Let's see how they can respond.
Well, certainly we're to expect tries. The Army have averaged 32.5 points in their opening two games. The USA team have averaged 53.5. So the two most prominent attacking forces within the men's tournament, certainly. Lovely little step. Benuve working well with Rokamothe. Out it goes. Onto that right wing. Quick presentation and suddenly it's spinning back left. Tuleli changes the direction. Oh, good defence. Just as I said that, the step was great from Vunivasileu. Great balance to be able to stop on a sixpence there and then wait for the tackler to lose his balance so that he could get the lead with that second try.
And how about a bit of the work in the build-up from Lameki to Lele? Really, really nice. Just the change of direction, moving at pace. It defies physics a lot of the time. It makes my knees hurt watching it, if I'm honest. It's unbelievable strength and stability to do what these guys are doing out there.
Oh, bouncing off the post, Vunivasileu unable to complete the 7-point haul, but they'll be happy with that lead.
This is it, it's the change direction. Defence shifting across, worried about the space on the edge, and then it's a great pickup. Oh, the fend on a big man as well. Not used to getting that treatment, Ryan Santos. And he's going to take a seat on the bench off the back of it as well. It's never a nice thing.
They'll be smarting at that phase of play, as the USA will be smarting at the scoreboard right now, but plenty of time to go.
Tackle!
While rescues things. whizzed out by Camerata. And now the foot race down that left flank. Offload is inside the Stanfield. Stanfield brought down just, but
not held.
Well, not held, said the referee, so able to play on, and it's Camerata who picks up the loose ball. Ryan Camerata doing the job for his team. The Philadelphia man able to get the score on the board and to tie things up once again.
It's quick.
Wow. How about the pace, the power? This is unbelievable from both teams here. We're being treated to an absolute display of athleticism. And the speed of the play. I mean, it's hard to keep up.
About 10 seconds.
It feels like a final before the final's due, doesn't it?
A little bit.
The way that these two are working at each other. Oh, unlucky with the conversion. But there's not a paper's width between these two teams at the turnaround. 10 points apiece. The British Army and the NAV7s USA development having fun in the sun here at the AFC Wimbledon ground. It is upper level, Tom, isn't it? Seriously, it is quite brilliant sevens at times.
Really, really good. And it's what happens when you put top quality players, put them in some teams together, and you give them something to play for. Especially when you play on a decent track. We haven't really mentioned the turf, but it looks like a lovely surface to play on down there. The football club do allow, it's not the first rugby to have been played here, Wardy, of course.
Is it not?
London Broncos Rugby League.
Of course.
Play down here.
Yeah, I've forgotten.
And they'll be playing here tomorrow. But it's the first time sevens has been played out here, and I tell you what a spot.
Yeah,
for a bit of running rugby.
Yeah, it's great. And I love the stadium. It feels like I don't know whether you've been to the Brentford Community Stadium, but it feels like a slightly smaller version of that. And it's hidden away. You can't see it from the main road. You have to look for the AFC Wimbledon sign to realise it's here. It's wonderful. Love it. Right. Second 7 minutes with it all to play for. 2 tries apiece. This is going to be very interesting. Lance Williams on this near side with Corey Jones.
Corey Jones just shouting "mouse in the house." I don't know what that means.
That's a
code
code
I think
call.
He wants it.
That's a code call. It's not gone to him. Soft work from Nanova, and suddenly the break is there. Away goes Lemeki Tuleli. And that is the perfect start for the men in red. Just what they needed. Big psychological plus, and it's come from the USA restart.
Yeah, restart big. The thing is, what they did there was compete fully. They sent players beyond the kickoff. It meant there's no safety net in behind, so when the ball dropped to Tuleli, he had a straight track to the try line.
It makes you wonder, with your coaching hat on, whether that kick was in the right place, because the attacking line wasn't set there at all, was it?
Well, I'm not sure that's where they intended the kick. Didn't look to come super true off the bounce. Lance Williams was on the chase, and he was drawn into the contest. And I think it was the chasers around him needed to probably squeeze in a little bit more. It all happened so fast, but the detail that will be analysed around the kickoff is massive, because it's such a key part of the game.
And here's another one. This time with the Army in front. Safe take from the USA team as it's moved out by Camerata once again to the ever-willing clutches of Corey Jones. That's good pressure from the red line at the moment. Stanfield happy to let the ball bounce through to Camerata. Jones is hanging out. Camerata hoping he was going to work a scissors there. It didn't happen. Going to have to be careful. Stanfield. Karflik, the second, struggling in the contact, but the ball is still there and he's able to release it out to Stanfield Jones. Little backdoor pass, but doesn't open the door for Camerata this time.
They're just probing here, they're keeping the ball well, just waiting for the opportunity. It could be on this far side.
McNutt releases. They have to work themselves back inside somehow. Nowhere through there for Lance Williams.
Advantage.
Advantage call there for the
over.
USA. Stanfield. Good width on the passes. Jones throws wide. Williams. Good balance from the big man. And good strength as well with the handoff. Can he go all the way?
Did you see that, Tom?
Good finish as well. Finished by Gabe McNutt, but that one set up by the dexterity and balance of big Lance Williams.
Wow, Lance Williams, he's on the floor, he's having a bit of a breather, being helped up by his teammate Corey Jones. He's probably blown a little bit because he's got through a huge amount of work. And how about that passage of play across the team from the US? They kept the ball, they were patient all the way back in their own 22. Looked like for a while they weren't going anywhere. They just trusted it. And in the end, they got their break. Lance Williams plays back row, played in the MLR. He's played for US Sevens, he's an enforcer, he's a good athlete. And he teed this one up, just kept going. They couldn't get him down. And it was off the final tackle, just cut short. They scooted off the base of the ruck.
So once again, nothing between the two. Santos bats it back. Gets a second dibs at it. There's the try scorer, McNutt. Oh, releasing CO Jr. And here come the USA. British Army will be pleased to pick up the remnants of that USA attack because they were under the cost. That said, it's been turned over. Can they get it over? What was that? That was magic from Peter V. Oh, but the pass isn't. You have seen rugby illusions going on this pitch today. This has got my hands on my head. Look at that, Odell Beckham Jr., eat your heart out. That is a pick of the highest order. The back of the hand, the wrong way around, and he just plucked it out the air. And he does the hit and spin. All he needed to do was put the pass in. He was absolutely filthy of himself on the back of it because he threw the pass into touch after all that. It shouldn't detract from unbelievable work. Peter V, I mean, I can't talk him up. Can't keep talking him up because people are going to think I'm biased, but I do think he's been outstanding, and that bit of skill was special. Could have been a killer score, of course, in the last 2 minutes of this contest. Voila. Oh, the ball released, and here come the Army, just an ankle tap, holding things up there. Tulele thought he was through. The kick is through. Who's going to get that? Good work from Santos. My goodness me, he needed to take that one in, didn't he? And he'll stay strong on the ball as well.
Okay, use now, White.
Army setting that red line across, and the USA happy just to
release.
Catch their breath, really.
You can feel they're 17 apiece, and you can really feel the competition. Neither team wanting to budge an inch.
Lads. Option.
USA side.
45 seconds.
45 seconds to go. We're here on the ref mic. What do they do here?
Let's go.
Do you go for the line out and back your throw, or do you keep ball in hand? For me, you tap and you play here.
45 seconds.
They're going to go for the scrum, not a bad shout. Usually pretty secure ball. Drawing some forwards. Tell you what, they got some danger men out here, the US. They got Peter V standing at first receiver. He's going to be receiving the ball and trying to conjure some magic.
Set.
Free kick, CO Jr. Taps and goes and goes. Needs a support. Tackle comes in. Santos is up there. Oh, the referee says you went too far with the ball in hand and the moment's gone.
13.
Not sure what the call is here.
Let him get up, please.
There was a big fall from Peter Seo Jr. there. He's still down on the deck.
I think there was a bit of a dispute over where the ball went after the penalty was awarded.
Calm down. White, release the ball when the penalty's given. Okay, release the ball, and I've had a word with them.
Trying to get the two teams to calm down. Good luck with that one, sir.
Calm down, dear. Yeah, I think there was a bit of frustration from the Great Britain team, the British Army, that they weren't able to get hands on the ball immediately once that penalty was awarded, but they have got hands on the ball now, and they're going to play for the win.
Someone find out what happens if there's a draw, lads.
No way through for Lionesses.
Yep. I can't hear you.
Getting width on it. Oh, the break is there. Oh, the tap tackle is critical.
No, leave it now, leave it.
Still there, though, for the British Army. Counter-ruck from Wala is good. The pick-up, though, and the step. Looking for the support and getting it from Wakadanguni. Doesn't throw the 50-50 pass, but it's still there for the British Army, but they've given away the penalty. And still, this game continues.
How good is this?
Time is done.
We're being absolutely treated to a spectacle.
Peter Seo Jr. is down. Looks like it's ribs.
Let's go, Joe.
Or
Let's
is
go,
it
gents.
shoulder
Option,
that's
please.
going to cause him to limp his way off on this near side. USA going to have to put another man on fairly quickly.
Let's go, guys. Let's go, please.
Corey Jones. Well, they're going to accept the draw. So, nothing could be decided between these two teams. And we shall see who is going to go through to the final.
That is pants. That is pants, Simon.
Is it? You're angry?
That's pants. I wanted to see a winner in that one. I thought it deserved it. I get it. I don't. They must know the ramifications of the result. But, come on, boys, you're here to play.
Right, let's get down to the dark side, the far side. Robbie, where are you?
Dark side? I'll have you know, just because we're in the shade over here and we didn't have the incredible view that you had there watching that game of rugby. My word, that must have been some of the highest standard of rugby we've seen this afternoon. An absolute corker. But we are here in the party stand. I've nicked someone's hat. It's one of the My Name's Doddy hats, raising money, of course, for motor neuron disease. A wonderful, wonderful cause. Thank you to whoever it was that gave me a hat. It is reversible. It was for you, wasn't it? There we go. Let's give that back. And we're going to make our way along the party stand as we come to these. Gents, you've gone for a kind of budget fancy dress colour look. What's the deal here?
Shy. Sorry, can I swear?
No, you can't swear, but what is going on with your fancy dress? What's the deal here?
Can we get my best spot? These wedding.
Oh, you've got someone to bring in. You come in. Excuse me, we'd like to chat to you. You're very important for some reason. Your pals want to bring you in.
Married in the summer, and
you're getting married.
I'm getting married in October, and this is his dress he puts in. So, Jamie, this is like a stag do, really.
I see.
It's a weak stag do, I appreciate, but it's a stag do. So.
And is he a rugby fan, or did you just bring him here against his will?
He doesn't like rugby. He doesn't like football. Yeah. So, is it England versus Scotland today?
No England versus Scotland today. We'll maybe do that another day. But anyway, lovely to chat to you. Enjoy your budget fancy dress. Anyway, honestly, they couldn't even get themselves a full gear. Nonsense. Good to see some golfers. We've got some workers here. They've been here since early, actually. Look at the golfers. Bit of Ryder Cup representation. That's what we like to see. Good stuff, guys. Looking very good indeed. Are you a European or an American Ryder Cup fan?
European all day.
Okay, and how's your day been going at the rugby?
It's been amazing. Yeah, love rugby, so great turnout. Awesome.
Okay, could you hit me on the head with that?
Pardon?
Could you hit me on the head with this? I'd like it for my show reel.
On the head, with that.
It's good stuff. Nice to meet you. Good. Let's move on. I just felt like it had to be done for some weird reason. It definitely had beer on that as well. The traffic cones, lovely to see you. Sorry, I know you're coming around with some Guinness. I want to bring in the traffic cones quickly because you've been here since the early hours. I could see you from miles off at 9:30 this morning. How's your day?
M25 was on strike, so here we are. Yeah.
So you got here early. Good stuff. And how's your day going so far?
Very good, yes.
Have you got any kind of allegiance to a club? What's the deal?
We're very fond of the Hammerheads.
We're about to take to the pitch right now.
We're on there now, yeah, so we'll be cheering them on, yeah.
From Milton Keynes, big up Milton Keynes, they're from Milton Keynes, we love the Hammerheads.
You love the Hammerheads. That's good stuff. Lovely to meet you, traffic cones. Have a good rest of your day. Excellent stuff. Right, let's hand back to our commentary team because there's actual real-life rugby happening. Apologies, I got slightly distracted by traffic cones.
It's all right, as you do, and you've missed a try because Holly Williams has replicated what she did in the last game against the Lionesses with a try, and it's the ideal start for the Hammerheads, the team that we saw last against Lionesses and of course beat the UK Shoguns in their opening game, so unbeaten in this contest so far. Plenty for the Netherlands to do in this one.
I think we need to go and rescue Robbie from that stand.
No.
Do you think he's struggling?
Well, just getting the sense that we might lose him for the rest of the afternoon.
Do you think there might be a ransom?
Not a big one. Yeah, the Hammerheads here representing the GB against the Netherlands.
Crouch.
Good opportunity here to attack early on. Already one score up. Great when you get the early one. Big blinds on here. I'd like to see a dummy to the open and then run it back all the way around this way, but they're not going to do it. They're going to go to that far width through Chantal Meal.
With the confidence now within the ranks after that. Well, the opening 2 wins really. 27-5 they disposed of the Shoguns earlier on, and then the 24-15 game we've seen this afternoon against the Lionesses. Good work in the contact. The release is there for Izzy Hanoy. And the ball is played back. And Melly Sanders is going to get the reward for her strong offload just now with the second try for the Hammerheads.
Really good sevens. Wonderful support play. Keeping the ball alive. They did actually change direction in the middle of the park, which brought them back to this near side space. And then it was just about flooding the support channel, and you'll see on the final pass as they come through here. There's good work here, lovely offload, bit of footwork. Here's the line break, and it's the chop down, and it's when this happens you've got to be the first there to win the race, and there's a couple of them queuing up for it. It was Melly Sanders who was in there first, and then she gets the reward.
Happy, yeah? Too late now. This one.
And Sophie Shams unable to find a way through on that particular occasion. The Oxford Blue captain getting an early start in this particular game. Lots of Oxford Blues around, aren't they, Mitchell?
Well, Ricky Carnes here coaching, but he's actually not coaching
the
Hammerheads. He's coaching with Shogun today, if I'm correct.
Elaine is an Oxford Blue. Surprise, surprise.
Yeah, get everywhere.
Set.
Just when you thought it was safe.
2, straight to ground.
Yeah.
On or behind.
Taken way
2.
in front. No way that Kira Deeks was going to get away with that one. Here she goes again. Oh, slicing through. Deeks steps into overdrive, gets the support she needs from Laurie Harris. And it's all going one way right now, and there's nothing, it would seem, that the Netherlands can do inside this first 4 minutes.
Delightful from Deeks creating that. She's going to add the extras as well to make it a full 7. It was all about her arcing run. It's a lovely, there's the show, and there's the go from Deeks. Straight out the middle. And what a support line as well. You always need a Harry's with the wheels. They look very accomplished, don't they? Totally dominant in this one.
Yeah. Almost certain you would think to have a place in the final later on. As I say, if you need to look at the fixtures, the results so far and the fixtures coming, get the Tournify app. And there is a complete fixture and result list of this tournament here in southwest London.
Straight round the neck.
Chip and chase from Romain Fisher. Almost paying off, but not quite. And it's the Hammerheads who resume control of the ball.
Not sure I like that as an option when you've not had a huge amount of the ball. It's a little bit of a 50-50 for me, and now they're paying for it, having to scramble in defence.
Good work by Williams, keeping it alive on that right flank. Shams moves it out. Just looking for Sanders to get in an advantageous position to take the pass, but it was all a bit stunted and stilted. So the boot through, forcing the Netherlands back. Williams is up.
Tackle!
Jordan Hill could just see her coming up in her wing mirror there, and it was big pressure. Good offload though from the Dutch team. Shams sticking to her task. Jordan Hill sets it back. And a wrestling game goes on just for a few seconds before it's released out into the back line. Fisher again going for a kicking option, which doesn't benefit her team. Back to the opposite, number one, Melly Sanders, on halfway now. Working our way towards the last play of this first half. Izzy Hannay. Nice little offload, opening the door for Melly Sanders, gets the ball back, and now it's out to Shams. Sophie Shams showing good balance and awareness, trying to put her half back in. Presentation is there. Got width out to this right, but the line of Kira Deek's not helping the attack there, but she gets it away in the end, and eventually the Dutch defence gives up as Izzy Hannay strides through for another top score for the Hammerheads.
Well, it was probing attack, wasn't it? And it was pretty attritional as well. It did a really good job, and I have to say, the Netherlands defence was holding fast. So many good tackles going in, and actually someone who's put in the most tackles for the Netherlands, some really good ones. Dropping off towards the end. Hammerheads coming out the better side that first half, pretty comfortable, 24 points the difference. And this was it. In the end, if you knock on the door enough times, you're going to get an answer. Just keeping it there, keeping the ball alive, just pulling the defence around. Good little fend and finish from Izzy Hannay.
4 tries to the good then in the first half. The Hammerheads representing the GB this afternoon, and a dominant scoreboard really revealing the first 7 minutes. I think the Netherlands had it 2, 3 forays into the opposition 22, but unable to get a score on the board, and it was the Hammerheads who made the most of seemingly every opportunity that they garnered. It's noticeable that the teams are heading into the shade now to have their half-time break. Such is the beautiful weather we've got in these parts. This is Wimbledon weather, proper Wimbledon weather.
Yeah, it's beautiful, isn't it? I remember one time we were playing in Sydney and they had huge fans right next to the bench to keep people on the bench cool. And at half-time, we actually trucked over to the benches to have our half-time huddles right on the
water
sideline.
sprays.
Yeah, and you see all sorts of different strategies teams use to try and keep cool. You see beanies stored in ice buckets, so they put beanies on that are covered in ice cubes. Wet towels, obviously, is a classic. I saw the Black Ferns, the New Zealand Sevens women's team in Singapore recently. They had their ice vests on. They looked very high-tech. So yeah, all sorts of different strategies, and it's all about the 1% of trying to keep your core temperature and bring it down a little bit. And it helps with the decision making, obviously fatigue. I think ultimately it's just to make yourself feel a bit better at half time.
Nothing wrong with that.
It all works.
Well, I'm not sure that the Netherlands are feeling any better after that half time. But I'm sure that the likes of Tam Taylor and Ashley Williams will have been trying to get into their heads. Tam Taylor, of course, been there, seen it, done it, got the World Cup winners medal to prove it.
We'll take the knock on.
Can't remember her sevens experience, that said, but very experienced coach now, having been with the Sweden women's team.
Well, we've talked a lot about the psychological aspects of the game.
Easy for you to say.
You were waiting for me to do one of those, weren't you?
Yeah, yeah.
And having someone like Tamara Taylor as your coach,
not now, 9.
really useful, being able to share that experience.
Release!
And know that she's had that experience.
In the air, being in the cauldron.
Yeah. Nice little foray there, but no way through past Tess's tackle. I haven't got her surname, so I can't. I know she's Czechoslovakian. That's all that Charlotte told me in the early game, so I suspect Charlotte didn't know how to spell her surname, but they've certainly been very impressive. Number 11, Julia, and Tess 6 have really shown what they're about. Complete package in rugby sevens terms.
Netherlands side just struggled with penetration in their attack. They're just no obvious inroads for them, and they've just struggled to create. I think they're going to get a chance here. The line out throw a bit skew, so it's going to be a scrum to the Netherlands. A chance to launch something. Medulla's going to put in a good bit of width. What can they create?
Wait, 9.
Little blind side charge there. But ultimately running out of room, Charlotte Medulla.
That's the risk you take if you're the 9 and you decide to take that on. You've got to try and get back in field. Just cough the ball straight back for the Hammerheads here. And GB already with a comfortable lead.
Well, you've got to hit the fast lane pretty quickly. Didn't work then for the Netherlands. They will get the put into this scrum though.
In the line out.
Interesting thing we talked about in the game of sevens, it's the balance between expressing yourselves and backing yourselves as individuals, but also just aligning your decision making so that it works out for the team. And I talked to Mike Friday briefly about this. It's such a hard thing to do as a coach, is how do you encourage players to express themselves and find their individuality whilst also just trying to hone their decision making and think of the bigger picture.
And put that framework in place that they can work within. That's always what I'm never sure about, how much of the coaching has to be the framework and how much is just honing the skills, the talent, the awareness, the opportunity.
My bias for that would be, in this country and historically, probably less of the framework would be useful for players, I think.
There's too much, you reckon?
It's an interesting one, particularly for youngsters. Obviously, we've got loads of youngsters in the house today watching on, and hopefully some of you watching at home as well. I think number 1 always has to be become a skillful rugby player. Number 2, back yourself and enjoy the game. And if you get those 2 things right, I think you deliver something that's going to be useful for your side. Learning about tactics and playing certain strategies in terms of attacking structure, that can all come much, much later.
Ouch. Bind. Set. Penalty advantage.
Oh, the quick break and the handoff from Emily McGee. And that is, well, an opportunistic try down the short side from the Hammerheads. Number 10.
Oh, get her in the IMD Legion dance troupe, because she was tiptoeing down the sideline, almost on point, like a ballet dancer.
Yeah, great awareness and balance to finish. Here we go. The setup was there. And off she went. There's the handoff. And just keeping herself inside the whitewash to great effect.
All the way around the 200-meter arc, running the bend.
Yep. 200 meter or maybe even 400. She certainly has got plenty of oomph in her running game.
Going back to the location of the LIT7s, London 7s today. We're here at the home ground of AFC Wimbledon, only a stone's throw, 200 meters away from their old ground here at Plough Lane. As we see more tries coming in for this GB side and the Hammerheads.
McGee again, I think, finished that one off. The flow is one way, no question about that now. So the Hammerheads will remain unbeaten through these pool stages, and they will have one of the final spots, no question about that. Look at that take. That is a great try from McGee. Good support work from all her teammates. So 38-0, an emphatic scoreboard and a pretty emphatic performance, it has to be said, from the team representing GB this afternoon.
There's a few of these ladies that would love to put their hand up for the Great Britain side, who have got very exciting times coming up. Madrid next week. The women have already secured their Olympic spots, so they will be in Paris this summer. So once you're done watching us, make sure you do tune in for the Rugby Sevens in the Olympic Games in Paris. It's going to be an absolute cracker of a tournament for the men's and women's competitions.
What was that?
Netherlands desperately trying to get something on the scoreboard, but they can't keep the ball. Step back inside from Sally Williams, and there is an easy finish as the tries keep raining in on Netherlands' heads.
Great presence of mind there to just put the brakes on and come back inside. Really good. It's what you need from your winger. What you don't want is them to just keep running down Muggs Alley, we used to call it. And Will Greenwood came and did some training with us, and he kept saying, Muggs Alley, Muggs Alley, Muggs Alley. How's that for Will Greenwood impression?
Very good. I'm just glad you didn't say Manchester City, because that's all he talks about. But there is a very, very impressive full-time score with the Hammerheads 45-0 victors. They're unbeaten through the pool stages. We shall find out who their opponents in the final will be shortly, no doubt. Don't forget, get on the Tournify app should you want to find out who the next games are. We've had some cracking sevens rugby, no question about that. Plenty more to come as well. And join us in 20-25 minutes as we press on with this unique event. The first time we've had the LIT7s, London 7s, here at AFC Wimbledon, down in the southwest of London, and it really has been great stuff thus far. We shall catch up with news from some of the teams shortly, I'm sure. As Tom Mitchell goes to be consulted on what he will talk about, what he won't talk about. Lots of important charity work going on as well, with Help for Heroes prominent amongst the fundraising here. Right, let's get on to the pitch and find out what Robbie is thinking. Robbie, over to you, mate.
What's Robbie thinking? That's very Alan Partridge, isn't it? Well, I somehow made it out of the party stand and onto the hallowed turf here at Plough Lane. And there we have it then, done and dusted for the pool stages. A quick reminder of how things are going to work between now and the end of this inaugural LIT7s London Sevens. Next up, we have our plate semi-finals. So we had 8 men's teams in total, playing in 2 different groups. The top 2 in each group will go through to the cup semi-finals. As for the bottom 2, they play next in the plate semi-finals. So we have New Zealand against Africa next, followed by Jamaica against Fiji. Then we will have the cup semi-finals. As for the women's competition, because there's only 4 teams in the women's competition, we have 1 final happening later on, and then the wooden spoon event taking place as well. And the Netherlands are going to feature in that. But between now and when we get those knockout stages underway, we're just going to do a little behind-the-scenes wonder for you, actually. There's lots going on here at AFC Wimbledon, and we were in the party stand, of course, a little bit earlier on, and look at all of these fancy dress members. It is Heroes as the theme for today. They're about to take part in some kind of on-pitch activity, so that's going to, I imagine, become very, very chaotic. But we're going to say hello to Tom Mitchell, who is having a very, very busy day. In fact, here he is doing some keepy-uppies now. He's just, when he's not commentating, he's doing keepy-uppies. When he's not doing keepy-uppies, he's trying not to hit me in the face with a rugby ball. Now he's running away. There we go. Come back here, Tom.
Sorry, I'm too busy having fun.
You are. You're a busy man today. Would you like to go for a little walk behind the scenes?
Would I ever?
Okay, well, we're coming ever. Come on, let's see where we can go. So we're here at Plough Lane. You can see we've got the party stand behind us. That's where it's been getting all pretty rowdy in the last hour or so.
We were worried we were going to have to come and rescue you from the party stand, but you've done well to make it out.
Yeah, I can see myself getting kidnapped by probably by the golfers is what would have happened there. But this stand is where things have been a little bit quieter. This is the sort of the main stand here at AFC Wimbledon. The players been running out of the tunnel here. What have you made so far of what we've seen? Pool stages done and dusted, some seriously high quality rugby.
Well, I am actually exhausted after that last round of games because there were some absolute crackers. I mean, we spoke in our last break, didn't we, about the balance of having one-sided games where there's loads of tries versus those super close encounters, and we just had a whole heap of them other than that last one. But it was just, it's had us on the edge of our seats. Not that we've got seats up in the commentary box, but heart's been racing, and you kind of do live and breathe it with the game, and that's the beauty of the sport. I suppose that's why we're all here. But I feel like we need a break.
I think we do, and I think for you need a little bit of. I suppose it must feel to you in that commentary box like you've been through a Sevens match yourself. So I feel like a bit of rehab, something like that for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think a bit of rehab for you.
Yeah, go on.
Well, what we've got is we come behind the scenes so you can see this is a football stadium. The goals there have been dismantled. So we have got a massage station here, Tom, which I think screams to me Tom Mitchell. So this is where all the players are having. Look at this for tape. All different colours. Do the different colours mean anything, everybody? Different colour tapes? Just exciting, are they? Just different colours.
Which one's your favourite?
I'm going to go with the orange. I quite like the orange. I think that would look quite good. The pink as well. That works well. Would anyone like to give Tom a quick rub down, so to speak? Would you like to just a quick 2 minutes? Oh, the player takes priority. Okay, maybe fair enough. Fine, the players who are actually playing in the Sevens tournament should take priority. Right, we'll come back later.
I spent enough time on the physio bed during my career to not spend time on the physio bed now.
No, okay, well that's fine. You know what? We will be back. Let's take you somewhere a little bit more exciting, shall we? Behind the scenes here at Plough Lane. I imagine what happens when you're doing these Sevens tournaments. We always see you on the pitch, but what's actually happening in between games? Do you just try and find a quiet room? What goes on?
It's kind of individual preference. Some people like to be social, have the chat. Some people literally tuck themselves away in a dark corner and have a sleep, which is kind of useful, but it's a hard thing to do when the adrenaline's been pumping around. Some guys like to play little computer games on their phone, whatever. Some guys read books, the more learned amongst the group. It's actually quite a nice time. But do you know what's weird is you often don't watch much of the rugby because you're trying to switch off from it mentally. So you sort of take yourself away, find a quiet spot, which is what you're leading me down into the back end of the car park here, which is strange.
I am. Nothing odd going on in this car park, let me tell you. But it is a warm day, isn't it? And recovery is an important part of high-level sport, isn't it, Tom Mitchell? So we've come across. I don't know how we found them. We managed to find the ice baths. I don't know where they came from, honestly. But here is where the players are doing all of their pre-match, post-match nonsense. I don't know what's going on in here. You've just put your hand in that ice bath, and oh,
it's so cold, and I know what's coming here.
I don't know what you're talking about. Fancy getting in?
Do you think I need it? Do you think the legs need it?
I mean, I'm thinking you had the morning on presenting, you've been commentating all afternoon. It is a toasty one here in Southeast. That's how it's done, and everyone, I know that everyone watching is quite keen to see Tom Mitchell in an ice bath. So there we go, shoes and socks. See, you don't need any encouragement from me. What would the deal normally be for an athlete? Do you just get in this for a set amount of time? What's the deal?
Yeah, that's it. Let's stall for a bit, hope that we run over. Yeah, no, do you know what? It's all about the contrast normally when you're doing recovery stuff. Actually, on a day like today, and when you're just trying to get the body heat out, that's all it is. So it's just trying to cool your core temperature down. So I think, 5 seconds in and out will be fine for me.
We'll extend that to maybe a couple of minutes. Right, body temperature down, shorts off, very important, that's good stuff. You've done that on telly before. You haven't got your budgie smugglers on, but it's all right. Let's get you, top's coming off as well, the full shebang. So you should have done a brand deal here, and in you go,
It's cold. Maybe don't film me getting out.
Oh yeah, sorry, I looked down, that was a bad idea, wasn't it?
Yeah, easy. I'm going to come clean, I do love the cold water.
No, you don't.
So I'm quite enjoying this.
This cold though?
Yeah, it is cold. The problem with these are proper ones as well. These are like top of the range, high spec ones. So the water keeps moving, so you never warm up.
Well, no, I wouldn't have thought you would warm up in an ice bath. What's the deal? So you just stand, it's kind of waist height at the moment. What's the deal now? Do you go right in?
Well, because I'm short, so for most people this would be like, waist height, whereas for me it's going to creep up towards my nipples pretty quickly.
Do you want to dunk?
Well, I feel like you'd do anything for the camera, wouldn't you?
I think you would, and if you really are dedicated to this broadcast, which I think you are, I think you should submerge.
Can you find me a towel while I do this?
Sure, we'll find you a towel, aka his top. Anyway, here he goes, there we go, Tom Mitchell going down with the lovely tan lines as well, and you've got an audience as well. Some of the teams, Find Rugby now just joining us as well. Nothing to see here, it's all good, it's just Tom Mitchell in an ice bath. What more? What more would you want on your Saturday afternoon?
That's it, leave me here. Leave me here for the rest of the afternoon.
Rest of the afternoon? Really? You're enjoying it that much? Okay. Why have I just done that to a rugby player? He's going to absolutely murder me. Oh, that's good. All right, excellent stuff. We'll Find Rugby now by the looks of it. What's the deal here, team? Are you all about to, do you do like 1 by 1 in and out?
Yeah.
You're about to go in and out?
About to do some recovery, in and out.
Oh, I see. So what, you sort of line up, take it in turns?
Yeah, something like that. But you're not allowed to film us, though.
No, we won't film, but how long are you going in?
5 minutes. I think it's 5 degrees on, so...
5 minutes? Tom Mitchell's already gone out of the ice bath.
Yeah, well, he's a baby.
Yeah, tell me about it, Good stuff. All right, well, good stuff, everybody. Enjoy your ice bath. We will leave you to do a little bit of privacy, probably wouldn't go amiss. Oh, Tom, sorry, I forgot about you.
I'll go out.
Do you want to come with us?
Find me a towel and then I'll catch.
Oh yes, sorry, that was your towel. Your shirt. There we go. That'll do fine. All good, right.
All right, see you later.
All right, we'll leave Tom there for a moment. You can come and catch us up in a bit. See you later, everybody. Nice to see you. Good stuff. We're just going to leave Tom Mitchell and Find Rugby now in the car park. So that's good. Right, let's have a little wander around Plough Lane, shall we? Because you watch these games and you see everything taking place on the pitch, but you don't always get to see what the deal is behind the scenes. And it's very glamorous, as you see the ground staff here with their tractors looking excellent. That's a black multi-seeder, obviously. It's good stuff. Let's see what's going on. I wonder if there's anything at the massage tent. It looks a little quieter than it was a little bit earlier on. So maybe we can just come and say hello to the massage people again. I'm going to wait for Tom Mitchell to come over here, and maybe we can get him on one of these beds. Can I come and say hello quickly? I know you pied us off for the massage earlier, but we just want to know what the deal is going on over here. You must have had a busy afternoon because it's hot out there.
Yeah, no, it's not been too bad, to be fair. I think we've been quite steady today. I think a few of the teams have got like their own physios, their own therapists with them. So if they kind of run low on tape, or their physio's a bit preoccupied, then they come to us and we give them the goods, really.
I'm actually just going to sit down as well because it's been a long day standing up. What's the primary, get scientific with him, what's the primary purpose of having a massage post-rugby?
Post-rugby? Oh god, you really put me on the spot.
Is it all about lactic acid?
Sort of, yeah. Obviously, post-event, post-exercise, you can have a build-up of lactic acid. So you can do a lighter form of massage, almost like lymphatic drainage. So it can help to push away all that fluid and the lactic acid build-up, and then you can aim it towards lymph nodes, which are part of your lymphatic system. So that will then help to decrease kind of build-up of fluids and the feeling of DOMS, which is delayed onset muscle soreness, which is what you get after the gym.
Would you mind just demonstrating momentarily? If you just what's sore at the moment? What are you struggling with?
Everything.
Sore back from carrying the broadcast for the last however many hours?
For the shoulders.
Right, on your front, head in the hole. Just show us a little bit about how this might look.
What, a little back massage?
I need. He doesn't need anything.
If you want to come here for stress relief.
Can you give him a bit of, actually, do you know what would be useful? Sorry, I'm just going to swap sides. Do you know what would be useful is just give him a taste of what a sports massage might feel like. Because we're not here getting, you know, this isn't a spa, is it? This isn't, we're not here for a laugh. We're here to change things.
Basically, like warming up the tissues. Obviously, like shirt would ideally be off. Shirt would ideally be off, but you know, so we can just warm up the tissues and stuff like that. A lot of the times, if someone's got lower back pain or they're quite sore on their lower back, it also might be because their glutes are sore, so we can do a bit of a glute release. So what you can do here, you can find, so everything to be relaxed. So you find the piriformis muscle, which is a really, basically there, which is a really nice, really nice deep muscle in there. So what you can do, then you bring the leg up, and then you down, and then you can then stretch out the muscle belly by rotating the leg left and right, pulling it outside. And you can probably feel that's quite tight.
Okay, just do a few reps. We're going to bring the mic down here just to get the full experience. Head in the hole. Few reps.
I feel like I've been shot in the bum. Ow. It's Do you
want to get a shot of his head in the hole if you can, mate? I mean, it's quite just to get the facials.
This is so painful. I don't want to be a professional athlete. Oh yeah, it's
Well, I can tell you, he doesn't look comfortable. Are we going to leave?
You'll feel good afterwards.
Should we leave him here? He looks comfortable enough. Right, catch us up once you've finished your treatment. I feel like that was some nice payback, really. Bit of cold water for some treatment. He's actually got it worse. Thing is, I know we're having a bit of a giggle and a bit of a laugh, but actually, with the athletes doing what they're doing out there on the park, it is so important that they can look after themselves. They're rolling across the whole day, and when you see them sprinting the length of the field, sidestepping, fending people off, hitting people hard in the tackle, in order to keep up that quality and that level of exertion, they have to be able to do the right things in between times. So that's why they'll be back there in the ice baths, in the recovery. Right. Fortunately for all of us, we've made our way back to the pitch. How was that for you? You look very relaxed.
I don't feel it. That was the kind of payback, wasn't it, for getting you in the ice bath? That was really odd sensation actually, and I'm starting to realise maybe why I never made it as a professional rugby player. I think stuff like that, I'd just start crying. It was a nightmare.
I'm glad you stopped short of the tears today.
How are you after your ice bath anyway? What's going on there?
Well, I'm feeling very free now. I didn't have time to put my shoes back on, so I'm now bowling around. I'm here at AFC Wimbledon Stadium with no shoes on, barefoot. You don't want to get the feet on camera. No one needs that when they're sitting at home.
Should we go for a walk? Give me this back anyway. Nonsense. I don't want you with the microphone. Right, let's have a little walk, see what's going on here. There we go. Here comes Jamaica, about to get us underway in the plate semi-final. Then that's going to be taking place in just a couple of moments' time. What are your thoughts, feelings ahead of these knockouts? Does anything change as a player when you played those pool games? Does anything from a mindset point of view actually really change, or is it a case of we got to this point, let's just try and make sure that we do the same thing?
Well, in theory, that's what you try and do, is you try and do more of the same. Whatever's been working for you, more of that, little tweaks on stuff that's not been so good. But invariably, as emotional human beings, suddenly it's knockout rugby. Things change. You tense, sometimes people tense up, sometimes people try to do too much. Those are the kind of common patterns you see. It's actually just about trying to stick to task, just do your job for the team, and then you'll normally get the result off the back of it. But make no mistake, we're in for some very, very exciting games in these knockouts.
We've also had an interesting situation, as always happens with these sevens tournaments, is that throughout the day you've already played a few games. So is there ever a chance that teams will have worked you out, because they will have seen quite a bit of you playing, so you've actually got to keep your game plan and your ideas quite fresh?
Yeah, for sure. And little things like kickoff, set piece, so scrum and line out, all that kind of stuff. You might have been holding something back potentially, especially if they've been winning games. They might not have shown all their cards just yet. So we might see some new stuff coming out in these knockouts, so keep your eyes peeled.
All right, good stuff. Shall we let you get to your commentary box? Shoeless, I'm afraid. Sorry, I literally don't have any shoes. I could give you mine, but I would never do that for you. So
I'm just going to go back and find my own.
Go back, find your shoes. We'll see you. We'll see you later on, Tom Mitchell. Good stuff. He's going to run up to the commentary box and join Simon Ward very shortly. Look at this. We've had loads of kids, by the way. Whilst me and Tom have been having a bit of fun getting massages and all this ice bath nonsense, we've had kids. We've had all the fancy dress people on the pitch getting the juices flowing. I think it's fair to say in the sunshine here at Plough Lane. So it's all looking rather dandy, actually. I should say, if you are just joining us, I know you, as you do with Sevens tournaments, they take place all throughout the day. You dip in and you dip out. If this is you dipping in, you're very, very welcome. Lovely to have your company. We are at the knockout stages of the inaugural LIT7s London Sevens. So that means that we have the plate semi-finals coming up very, very shortly for the men's competitions. They'll be followed by the semi-finals for the cup competition for the men, and then we're going to have also the women's wooden spoon and final taking place as well. There are a total of 4 women's teams in this competition, so third and fourth in the group will play off in a wooden spoon match, and then the top 2 play off in the final a little bit later on. So the crowd just continuing to mull around. I guess this is your time, isn't it, to go and get some food, get some drink, sort of recharge your batteries in the shade if you can, and then get ready for what is going to be a really actually exhilarating couple of hours of rugby. We saw a little bit of it earlier with Africa. This is good. That's good stuff, isn't it? Thank you, Richard, throwing me a ball here. I actually feel kind of like I should be here now. This is good. Don't I hold a rugby ball properly? That's good. Yeah, anyway, we're just waiting for things to kick off, basically. I'm going to kick... Well, have that, Richard. Have that hard. There we go. So, all right, I'm just going to continue to fill for a little bit until we have our teams. Oh, there we go. There are our teams bailing me out there. I felt a bit naked without Tom Mitchell. Here we go, then. A couple of teams are here ahead of our plate semi-final, which is going to be kicking off in just a couple of moments' time. It is Find Rugby Now taking on New Zealand. A reminder, of course, Find Rugby Now, a really brilliant website, actually. It's all about bringing people together in this wonderful sport. Coaches, players, officials, just general fans, whoever it might be. It's about bringing them all together as a collective. Wonderful website, and they're taking on New Zealand as well this afternoon. So it's going to be an absolute cracker. See how things pan out. Tom Mitchell's going to wake his way up to the commentary box before too long. And that party stand, by the way, if we can just pan round to that party stand, things just starting to rise a notch in terms of the decibel volume over in that party stand. So I imagine come, I don't know, what, at 6:30, 7 o'clock tonight, it's going to be pretty noisy out there. We should probably get off the pitch because there's a game about to take place. Here we have it then, the plate semi-final of the inaugural LIT7s London Sevens is about to take place. We'll hand you over to your commentary team very, very shortly in just a couple of moments' time to talk you all the way through it.
Welcome back as we get into the knockout stages of this competition. First up, the plate semi-final with New Zealand up against the Africa Lions. Africa Lions getting that early score to get things underway. So New Zealand working their way up over halfway. Good tackle, determined tackle coming in. Round the corner go. New Zealand find rugby now, representing the land of the long white cloud. Sam Clark investigating, but support not working for them, and the Lionesses will run their way right up the other end. Ball just beating both players there. The ball working its way out to Dennis Malanda. New Zealand having to go from inside their own 22, waiting for the defender to step out. That happens, and suddenly the breakout is on. Away they go. And New Zealand break their bagel with 2.5 minutes on the clock. Tom Mitchell. It's always interesting when we get into the knockout stages. Plate semi-final one here. Does it change the psyche of the way that teams play?
You have to meet with the reality that these are knockouts. It is winner takes all. You lose, you're done. And it can change you. Your decision making just starts to either be a bit loose, or you start to play within yourself a little bit, and you want to just try and stay the course, keep that middle ground of performance. I suppose for the best teams, what you try and do is find another level, another gear, and step up. It's not about going from 0 to 100, it was just about steady progression through a sevens tournament. Both these teams tracking pretty well so far in this one.
Well, New Zealand, the only one of these two teams to get a victory in the pool stages, beating the Fiji team 24-15. So the Lions will feel that they have got a little bit of ground to make up, but it's been a good, positive start from them. And that's a good response as well. So both teams finding the accelerator fairly quickly. Jack Smith finishing off that particular move. Tunbridge Wells will be more than happy with their boy on that particular rugby play.
Yeah, it was good little injection of pace into that play, and well finished off in that far corner. You got the sense that the back end of their last game, they were on the wrong side of the result. There was a bit of frustration amongst the group. They were desperate to get a victory here. That's a hell of a nudge from the corner as well, right from out on the edge. That'll help their cause.
Yeah, I think that loss to Jamaica was quite a slap in the face for the Lions, especially having scored first and then having to see Jamaica pummel them really in defence. Let's see if the shackles are off now as they come through on the charge with Ross Bundy getting the call. I beg your pardon, Jack Bowyer. Bit of a rainbow pass, no pot of gold on the end of that one. Sam Clark, good strength, and Clark goes in for another New Zealand score, and neither team able to break away at the moment.
Yeah, nice finish, Sam Clark, Clarky. The England students, boy. played his rugby up in Newcastle. Could see players who have played the University Sevens set up. Personally, that was my route. Gave me so much in terms of experience and learning, but also just great fun with like-minded people. Really like to see the university game thriving.
Learning to live, as I was told once, that's what university's about.
Definitely learnt more about living than I did about English and philosophy, I can tell you that.
Did it help latterly? Has it helped?
Some of it I carry with me.
Right.
Some of it remains in my past, Woody.
And so it should stay. So just 2 points between the two at the turnaround. So just to give you a heads up on the games coming up, we've got the second semi-final of the plate after this one, which is Jamaica against the Rugby for Heroes team from Fiji. And then the Cup semi-final, UK represented by the Shoguns up against the British Army team for GB. That'll be quite a clash. And the second semi-final, the USA and LIT7s up against the Irish team, the Rambling Jesters. And then into the women's tournament, the wooden spoon will be between the Netherlands and Shogun, and the final between the Hammerheads and the African Lionesses. So that's all to come up for you through till, well, probably 9, 7:30 this evening. It's been a non-stop torrent of sevens action here at the LIT7s London Sevens. Again, we talk about the psychology of scoring close to half time, be it first or second half. And you get the feeling that the team that can get that 5-pointer on board early doors will have a big surge within their play. Little chip through and does very well to pull that one back. Jack Bowyer showing his footballing skills. Zach Stevens, a Kiwi that's playing up in Lancashire for Rosendale Rugby Club. Messy breakdown. And the turnover is good, they get the penalty anyway. And the Lions looking to get going as quickly as possible. Oh, nice little offload out the back door. Good determined defence. It's still there on the pickup for Alex Gribben. And there is the try. Well, that could be a huge try in the minds of everybody. It's Aaron Watkins has been a constant threat throughout the course of today, finishing from slightly closer range for this one. Big score.
Big score, and I thought I snuffed it out. It was Adam Channel on the defensive duties for New Zealand team, and he was chasing back. Managed to make one covering tackle, but the runners kept coming. Aaron Watkins, this is his team. So he would have loved getting in there. There's Channel scragging one. Maybe an extra roll in there, you know, that the referee missed. That denied Channel the jackal opportunity, but it's good footwork from Watkins in the finish. Missed the conversion in front, could be costly.
New Zealand trying to get some headway up the pitch. That's Sam Tuatupo. Familiar name and of course face. Played for Worcester Warriors, for Munster, for Sale Sharks, as well as many New Zealand teams, and now watching as his teammate Adam Channell has an easy jog for a 5-pointer.
Well, he's another one that has been in and around the USA 7 side for quite some time. Featured a fair bit over the last couple of years. I was actually teammates with him at the LA Guiltinis for a stint as well.
Oh yeah, you've got to talk. I haven't talked to you about that. How was life in Hollywood for you? Did you get your name up on the...
I thought I fit right in, Wood, if I'm honest.
Well, I had to say, yeah, I did.
Well, you would have fit in better in Hollywood than I would have done, Mr. West End.
Did you enjoy it? I mean, I know it's a very different setup.
Yeah, no, I really enjoyed it. We had a great club, and we had a really good outfit, really good setup there, and living 4 minutes from Hermosa Beach, California.
Very nice.
Pretty special. It was a fairly short-lived stint for me, but yeah, really enjoyed it. Great experience for me and the family, and that's what rugby gives you. You know, that's like one of the reasons I think it's such a great sport, is because it gives you opportunities to travel the world and have amazing life moments that you remember forever.
How long was it in the end?
Well, I was only there for 1 season in the end, so we were there for just over 6 months. So I went out there with wife and my boy when he was about 8 months old. So it was a real adventure. And we were there with a lot of the players at the Guiltinis were from around the world as well. A lot of Australians in that team when it existed as a club. And this is the thing, it doesn't exist as a club anymore. Otherwise, it'd probably still be over there.
Yeah, it's one of the harsh realities of the MLR, isn't it? It's built on sand, I'm afraid.
It is a little bit, yeah. I mean, but rugby in America has such potential, and obviously a lot of excitement looking ahead to the 15s World Cups there in 2030 and 31. We're going to see another yellow card here.
Yep, yellow card, and he knew it as well. As soon as he stretched out, Iestyn Griffiths knew that he was heading off for a couple of minutes. 19 points apiece. With a couple of minutes left on the clock. If we get any tied scores from now on, we go to a golden point scenario. 5 minutes of extra time one way, and whichever team scores first will progress. The other team getting their tickets for the car park.
Tournament organisers and broadcasters hate extra time. Throws the schedule way off, but I love it.
Do you?
I love it. It's
Did
just,
you love playing in it?
Yeah, weirdly I did. It's some of the best memories. Whether you come out on the wrong side of it or the right side of it, you know you'd have been an absolute ringer emotionally, and you never forget those.
Well, there's not going to be a tie right now, because that's Noah Matala making sure of that. Big time to score from one of the big players. So much experience, of course, from the Kiwi, and seeing the door pretty much open to him with the Lions down a man. The gap was even more obvious, and adding the extras as well. Still a one-score game, of course it is, but it now means that the New Zealand team can manage it a bit better, perhaps.
Just looked like he dropped a gear. Accelerated round the outside, that classic outside break. Really nice. Picked that up a little bit from playing the centres and 15s. A little that pace at home on the wing as well, so using it to good effect.
Played with the Massey Mafia out in the North Harbour Sevens comp, so I would have loved to have seen their kit.
Talking of kit, any preferences today amongst the teams?
No, not really. I mean, there have been some big similarities between the New Zealand kit and a couple of the others, but no, not particularly. Have you got a preference? Are you going to be buying one? Does New Zealand get to run in a security score from Ben Stevens?
That's a big score, isn't it? Actually, that secures it, shores it up. And that'll be the game going their way. Frustration for the Lions once again, not able to get on the right side of the result. I like the British Army jerseys, not your question.
Yeah.
I'm going to go for a swapsy.
All red. There's the kick, and there's the final whistle to confirm that the New Zealand team, represented by Fine Rugby now this afternoon, will go into the plate final. We say goodbye and thank you to the Africa Lions for their entertainment today, helping to make this a very, very special day here in southwest London. So first plate semi-final is done. New Zealand the victors, 31-19. So first plate semi is done, and we get set up to see who will be the New Zealand opponents in that plate final. We've got Jamaica, represented by the Jamaica UK Crocs, up against Fiji, represented by the Rugby for Heroes, the tournament's official charity today. Jamaica with that significant win, I would suggest, against Africa in the final round. No taste of enjoyment from victory for the Fijians. Before we get going with that, let's catch up with Robbie. Robbie, where are you?
I am just pitchside, actually by the referees, who we don't talk about that much, do we? Just going behind the scenes here, see if they're getting their sound stuff all sorted out. It's a bit nerdy, this, I know, but it might be interesting to see, because you always hear hear the referees mic'd up, of course, in rugby, don't you? It's nice to see how it all works. Anyway, have a good game. We're just about ready then for our second plate semi-final. So New Zealand are through. We say goodbye to Africa and to the Lions, who are great entertainers, but talk about entertainers, the Crocs, Jamaica are in town. They're the entertainers of London LIT7s this afternoon. Let's face it, they look wonderful. Their kits are absolutely resplendent. They are taking on the Fiji side that, of course, are representing our official charity, Rugby for Heroes. A brilliant, brilliant thing. Let's see who is going to come out on top in this one and join New Zealand in the plate final. Let's go back to Tom Mitchell and Simon Ward.
Thanks, Robbie. Yes, we get set for this second knockout game so far. As I mentioned, Jamaica will feel confident coming into this one, having had that victory over Africa, and that's why, just as he thought he was heading for a glory try, Lloyd Anderson just couldn't hold on to the ball. Almost, but not quite.
He was so hungry for it, went after it. I think maybe just his eyes lit up too much. He just took his pupils off the pill. Couldn't gather.
Bind onto the hooker first, please. Bind onto the
Robbie,
hooker, not the prop.
incidentally, while you were gathering water, Robbie actually picked the Jamaica jerseys as his favourite, so we have that particular nomination. You've got the British Army. I think I'm going to reserve judgment just for a bit. I like the Irish ones, actually. I like the Ramblers. There's something a bit unique about them.
Good still.
Good work there from Alexander Barek. The Long Eaton boy really worked so hard there in the contact. McNally Drew just trying to tease people out of position. Anderson sets it back of a sort. It's quickly thrown out to Barek. It's a bounce pass which was never going to help Priestley Nangle to get away there.
Yeah, scrum.
I think he needed to take it that close to the line. Could have just held off the line a little bit on the pass. Barwick just trying to really fix the defender. But the closer he gets to the defender, the harder it is to actually execute that pass at 90 degrees.
Well, it's rolling the dice, isn't it, in many ways? You're just trying to pull that line out of position, out of shape.
Coach!
And then you can make the most of the gaps that appear afterwards. Didn't happen on that occasion.
Yeah, it's an interesting nuance about front space when you're running with the ball, how close you get to a defender, how close you need to get in order to engage them and fix them. Sometimes you don't need to. You can just move it to the space early, and that does the trick.
Quick tap, and Jamaica get themselves going once again. Looking around the side, pristine angle is away. Yeah, and as I say, there is a confidence now within the Jamaican ranks that is very evident. When they get a 2-on-1, they kind of make the most of it. And once again, we see the Leicester Tigers Academy student showing some real class out wide.
Yeah, that was a really accomplished finish. It was a classic edgeman score from Priestling Nangle. Off the outside boot, bam. Steps managed to step into that 1-2 space. It's the space we call between the first and second defender.
Wonderful kick. Great kick from Luke McNally-Drew. He's been in the Saracens Academy before as a sort of fly-off, scrum-off in 15's game. Obviously supremely talented.
That's the finish I'm talking about, getting in between those second defenders and the last defender. Really, really nice, accomplished bit of skill to get that away, and matched by the conversion. We love a nudge from the sideline.
Advantage over.
A bit of glitz and glamour from that man. There's a key cog in the way that Jamaica now playing. Real feel like the handbrake is off. Edinburgh University first 15 benefited from his skills. Began in a Wanstead Rugby Club, not far from me, out in Essex. Had a couple of years out with an ACL and meniscus tear, so has done well to get back playing. And hopefully he can go from strength to strength now, because he certainly has got the skill set.
Well, he's certainly moving all right after those injuries, and it's tough. Young players play rugby, got aspirations, and then you get set back like a big injury. But if you can come through it and get back to the top level, which it looks like he's done, can stand you in good stead. But they've been found out here.
The break is on, and it's an easy stroll round by Freddie Work in the end. He was wondering what he was going to do. He was tempting and teasing the Jamaica defender. I think that was Jordan Sullivan-Warner. We've seen a lot in attack so far today, but didn't really have many options in defence there.
He was hunting down and ended up being toyed with a little bit at the back. It was a great chase back. Love the effort. What you want to see.
So Jamaica now leading 12-5.
Time off, time off.
Just checking something on this near side. Lost his phone.
I was going to say he's lost his pager. Just try and set it at the right technical level for you, Wardy.
Time to run. Timing's fine.
Right, Jamaica with a tap and go.
Coach! Bind! Set! Back!
So the Rugby for Heroes team threatening, and the little inside pop works for them. Allows Manasseh Ravurlu to go over, and that will get things a little closer.
Half time, yeah.
Well, there's the half-time whistle, and it's very, very close between these two, fighting to meet New Zealand in the final of the plate. So we get set for a second half with the Fiji side leading 12-7. Aiming for that place in the plate final later on. Samuel Asesi on in the blue scrum cap. There's his big teammate Inoki Nakaravailo, using his not inconsiderable physical presence to try and make a dent in the black wall.
Good steal.
That's a good steal, and Nick there from Roman Priestley and Angle does really well,
He's
but
playing the ball.
ultimately gives away the penalty. The burst, and suddenly the black line is struggling to reset and reform. Good defence from the Jamaica Crocs UK outfit, and getting the penalty as well.
Done a good job there. Fijian representative side, Rugby for Heroes team, keeping the ball alive there and dragging the Jamaican defence around, but then they just needed to move it and try and find someone hitting onto pace at width. A little bit caught up there, running down the middle where there was too much traffic.
Where they won the penalty.
Jamaican side, I don't think, my impression from conversations earlier in the style of play that they're quite happy to slow the game down in moments. We're seeing it here. There's just a little bit of a lull, a little bit of a break.
Tapping.
You know, make some changes and try and bring some firepower on. They've got good bit of wheels across their squad, so bring on fresh legs. That could be dangerous. Interestingly, this Rugby for Heroes team playing 6-1. Don't often see a classic 6-1 anymore in terms of having a sweeper.
I was going to say, it used to be standard issue, didn't it, on the circuit, but modern times, modern thinking. change the alignment, change the patterns, change the job spec in many ways. No way through for Aaron Lowe. Haven't seen too much of the big man yet. There's a nice little offload, and there's the break. Akil Smith, the Moseley man, does it just when his team needed them to tie the scores up with a conversion still to come.
That was good work. What I like about this is the support line. Akil Smith, quick guy coming up the middle and gets right on the shoulder. This is what you got to do. You got to back your teammates that they're going to deliver something for you and just be in and around the area. And this is where there's been a shift. It's been weird, isn't it, for this Jamaican side, how first few games it just didn't really look like they were here to play and they didn't quite click. They really turned it up a notch.
Yeah, they got a battering from the NAV7s and the USA 7s and the British Army.
This is it. It's a good bit of muscle work. And then you've got a guy like that, you've got to back him to get that ball away. It's exactly what Smith does. Running up the middle of the park, pick up the offload, delivering for his side.
So the boot of McNally Drew is the difference between these two teams at the moment. 4 minutes left on the playing clock.
Black on the line for us, please.
How many times, Wardy, have we seen a Fijian team cause heartbreak and go and score a devastating
Lads, you got to
try
have a
just when you need it most?
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't bet against it.
Many a time.
Step back.
Been on the receiving end.
I'll bet you have. Just when the last thing you wanted to do was a length of the field burst to try and get the tackle in, and no energy in the tank.
They're going to tap and go here. This is a good chance for them.
Support runners in place, but a timely tackle. I think that was from Jordan Sullivan Warner, Flash, as he's known. And really working hard there to get his tackle in timed in properly, because goes early and that's a penalty.
Yeah, brilliant observation, Wardy. I thought that was going to be an early tackle. You see it unfolding like he's going to hit him early because he's almost blind to when he's got possession of the ball. So it is a bit of guesswork, but he guessed perfectly on that occasion. Jamaica now need to play smart. Try and keep it. Oh, perfect result for them here. Slow this right down. Early shove coming through from the Rugby for Heroes team.
2.5.
2.5 is the call from the referee. So plenty of game time for McNally Drew to weigh things up. Little offload from Priestley Nangle, and then the kick through from the halfback. The chase is on. Joseph Parks is after it, and he's got it. And with that, he plucks the ball out of the air and plucks the match, surely, out of the grasp of the Rugby for Heroes team.
So it's just under 2 minutes.
It's that man again. Really good bit of work from McNally Drew. Just looked so composed, the conductor of the orchestra during that attack, pulling it around, and then how about the touch off the boot? Beautiful nudge.
7
and
seconds.
It popped up beautifully. He's got the 22 jersey on, which we've got down as Joseph Parks, but that's not Parks, so that's not the same Parksy I know that plays for Jamaica, so there's been a bit of shirt swapping going on, I think.
Well, he's gone off now anyway.
We don't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, I'm going to come back to him. McNally Drew has just had a superb game, and that kick was perfection. Anywhere else, and that wasn't resulting in an immediate try.
Well, surely that is now the critical score. Look at that scoreboard, and 9 points will be enough for Jamaica to go through to the plate final.
Minute.
Just a minute left on the clock, says Sir.
Quick set then, gents, please. Quick set. Black, be ready. Close the gap. Crouch!
Jamaica certainly the team that have learnt, I think, through the course of today, and have improved dramatically with the way they played, much as they had tough tasks in their opening 2 encounters with the Army and the USA team. They certainly seem to have been able to build. Oh, a huge pass. Just allows Malachi Aurelia to burst onto it, but the ball goes loose, and now it's Jamaica back on the front foot with McNally Drew. There he is, elusive, nobody can take him down. Throws it out the back door, doesn't quite find his teammate on the first bounce, so Romain Irwin is going to have to reboot. Another former Essex boy, former Essex under-20s captain. Fiji know that the clock is up, really. Try and finish with the flourish.
Back off black! Back off black!
Smacked away from their clutches. And Barwick happy to wait for that whistle to go. And they'll just now be waiting for another whistle. Time is up. Ball is out. Full-time whistle means that Jamaica UK Crocs will be taking their place in the plate final up against New Zealand, and we bid adieu to the Fiji team represented by Rugby for Heroes, the tournament's official charity today. Very much a team on the up at the moment, Jamaica, and they will be, well, confident to a certain extent that they will be going home with some silverware tonight, the way that they're now playing their game.
Yeah, it's high fives all around. They're starting to walk with a bit of swagger and enjoy their rugby. It's paying off for them. There's hugs all around for the main man. Lots of slaps on the back. You want to see the guys have been out for a while, getting rewarded for their graft, their time. Now they Drew coming back and delivering. As we take a pause, let's go and catch up with Robbie. I hope he's not in the party stand again. Robbie?
I'm not in the party stand. No, I'm in the main stand. That was a good win, wasn't it, for Jamaica? I'm joined by, and if you're on TikTok and you're on Instagram, you're gonna know our wonderful Frankie, aka That Rugby Girl. Frankie, how's your day at LIT7s go?
It's been so amazing. The games have been amazing. It's such a great atmosphere as well.
Now, you've been sort of roaming around, haven't you? And you've been doing some quick-fire questions for Instagram and TikTok and stuff. You just asked them to me, but I'm going to ask them to you because you've not been asked them, have you?
No.
Okay, let's quickly get this in then before the next game kicks off. So, describe Rugby Sevens in one word.
Amazing.
If you could have one superpower, what would it be?
Super strength.
Crocs or sliders? Big one, this.
Sliders.
All controversial. Would you rather be too hot or too cold?
Too hot.
Good stuff. Who wins in a fight, the Hulk or Superman?
The Hulk.
Yeah, agreed. Who is the best Sevens player ever?
Oh. Elite.
Tom Mitchell?
Tom Mitchell.
Yeah, Tom Mitchell, good stuff. Does pineapple go on pizza?
No.
Of course it doesn't. Dogs or cats?
Dogs.
Correct answer, good. Show me your best superhero pose.
That one.
Oh, it's a good Superman one. It's good stuff, Frankie. Thank you very much. Enjoy the rest of your day. This is going to be an absolute cracker, this one coming up. See you later.
See you later.
Who is the best Sevens player in the world? You need to ask.
I'm so glad that Robbie forced it to say me.
Right, let's get set for the first Cup semi-final. It's Shogun against the British Army. Very interesting to see tactically, I think, how this one will work out. It's been two contrasting styles that we've seen thus far. Shogun again with little Ricardo Duarte. A constant thorn in the fringe defence of any opposition. Devlin Blood, another South African Sevens Academy member. James Murphy.
Release, please.
Quick tap, but it's got an elusive ball at the moment. Unable to really set things up. Now they put themselves into formation. Fenley. Duarte just waiting for the cut through. There's a yellow card coming here. It's gone to Varun Nyangi. Didn't see what the incident was, I'll be honest, but the Army going to be down to 6.
Well, there was a point at which we had our first yellow card of the day. It was quite late on in the day, and there seems to have been a consistent flurry ever since, almost one per game, it feels like. I'm not sure what that one was for, but they've got their work cut out now.
Okay, back 5 meters.
This Army side. It's going to be, as you mentioned, the contrasting styles, and I think Shogun will just be prepared to play a ruck-based game. It actually suits some of the South African boys they've got on their team. That's probably more their style that they play.
There's one of them. Duarte, oh, lovely little offload to another South African boy. That's Davlon Blood, and that's the first score in this first Cup semi-final.
Well, this one is straight out of the playbook, and you sense they might practice that a couple of times on the training paddock, because you'll see the cell here. Duarte created it, scooted initially from the scrum, and what this is a dummy switch, as in dummies to come under as the runner, Davlon Blood, and then bounces back out as we see Duarte add the extras. This is a very nifty little bit of play here. You can see Duarte kicks out as if he's trying to drag to create the switch. Look, dummies the switch, and then the bounce out from Davlon Blood back into the outside space. Bamboozling, fooling the defenders. Expertly done.
Defenders expecting that cut back, changing the angle, and as a consequence, the flank was open, and of course with the man down as well, there was no way that gap was going to be covered. Here is the man. Duarte hangs one high, and it falls into a teammate's clutches. Diving off the ball is Uluvesi, and here they go. Well, a quick 1-2 from the Shoguns.
Well, it's exactly the kind of thing you want to do when you're up a player and you've got the extra man. You've got to strike and strike fast, and that is what they're doing here. Shogun Rugby really putting this British Army team to the test. Good couple of quick scores and no mistake on the conversion, so it takes it to 14. And they're going to kick off again. It was Jack Rampton getting up on the last kickoff. Good young player. Look, they've got Rampton on one side. Duarte's been in all the action so far. Twice, 2 assists now.
Charlie Coe it was who was finishing off that phase of play, critical phase of play as it turned out. Duarte once again with that beautiful hanging restart, gives his teammates so much time to get under the ball, putting the Army collectors under pressure before they've even caught it. Army back to full strength now, 7 on the park. I don't remember them getting out of their own half yet, and we've had, what, nearly 5 minutes of play. Certainly not into the opposition 22. Need to find some cutting edge and some thrust to change these things now. Karimi out to his wingman, gets the offload back from Nyangi back on the park.
Knock on, you're on the floor.
Really interesting. I tell you what, stylistically, I wonder if this is Coach Iseva Natevu's plan. They're playing with loads of width, just as actually he used to do when he played with Scotland Sevens. Move the ball width to width,
and he's on the floor.
try and spread the defence. So what we're seeing from this British Army team, they just haven't been as fluid so far across this first 6 minutes of this game in terms of offloads, beating defenders, breaking down the defence. And that is largely credit to the Shogun outfit. They're very organised.
Time on.
And let's see if they can organise something in attack now. Line out inside the Army 22.
Oh, handling of Fenley just lets him down at a critical moment. He will be furious with that, but understandably the Ealing Trailfinders man who's been a very important cog in this Shogun's team today. Just maybe a little fatigue kicking in, and certainly very warm, so there'll be a sweat factor again.
Well, he banged that bouncing ball in frustration. I reckon if the goals were here, that would have been top bins here at AFC Wimbledon, so something to take away from it.
Stay bound!
A trial maybe in the offing, penalty to the Army.
Number 2.
Final minute or so of this first half. And I'm trying to remember the Army actually threatening the Shogun's line. Can you?
Onside.
I can't.
No, absolutely not. No, we've been looking all one way in this first half.
Into the sun.
Yeah.
There's Vuni Vasilevu. You can just see Shogun's line just holding its pattern. Now the break is on, albeit from very deep. Trying to score blood up to the task.
Step.
Army pushing back to this short side, but there's plenty of Shogun's defenders there, and just as I say that, they get the ball through the tackle. The ball doesn't stick, and they have to go from their own 22 once again.
Well, you can see the Shogun defence is actually matching the width of the Army attack. So for me, the Army need to shift this up a bit and play through the middle. Start trying to step and play and offload through the middle. Here we go. Now we're playing.
Verimi almost up to halfway.
No, you don't touch the ball.
Huge, big miss pass, but finally the door opens on the left. No way through there for Rokadanguni. A lot of what you might call Hail Mary passes going on, just trying to get the width as quickly as possible, but it's not always the most accurate. And ultimately, the Army haven't been able to really threaten this Shogun's defence, and at the moment, the Shogun's good value for money for that lead.
What a defensive set that was to close out the half. For Shogun Rugby, really nice, and they are high fives going into the half-time break. I think the British Army will just want to shift it up a little bit at half-time now. A little bit of a different plan in attack, because at the moment they aren't breaking down this defensive unit of Shogun.
The styles is a factor now that we're seeing more and more, and excuse me, when you look at the 4 styles of the 4 semi-finalists, there are some interesting contrasts in the way that they want to play, and indeed the way they may be allowed to play.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned briefly, whether there's the element of surprise you can bring to the party as well. And
what a change.
Yes, teams will have watched you play. They'll know what they're up against to an extent. And actually, is there some value in changing up? Very difficult to do that. It's hard enough trying to get Keijin doing one plan, let alone switching up and going to plan B as well. So it is asking a lot, but certainly in this game, coming back to, it seems like Shogun have got the British Army's number. And I'd love to see the British Army just come out and try something a little bit different. There's not actually a huge amount of backfield coverage down the middle from Shogun. Maybe a little kick behind, just disrupt, just like change things up. Certainly more wraparounds, keeping the ball alive, trying to penetrate through the middle would be my plan, but I'm not a coach.
Well, Kevin Maggs is, and he's the defence coach for Shogun. He'll be delighted, I would think, with the way that they've set up. Nick Wakely, of course, the head coach, familiar face on the 7th Circuit. And certainly everything that they've wanted to get into this game has been produced by their charges. 2 tries to the good. But as we all know, how quickly the sevens game can change. Don't need unforced errors like that.
Not the start they were after, but I never like to slam the kickers, having messed up many a restart myself.
8 players on the field.
You feel so, well, there's nowhere to go, is it? You have to just hold your hand up and say, sorry, guys.
Who's your
Yeah,
captain, boys?
and cop it if anyone wants to give you an earful, to be fair.
You've
Did
got
you?
1 extra man. Okay, so it's a penalty.
Occasionally, no, not really actually. I think the boys knew I was too fragile, probably.
Ben
They're pretty
Ryan
kind.
probably did from the sides.
Scrub.
I was probably more the one dishing out. If I thought I'd put in a lovely kick and people didn't chase it hard enough, that was when I used to get annoyed.
The value of the armband. Privileged position.
That's what leadership's all about, isn't it? Just
Of
shouting
course.
at other people, right?
Delegating and pointing the finger.
If you do want a more nuanced view, please do follow my Substack. I do a weekly newsletter, Woody, which I'll sign
Really?
you up whether you like it or not. Your email's
Has
going
it got a crossword?
It doesn't. It's all about leadership, teamwork, performance. So
okay,
go and have a read. It's
Joined
called,
up writing?
It's called Inside the Mind of an Olympian.
Oh. Yeah, I'll have a look.
You're allowed to plug your own stuff on this, aren't you?
Of course you are.
Okay, no quick
Nobody's listening to you, but you can do it. No, send me the link, seriously. I'm always interested to hear what ex-superstars are about.
Well, it's a bit about that, a bit about sharing some past experiences and trying to develop skill sets. I do a bit of writing nowadays, Woody.
Do you?
As well, a bit here and there. As I say,
Fact or fiction?
Well, most of it's nonsense either way, I don't know that much. Yeah, I'm yet to write my novel.
I can't wait. Duarte hits his target and comes round to release it out into the backs. Oh, lovely stepping from Jardine, and the try is there. Well, that is efficient execution if ever there was from Shogun, getting into the opposition 22 and coming away with points. Simples.
I mean, they have made that look so good and so simple. Bear in mind, they've probably never even practiced that as a unit, as a 7 that are out there. And they've just delivered perfectly. Double tops at the line out to the back line. They got the score. And Duarte with a chance here to put them 21 points ahead.
Let's go then.
Yeah, Angel Bosal, the line-out expert, and Aku Saravatu, the finisher. And as ever, Duarte the conduit.
Left or right?
This is it, top bin, look at that. Top dart, off the line out, seed out into the middle. This is a lovely bit of footwork, bam, bam. The double step back inside, keep the ball alive, one offload, and over you go.
Yeah, good work from Sonny Jardine. I shouldn't leave him out of the mention there. All for the army to do. This is where they've been playing most of their match, inside their own 22. And we're, what, nearly 10 minutes into the game. And here comes another one, and it is the Spanish second row that's going to do it. Angel Bosal, this time on the end of it rather than the beginning of it. And, well, Shogun walking away with this one right now.
I think we thought it was going to be a whole lot tighter, but it's been largely down to the Shogun defence, not allowing the British Army to play, and they've just capitalised on their chances. And they've had them. Hey, Woody, we're going to get a beautiful view here of Ricky Duarte striking this kick
He was gone.
all the way from the touchline, as wide as you can get.
Just not able to swing it through, but you're right, he's a supreme technician as well as a rugby player.
He is, he's meticulous in a lot of his preparation. He was well known when he was out on tour with South Africa to be doing extra gym sessions every morning. He'd be in there getting a pump on, and he certainly looks like he does. I mean, it's believable. You see him with that shirt on. There's some rig on the boy.
Great take from Bosal. can't stop getting hold of the ball at the moment, and the break is on. Oh, is he there? No.
He was Jack Rampton on the kickoff, getting up high. He's been, first half especially, he was all over the kickoffs. They obviously targeted that he's the go-to man. His high fives between Duarte and Rampton after that kickoff. That combination
Score the try.
really working out for them.
He's tackled, momentum takes him forward, he then places and scores the try.
Tries a good one. Yet again. Well, the British Army are being pummeled right now. And it is perhaps one of the most surprising scores that we've had, because I didn't see this coming, the form that the Army had come into in this game. Shogun had done well, of course they had, they unbeaten themselves, but the way that the Army were playing, excellent conversion to finish, and well, that scoreline tells you the story.
There's still time to go, it could grow. It's the tale of the knockout games where some teams drop off and some teams manage to find a new level. Certainly true of Shogun here. They have stepped up. I mean, pretty faultless performance, really, all in all. I can't think.
And not just with ball in hand.
Absolutely, both sides of the pill, they have been exceptional.
Seravatu with the restart.
Backwards.
Just wondering what Fiji think has happened to them, because I haven't seen it coming through the course of the day's play, that's for sure.
Rack form first. Keep going. Good.
Again, they're playing into the areas that the Shoguns want them to play into.
The Shogun defenders doing a really good job of not committing as well when they don't need to. Just not losing players unnecessarily, which gives up the offload opportunities. And there we go, another turnover. It's Rampton at the breakdown. He's going to go away with the British Army backpack on.
Army trying to make the most of unexpected possession. Lovely little offload. And I think that's Areo Luvesi just striding away to break the bagel. But 13 minutes gone on the clock. And that, well, it's a token score in every way. Reverse conversion works. And we're moving into last territory time.
Wait for him to leave the field. When you're ready.
Ricochet kind of working for the Army as Rukadunguni tries to struggle his way through, but the ball goes loose. And here comes the Shoguns. All on his own zoom is Murphy. And they've got huge numbers out to the left. They've just got to spin it across the line. And Rampton goes, yeah, I'll have another. Ooh, ooh, now did he? What's the call? Tries given.
I see the ground as long as he's not in touch.
Swap it.
Officials just conferring, but tries good. And another one racked up by the Shogun rugby team representing the UK in this tournament. Oh, he can do everything, right?
There's an absolutely hanging nudge, but he's got it through. An absolute dead duck, but Jack Rampton won't care. Couple of scores and a conversion just to top it off. Great game from him at kickoff time and from the whole team. What a performance from Shogun.
Half a dozen tries, can you believe, against the Army, and the fact that the Army couldn't get a score on the ball till the last 2-3 minutes of this game. Huge, huge plaudits, not only to the Shogun's attack, but in particular to the Shogun's defence in that first half. And the way that they managed and manipulated the Army attack was, well, really impressive. And they will be delighted now as they wait to see who their opposition will be in the cup final. Up next, it's the LIT7s USA team against the Irish Rambling Jesters. Before we do that, let's get an update from Robbie. Robbie, where are you?
Yeah, I'm just pitch side here as the Army make their way off. I suppose that is a little bit of an upset, isn't it? But I know Tom Mitchell up there in the commentary box, you'll know all about these competitions. It's all about peaking at the right time, and Shogun maybe are just doing just that. So then, we're just about to welcome the two teams, Ireland and the USA, to the pitch once again here at Plough Lane. This should be an interesting encounter because you've got Ireland represented, of course, by the Rambling Jesters, who are actually sort of a feeder program. They work with the World Series and with the Irish programs for the World Sevens, so they kind of basically provide amateurs and professionals, try and levitate them to the next level. But they're taking on a USA side who I would say have maybe been the entertainers of the afternoon. They're a side packed with international players. Mike Friday is here watching on. He is the USA Sevens coach, and he's got a fair few players that are putting their hands up for selection in the coming weeks or so. So this should be an absolute cracker. Prepare to be entertained, Ireland against the USA here at Plough Lane. Let's get back to Tom Mitchell and Simon Ward.
Yes, welcome back as we get set up for this second cup semi-final. Rambling Jesters, who went well against in the opening two games, but then fell away in their last matchup against the Shoguns. Lost that one 17-12. USA team, well, they've won their first two emphatically and then drew the last one against the British Army side 17 points apiece. So we know they're quite buoyant at the moment. Again, contrasting styles of sevens rugby is going to be on offer right now. Good take from Corey Jones. Communication breakdown there in midfield for the USA team.
Well, it's a dangerous combo though that they've got in the USA in the middle there. Peter Seo Jr. alongside Peter V, and good luck keeping hold of those guys. And then out on the edge, Daryl Williams got a clean pair of heels. They won't. Rambling Jesters won't want to see him in any space.
The overthrow works for Ireland and it's straight in, and it's a gift for Edmund Anya. Eddie the Eagle hits the mark, and the Irish side, well, smiles on faces early doors.
Well, that's a freebie, and that's the danger of playing lineouts close to your own line. Just the overthrow, they went double tops. Missed the jumper, here it is. Jones goes to the back. Oh, and that's just too much on that, too much juice. Straight into the hands of Rambling Jesters. How about a seed? The miss pass to Anya. Good start for the team representing Ireland.
Again, Corey Jones with safe hands. Little offload. No way through though for Daryl Williams on that occasion. Oh, now, just as I thought it was Peter V.
Advantage.
Well, Rambling Jesters aren't stopping. They'll have to stop now with that little edge forward. Going back though for that earlier knock on.
What was that? It was all off a loose pass, but actually a bouncing ball.
Going to change it.
And you got the likes of Peter V mopping it up. They're really lethal because it's really hard to track as a defence. Often it throws off the tempo of the defensive unit, so you get people moving at different speeds. Often creates a disjointed defensive picture, which Peter V nearly exploited there with an offload to Peter Sear Jr., who couldn't quite gather it in the end, but once again a mistake from the US team is going to invite the Jesters to have a crack here.
Ethan Knight with the feed.
Backwards.
Good work from CO Jr., but It's there for the Rambling Jesters as the pace comes on from Peter Mark. Good defensive work. And Corey Jones making sure that the USA team can get through the gears as quickly as possible.
Tackle, release.
Williams, right, there's going to be a yellow card here, and not again.
Yellow card.
It's Anya again, as in the last game. Edwin Anya is going to have a couple of minutes off.
Didn't look like, I mean, it was a huge slap and a whack we could hear from up in our commentary position, but didn't look to be that bad from where we are. I thought it might be penalty only, but maybe because it was a bit of a swinging arm, a higher degree of danger. George Selwood, I'm not going to argue with him. He's an absolutely fast referee.
Set.
Seo Jr. and Musselman. And suddenly the release is there, but the pass doesn't quite find the clutches of Darryl Williams.
They look threatening, but they haven't quite been able to do it so far.
Thanks.
Get the feeling there's a certain sense of frustration in the USA camp. Just looking at the body language, and it's been so good, so efficient today. But as you say, in this opening 4 minutes, just haven't been able to sink the gears.
Just faltered, just stuttered a little bit here. And it's a good test of their character as individuals, also as a team, to see whether they can just weather it, get back to their best. Right, Santos in with the jackal, the big man, coming up trumps for them.
Oh, and just as he thought his team were going to get on the front foot, Jack Wendling found he was handing a piece of soap. I was going to say something else, but yeah. And you can sense the frustration really now, particularly for the USA number 2.
Well, often when you trip and stumble, you take a few steps before you right yourself, and that's where they're at the moment, isn't it? They just can't quite settle. In some ways, they might just be gagging for half time and reset, because they've not been able to do it so far in the first 5 minutes of this game. They won't want to give up another score to the Rambling Jesters.
Little step back from Roach as the USA line moves up into enemy territory.
Good release, back to feet.
Matt Percy driving his team on. Don't forget, still down a man at the moment. Won't be for long. Little step and go from Peter Marr.
Play on.
Yeah, they're going to keep it tight, and understandably, as Tom Roach goes back into heavier traffic. Well, Matt Bursey just losing it in the contact there. He's got away with it. Roach thinking about the kick through, but they're going to keep the possession.
They are, and they're doing a really good job of it. I'll tell you what, they're going to lose the ball eventually here.
Advantage. Over. There was a knock-on advantage over,
they've done such a good job. There's a bit of back and forth there. There was a knock-on advantage. He called advantage over, and then a penalty for pulling back. And now the Jesters might be penalised, because what I was thinking is they've done a good job. They'd eaten up the 2 minutes. Maybe a speculator kick.
Option.
So he can't come. Anya can't come back on.
Well,
that's a penalty on them, but he has.
He has. No, he shouldn't be allowed to come back on when a penalty's been called.
They're going to have called for the scrum.
Card on, yeah.
So I'm looking at you for the law book. I'm going to look that one up later. That's on me. But the thing is, when you're playing with a man down and you're only playing with 6, you've got to eat up the clock. But then when you've gone that far, actually, what you want to do is probably some sort of speculator kick, or even just dribble it down into touch and get your player back on. So the US team had no defender back in the backfield, so why not put the ball on the toe? It becomes a foot race. Either way, if it goes dead, it goes dead. If not,
Can you all hear me now?
Told you.
Okay, I can hear you now.
Yeah, I knew he wasn't allowed back on.
Thanks.
Did you not hear the clarity in my voice?
Crouch.
That's why you're a university blue.
Bind. Set.
And they might be punished here.
Well, he's back on now, so the full 7 for the Rambling Jesters. Oh, a little breakthrough, almost but not quite, from CO Jr. In fact, I beg his pardon, that was Peter V. He's taking his red scrum cap off, I think. Too warm. Penalty allows the Rambling Jesters to have a breather and just let the clock move a bit.
Well, they've done very well not to concede there. And actually, I think
I'm not sure.
USA be the most disappointed. We're going to go into the half-time break, and they'll need to regroup here.
Well, just a single score, the difference between the two, but the fact that the Rambling Jesters have been able to keep their, should we say, illustrious opposition in relative shackles, they will be delighted with, I would think. And certainly the think tank with the USA accent is going to have to work out what needs to change if they are going to change this scoreline of 7 points to 0. So 7 minutes to decide who is going to be facing Shoguns in the first ever Cup final in the LIT7s London Sevens. And Matt Burs's jump not helped by his compatriot there, Nemani Rayabo, just getting in his eye line. And it's given the USA team a chance to get on the front foot, get attacking ball. And there's the big man onto the park, Lance Williams. Stanfield getting the ball out to Camerata. Just see how the Irish line was working up.
Backwards.
Stanfield desperately trying to juggle that ball back into control, but ultimately it's ended up in Irish clutches. Good tackle from Corey Jones. Ethan Knight. LB, try scorer and yellow card in that first half. You can work out your own hero to villain line. Nice little offload, but Rayabo cannot hold on to the scraps there. Good work from Oscar Stewart getting through, but just as he'd made what he thought was the line break, or the ball through the contact at least, and just didn't quite work.
It was good, wasn't it? And they were just waiting for an opportunity, and I thought Stuart had created it with the offload and just dissected the USA defence enough. And then, unfortunately, when you hold the ball and you don't really go anywhere for that long and then don't line break, it feels like a bit of a lost battle. So, USA, after a bit of a shaky first half, fairly error-strewn from them, they got a chance now. Marla on the wing. Big battering ram out there with V. He's standing narrow. Look for him to kick out off this.
See how Junior gets it out, but Albie, it was who read it. And suddenly Ireland are thinking about a counter-attack from their own 22 with Peter Mark. Mark puts his foot to the floor. Bounce works for the Rambling Jesters. Ray Arbu can't find any way through there. Gonna have to be careful with presentation. LB. Roach. Scrappy ball, but it's just about to say Roach had done well to pick it up, but here come the USA. Stanfield going for the corner, stepping back in. Ooh, it's tries given. Good finish that was from Tim Stanfield. Under pressure and under duress, he's out in the corner, so it's not going to be an easy conversion to tie scores up, but a timely score for the NAV7s, USA 7s.
Right, well, we'll watch the conversions. They'll be all important
15
in this tight game. Rory Jones is going to try and put this one through the uprights.
Just not on the right angle. So Ireland still with the lead, but it's a tenuous lead now at best with just the 2 points.
I feel like both sides have just invited the other team in with mistakes in this game. Lance Williams pouncing on that one, the opportunity.
Oh, and they would try to work that line that worked so well. Was it the last game? Was it the British Army game?
The little dink, the dink option off the kickoff.
No, 7.
Different kicker this time. Stanfield on the kick, was it? There it is. It's not quite working out. I like it. I like the creativity. I like the exploration. No point in doing the same kick. If the opposition give you the option, you take it.
It was Peter V and Peter Co Jr. trying to concoct something there. Didn't quite work this time, so the scoreboard doesn't change. 3 minutes left of regular playing time. Albie stretches out, and this is a big score for the Rambling Jesters. No rambling from Albie. A full out stretch and pace, and maybe, just maybe, that is enough to take the Rambling Jesters into the cup final.
Well, sometimes it looks easy, and it was Peter Maher going on the outside, and then Edmund Anya just sliced, cut the angle, got his protractor out.
2 minutes.
And I tell you what, top marks, sir. It was a brilliant line from the Kenya Sevens man.
14.
Here it is.
14-5.
Just running that. It's a simple cut line, but how about this? Just a bang off the left, finds the gap, and good wheels as well to finish it. He's being chased by some quick boys there, but he creates a bit of distance, creates a good score for the Rambling Jesters.
Edmund Anye, the hero.
He's dropped it,
Score
the ground,
in the
so it's a
first
knock-on.
half now, score in the second.
Is that enough to tip the balance for you now, Wardy?
Yep. It is. I
We'll
know
wipe
we've
the
got,
yellow card.
we've got a couple of minutes. Yeah, I've forgotten the yellow card. But at least a couple of minutes on it. But it's just the way the USA haven't been able to find their gears in this game, and the way that the Irish side have worked.
Well, sit tight though if you're watching at home, because there's at least 90 seconds or so left in this one. Anything can happen. A quick score from the US here. They're going to need to get the ball back quickly.
It's an Ireland put in.
Yeah, I'll go.
The drive through from the Rambling Jesters, but keep possession. Ray Arbu staying strong in the contact, but giving away
from there
the penalty. And they need to make something happen, this NAV7s USA 7s team. They've got to find a route to market pretty sharp. Simi Moala may be the man, or who knows, it could be that man on the outside, Stanfield, who scored the first try. He's going to score the second as well. He knows he needs to get near to the posts.
10 seconds.
10 seconds left. They've got to
5
take
seconds.
a quick conversion and hope that they get the restart going.
No kick. That's the time. That's the time. You want to convert it?
Oh, the ref said that's it.
Out of the way.
It doesn't matter. The conversion is going to be irrelevant. Tim Stanfield will add the coup de grace to this game. And what a game it has been. Huge congratulations to the Rambling Jesters. They worked so well.
Well done.
A great game from Edmund Anya, contrasting emotions he must be feeling. Been there, of course, seen it with his country, Kenya. But Eddie the Eagle really did the job with the first score, which was relatively easy, it has to be said. But the second score, absolutely critical, cutting through the USA defence. And it is going to be Ireland who have more rugby to come, because they will face the Shoguns in the cup final. As we say goodbye and thank you to the USA team. Half the squad from the NAV7s, the other half from the USA Development 7s. So big thanks to them for coming and making this inaugural LIT7s, London 7s tournament so watchable and so entertaining. Cup final though, won't have them in it. The cup final, the last game, will be between the Shogun and the Rambling Jesters.
to have a little bit of dancing from IMD Legion there. Out on the pitch, we've come up to the posh seats here at Plough Lane because we're joined by the USA men's head coach Mike Friday. Mike, good to see you. A bit of frustration, no doubt, in that last game, but you were watching up here getting pretty animated, understandably.
I was, yeah. I mean, that last play, that's up there, that, Tom. We scored a try, 14-10, just turned the conversion down. Game's got to restart. No, we kind of have a little, well, they had a little discussion whether they wanted to or not, but that's the naivety of rugby and some of the rugby players in the US.
But I suppose those are sort of circumstances you want them to come across in tournaments before they get up to the top level on the circuit. I mean, how important are these sorts of tournaments in terms of, like, not blooding guys, but getting them up to the standard that you think is appropriate for the top level?
Yeah, I mean, it's a big thing for them, not just the playing bit, but the touring bit. Obviously, some of these boys haven't been across the UK before, travelling that distance, eight hours time zone difference, adapting the body, getting used to the meal changes. It's all part of touring and about getting used to what's required on the World Series, where it's very, very unforgiving. So, as Tom says, those types of mistakes are kind of acceptable, if I'm honest with you. But, you know, there's a good learning curve here. You know, when you get to semi-final time, these types of tournament, you're playing against competent sevens players from mature rugby nations. These boys know what they're doing, so great lessons for us.
And what kind of things is it that you're looking out for? Is it more the mental side of the game for those players down there today, or are you looking at physical things? Is there anything specific that you have your mind on?
For me, with the US players, it's more their tactical understanding and their technical execution. Physically, we're a good nation. Physically, we've got great athletes. We've got people that are fit for purpose when it comes to playing rugby, but being able to execute the technical skills under pressure that they've not learnt at a young age is tough for them. But then also the tactical appreciation, as we've just seen there, is critical if you want to be successful on the World Series. So, you know, they're tough lessons they're learning out there, but they're good lessons.
I know that's like the smart answer to that question, but you know how everyone has a bias as well? Like, you must have a little bit of that. Like, if I see someone, especially younger, if I see them like chase back and really put the graft in, is there a bit of that in you that really gets your eyes opening as well?
Well, a physical preparation is one. Work ethic is a non-negotiable in my book. So the big things that I was really happy with was not the fancy footwork, but when I saw Darrell chasing back 90 yards, I saw Peter V chasing back 90 yards. That's the mentality. That's the work ethic you need if you want to be successful on the World Series. That's nothing about talent. That's about just bloody-mindedness and fortitude to get stuck in and hang in there when the little voices are talking to you to give up. So yeah, Bobby, you're spot on, mate. I mean, mentality, mindset, work ethic, you know, they're non-negotiables.
And you've got a big couple of months coming up. You're going to be a very busy man. But for those watching, maybe the casual fan, explain, how does the next couple of months look for you?
Well, I've got a traumatic week next week in Madrid, that's for sure, where again we put ourselves in a bit of a pickle. But you know, we're more than capable and talented enough to get out of that. But you know, the big game, the big showdown is in Paris in the Olympics at the end of July, and you know, we're a handful of a team. We're guaranteed to be going to the Olympics. Some teams are still battling out to get that final position, and that's for them to worry about. But we're capable of going there and causing an upset. But the reality is, it's a brutal competition, and it's an insanely tough one to try and medal at.
It's going to be an interesting couple of months for you. We wish you all the best, Mike. Lovely to speak to you. Watching on this afternoon. Right, you need to hot-foot it back to the commentary box. You're going back once again to the commentary box. Mike, enjoy the posh seats and the prawn sandwiches up here. We'll see you very soon. Right, wooden spoon game for the women coming up in a couple of moments' time.
So welcome back as we get through to the relative cup finals. I suppose you call wooden spoon a cup final of sorts, between the Shogun rugby team and the Netherlands, represented by Find Rugby now. Again, two teams with very similar colouring, and with the sun in the eyes, it's going to be challenging, shall we say.
There we are. Yep, there you are.
Shogun, the only team to win in the group stages with the victory over the Netherlands, 19-10. So you would think that would give them a psychological edge getting set up for this one, especially with the Dutch side having not won a game. Are they going to get first score on the board? Good tackling, determined tackling, trying to hold back Morel de Groot, the Dutch national team player. Well, handling just not up to it on that far side, and the moment has gone for the Netherlands team. They lost to the Africa Lionesses 31-5 in their first outing today. Then that match I mentioned against the Shoguns.
There's the mark.
So looking to find some sort of feel good out of this final 14 minutes.
Stay there, 9.
Shoguns with the first opportunity to really show what they're about, and off they go. Well, this will be a challenging foot race between the two, but it's going to be won by Amaya Fabo, the Spanish international, doing what she needed there. Conversion goes in off to give the Shoguns an early start on the scoreboard. Now the break is on for the Netherlands, and they are going to respond with a try of their own. Well, that is just what they needed. Great response from the Dutch, and it's the vice-captain, Maya Sangaya. Sangala, who's started playing when it was introduced in Malawi to her school, 6 years ago, and has graduated and moved to the Netherlands. She's playing for AAC Amsterdam right now. Been involved in the Dutch national training selection as well. Played in the Dubai 7s for a couple of years, the Cape Town 10s as well last year.
I'm ready when you are.
Great retort by the Netherlands. Maybe that will do their confidence a bit of good to tie things up so early in this contest.
Hold. No.
Contest on the ground. Out it goes again. And we're going to get a similar return. Amaya Fabo has the strength and the speed to hold off the tackle of Millicent Tavernier. And, well, it's tit for tat so far. Shoguns pushing themselves back in front with the conversion still to come. Fabo now playing in the first division of Spain, playing for Club de Rugby El Salvador the last couple of years. And adding huge value now to the Shogun rugby team. Well, they came straight back, the Netherlands team, from that first strike, and they repeat the feat. Here they come. Well, handling just going awry. I think that was Charlotte Madula, the Ugandan, unable to control the ball at pace.
Yep. Time off. We've got subs coming from both sides.
Changes now off the bench early on
Sorted.
in the first half.
Thank you. Time back on. Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay on side 9.
Bounce of the ball works for Shogun, but yeah, there was a high contact there, very obvious. Alpine, another who plays for El Salvador. I think there's 3 or 4 of the girls that normally wear El Salvador colours. Oh, a little show and go. Good tackle. Dump tackle coming in there from Quen Maginga, but ultimately it can't stop the ball getting out for the Shoguns, and it's Jordan Russell who finishes things off. An important try, you would think, in the minds certainly of the Shogun girls.
We've got 5 seconds left of the half if you want to wait. That's
5
time.
seconds of the half left. A swift conversion from Alba Alpin. And it's going to be the half-time whistle with Shogun Rugby leading 19 points to 7. But the Netherlands buoyed by getting that try in early doors, and they know that the game in the pool stages was fairly tight. That finished 19-10. So with another 7 minutes to go, who knows what's going to happen. But half-time, it is Shogun's leading 19-7.
Make sure they're behind you.
Netherlands able to finally control the ball from the kickoff. Determined
High tackle.
running gets them the penalty. They've got to take that from the mark.
Too far forward. You've tapped it, let's go.
Shogun's defence in good order, as their men were earlier on. Good balance from Medula.
Step back.
Presents the ball well, and the Netherlands can go again. A bit further up the pitch, well, a lot further up the pitch after that boot through.
Backwards.
Pickpocketed. And where are the runners in support? Oh, skids to a
No
halt.
hands black.
Oh, lovely offload. And the pass finally gets out to Medula, but oh no. so near and yet so far.
There's the mat. Let's get set, please. Crouch. Bind. Set. Stay on side, 9. Stay on side. Regathered.
Almost good work there from Madula, trying to make up for that drop early on.
Time off. We've got substitutes.
As the subs appear off the bench. Charlotte Madula started in 2003, qualified and played in the 2009 Sevens World Cup for Uganda.
Okay, we've still got a substitute
an experienced
in place.
operator.
We need
off the
someone
pitch
in the
now
channel.
For a break. No doubt we'll see her
can't
again.
lift. So it needs someone in this channel. Sorry, that's fine. That's fine. Yeah, that's thank you. Time back on.
Good recovery from Jordan Hale.
High tackle. Started high, came down.
De Groot sets the ball back, picked up and taken on by Minona Nunstedt. And suddenly there's width on it. And suddenly there's a try. Well, the Netherlands hitting back in some style. Maya Sangala, the vice-captain, finishing a good team try off there. And suddenly there is just the one score between these two teams. Show the awareness there of the vice-captain. And just the try between these two now.
Thank you. Let's go. That touched you.
Shogun, who started this game so well, so prominently.
There's your mark.
Got into that 19-7 lead at half-time and looked like they were really knew what they were doing and everything was in hand. But credit to the Netherlands team for getting that try and just putting a question mark in the match equation right now. Little dab through from Jordan Hart, who's going to get there first. There's not much dead ball area here.
Already
so
dead. Go for the 22.
It's going to be a 22 restart.
Yep, ball had already crossed the line of touch. Thank you. Got an interchange, hold it down. Interchange is already on. Thank you. We need 2 players leaving the field.
So another couple of changes in the Shogun's ranks.
Time come.
I would just feel now they need to get up into the opposition half, because the way this game has swung, the Netherlands will feel they are right in this contest and indeed confident of getting another score. Good width. Hale pulled down, but the support is there from De Groot. De Groot, good leg strength and drive, taking her team up almost up to the 22. Jordan Hale Gets the ball back to Fisher, but I think it's slightly forward there.
Yep, time off.
Romain Fisher started playing when she was 9 years old in France, played with Castres Olympique, and then moved to the Netherlands and started playing for Breda, which she still plays for now.
Let's get set. Here's the mark. Let's get set, go.
Into the final minute of action in this wooden spoon final.
Set. Stay on side 9.
Width on it from Shogun. They take the outside route again. Off she goes. Well, defenders standing in her way waiting for her, and she conveniently ran straight into them. But the ball is still there, and
Offside.
the penalty as well.
6.
Offside call.
Here's the mark.
And now a chance for Shogun to finish this game off, and finish it off they do with an emphatic try from Jordan Russell. And now that is it. All is done.
Yep, let's take the kick and then we'll talk. Time is finished.
Conversion doesn't land, but it really doesn't matter. It's the end of the wooden spoon final, and Shogun Rugby get their second win of the contest, their second win indeed against the Netherlands. 19-10 it was in the group stages, 24-14 in this wooden spoon final. So big thanks to both teams for their participation in this year's LIT7s London Sevens. Now, before we get into the next contest, which is the plate final in the men's competition, let's head over to Robbie. Robbie, over to you, mate.
Hello, nice to be with you. We decided, me and Tom Mitchell, to remain in the posh seats up here at Plough Lane, where you've got an excellent view of the action, but come in with us, because this is actually, isn't it, Tom, where all the teams sort of spend their time when they're not playing. So explain the setup we've got in here. I'd say it's a mess.
Well, I feel like it is a mess, and you can tell them that. A lot of these boys are bigger than us, so let's just let them do what they want.
Bigger than me.
But this is, we're actually right in the mix here. A few of the lads are halfway through getting changed, but this is where it all goes down in terms of preparation, recovery, in between games, switching off. We're inside the changing room with the USA team. But you know what? Here's the best bit. Come on.
This is hospitality done right at Rugby Sevens tournaments, let me tell you. So we've got a bar area over here, though I'd say
2 pints, please.
over 2 pints would be excellent.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
There we go, he's on it, that's good. That wasn't staged either. Although the issue is...
I think we're actually getting a pint.
I think we actually... Oh, there we go, this is good. I think the thing is, though, that they've not really been used at all, have they? Because you're not drinking on the job.
No, although these boys have finished now, so I'm wondering if this is going to absolutely kick off in the next hour or so. I mean, certainly it's going to kick off in the stadium before long, because we've got James Haskell is going to be playing a serious DJ set.
Very exciting, yeah, he's going to be on a little bit later. We've got finals before that, though, Tom. We've got rugby to be played, and it is final time. We're going to have the wooden spoon final coming next the finals coming next. Of course, 3 of them remain. Explain to us, what is the one thing when you're playing in a final that you want to make sure you get right?
Enjoying it. And I know that sounds silly, but actually it's so easy for it to just pass you by, so with the pressure or the experience of the final, and actually just going out and soaking it up. Like, the crowd will be right behind both teams probably, and just looking around, playing in a stadium that's never had rugby sevens in it before, you're playing in the final, playing for the trophy, you want to make sure you savour that experience.
It's going to be really, really exciting. I don't know, are we actually getting a drink just peering over the bar? No, we're not. It's a photographer looking on his laptop, which is disappointing, but there we go. It's all right.
I'm going to stay here. I'll see you later.
Oh, fine. All right, we'll leave Tom there. Let's just head on out then again. We'll let the USA side sort of get their wounds attended to and things like that, because I think we can hand back to some real-life rugby on that very pitch. Simon Ward, it's all yours.
Yes, thank you. We're set up for the plate final now, with New Zealand represented by Fine Rugby now up against Jamaica. represented by the Jamaica UK Crocs. And it's Jamaica who open up very, very brightly. Joseph Parks, good determined tackling from Dennis Melander there. That was a try-saving tackle if ever there was one. And now, well, looks like New Zealand are looking to go from deep and get themselves up back into enemy territory. Little sidle through. Adam Channel has enough gas to outlast the defender, and it's Channel currently playing with the USA 7s in San Diego, who opens the scoring for the his adopted New Zealand team. Let's look at the opportunity taken by the American star there. Good leg drive to get him away from the intended tackle. So Jamaica, how are they going to respond to that?
Release! Release! Yeah, you're holding on to him.
Again, a lovely little dart. Again, we don't know the number 3's name, but he has been impressive both in try scoring and try setting up. Nobody seems to be able to tell us his identity, but certainly his teammates enjoying his inclusion in this game.
Tackle for ball.
There's the critical character in this Jamaica side, Luke McNally-Drew. Both with ball in hand and indeed putting boot to ball. Kicking prowess was very prominent and impressive as well. Oh, the offload is there, and Aaron Lowe is going to charge his way through to open Jamaica's account in this one. Impressive work from the Eton man-to-man. In fact, that's not Aaron Lowe. What am I saying? They must have changed jerseys again. I'm just looking to see what's going on. It's not Aaron Lowe wearing 10. It's somebody else, so I shall do my darndest to find out who it is.
Left or right?
Well, I shall bring you that news as soon as CSI Wimbledon has made their investigations.
Left then. Crouch. Bind.
Into the second quarter of this game, and still nothing between the two teams.
Left, okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady.
The feed from McNally-Drew. Little dab through from Priestley Nangle. The charge into the corner, and I think that's Akili Smith. Well, out of nothing, it appears that Jamaica have got the lead on that far flank, and that looks like Akili Smith to me. Well, the conversion still to come, but a very significant score at a significant moment, you would think. Just see as they tangled on that far side. Yeah, there it is. Little footwork, skills, boot to ball, and the speed to be able to get there to finish.
They are backwards off Jamaica.
New Zealand continue forward apace, looking to find some sort of response before half time. Michiel van Kooyk, the Dutch player, infringed, but still they press on. Pressing through. There he is. Gets the offload in. No way through though for Zach Stevens. Presentation is there, Jack Bowyer. Tries a good one in the corner. Ben Stevens finishes things off and ties it up.
That's half time.
Well, great first half with nothing between the two teams, I should say. Half time in the plate final. It's New Zealand 10, Jamaica 10. So nothing between the two at the turnaround. Plate on offer for the winners of this first ever final in the LIT7s London Sevens.
There's your mark, boys.
Just going to see if any more of the players have changed numbers. I'm told that number 10 is Lloyd Anderson now, who was wearing 8. Of course he was. But, well, Lloyd's got a try in the bag for Jamaica. And this man's going to get another one. It's Luke McNally-Drew, one of the stars of today. Finding that cutting edge, beautiful cutting edge. Halfback, superb work. Appreciated by a superb halfback alongside me, Tom Mitchell. Tom, enjoy that?
I did. What a time to come back over here. I just sprinted back. I was over in the posh seats.
Hang on.
Sorry.
Sprinted. Last time I saw you were about to doff a pint. There's no way you sprinted after that.
Oh, you saw that, did you? No, well, we didn't get served. No ID. Said I looked too young, so we didn't get served at the bar. But I tell you what, I'm glad I made it back in time for that score. We talked him up a fair bit. His teammates have been pumping him up as well.
He's
He is
class,
some
though, isn't
star.
he? He's
Some
class.
star.
I'm liking everything I've seen from the former Saracens Academy boy. As I mentioned, good to see him back after a couple of years out with some major leg injuries.
Let's come a bit closer.
Right, New Zealand, what have you got?
Don't break your bind early.
You've done it before.
Bind.
You can do it again.
Steady.
See if you can get yourselves back in the final 5 minutes of this plate final. Good width, the kick through. It's all about the running lane, isn't it? It works for Jamaica. There's Priestley Angle. Well, didn't find much headway away from the try line. The ball is moved out to Sullivan Warner. Taken. Ooh. Adam Channel showing dexterity, and suddenly it's over on the far side with Luke Rivalu. Well, I mean, the proximity of the colours on the far side, and you're not quite sure who's got the ball in hand and how suddenly they've taken possession if they have.
Well, both teams were offloading to the opposition, so maybe they're struggling as much as we are. A couple of loose offloads in the mix there.
Changes in both camps.
It's a tough position to play out of here. It's going to be a throw-in to the New Zealand team, so Jamaica on their own line. They're going to have to come up real fast in the back line. We'll go for a steal line out.
Penalty call.
On the five over there. Elbows to floor. Scrum. Elbows to floor.
What's the call now?
Adam Channel just showing his experience here of being top level, pretty composed in this scenario, and he's calling for the scrum. He's going to drag in some space, and these are the scenarios really, as an attacking team, just over 5 metres out in a scrum here, you should score.
Set.
Yeah. And certainly when you've got the likes of Rivalu there, he's got plenty of attacking ability, and so is this man, Zach Stevens. Another penalty, not rolling away. Quick tap and take, and the barge through. And it's there. I'm just looking to see who's getting up with the ball. That looks to me like Sam Tuitupo.
Just over 2.
And the conversion is good from Sam Clark. It's not helping that all these players seem to be changing jumpers, but Tuitupo, impact player off the bench, has scored the try and now goes back and sits on the bench.
I rate that. It's an absolute battering ram way of scoring a try under the sticks, and actually he's left his opposite number down in a heat. Hopefully he's all right. A bit of treatment.
I've got a feeling he used to be called Chainsaw Sam in his 15s playing days. I've got that dim and distant memory coming back at me, but I may be wrong.
70 north, yeah.
Say it with conviction. Let's reignite it
Okay,
or start it for the first time.
Yeah, social media will be a light. So, once again. Ties scored up, couple of minutes left. Possession is going to be critical. It's there for Jamaica. Little kick through and the chase. Oh, just as I say that, is that Roman Owen? I think that's, looks to me like Aaron Lowe now wearing the one shirt. He's pulled up lame, so Jamaica are down a man. Maybe this is an opportunity for New Zealand. They're stuck around their own 22. Ball's gone loose. Here comes Jamaica once again.
Advantage over.
Lloyd Anderson, try scorer in the first half.
Release. Onside.
Has that man got another little bit of magic in his pocket? McNally Drew
Away.
flung to the ground and ultimately holding on too long, I think.
Wow, score's all tied up. It's in the balance. This could be the last chance saloon here. But New Zealand to get a winner again. It's Adam Channel on the ball. He's just trying to calm everyone down and get everyone thinking, you're going to go for the scrum again. Long way to go this time. Changes again. In fact, Jamaica, I walk past the bench. I'm just trying to see from over here, but I think Aaron Lowe is actually in a t-shirt and sliders. I think he's written off for this one. I think Joseph Parks as well is out. He was out from game one. Apparently he's picked up a bump, so they are down a few players.
They've got big opportunity here. Just as a bit of attention to the likes of Lloyd Anderson.
Okay, water off then.
They're rehydrated. And now we're going to see whether we're going into extra time. The dreaded extra time.
20 seconds. Yeah, come on, let's go. Crouch. Bind. Set. Steady.
The put in from Jack Bowyer. And the release. And the break. And here come New Zealand. Looking to get the ball through the contact, shepherded to the ground. All the way through there for Yosefo Taranga. Sam Clark.
Onside.
Step back from Noah Mataya, and Mataya is going to win the plate final for New Zealand. Kind of apt, I guess. Seize the moment, seize the day, and the quality shows through with Noah Mataya.
The Kiwi man getting it done. And it was a nice finish as well when this team needed it most.
Yeah, final play of the day in the Plate Cup, and that's it. Huge credit to Jamaica. Having lost the first two, they've come back with some style to get that, to take their places here in the plate final. But ultimately, it was this play from that man that made all the difference. And tired legs could not cover the gaps, and a critical score means that the New Zealand team, represented by Fine Rugby now, will be lifting that bowl in not so long. Let's get on to the pitch and see who Robbie is talking to. Robbie?
Orlando Dennis, that was tight, that was pretty nervy, never in doubt, eh?
I'm pretty tired, mate, I'm not gonna lie. But yeah, we played to a structure like we wanted to and finally got the ball to go, so I'm just happy now.
And the day as a whole, like you said, it's a long old day. You've been through
the first game at 9:30, so I'm really tired, mate.
An emotional day, but have you enjoyed it in general, high standard of rugby?
It's been great. Everything's been fantastic. Like our team came together yesterday, had a few sessions, and then going out playing today, which we're quite happy with. I mean, playing Shogun and the Justice early on was pretty hard, but yeah, happy with the result.
We'll let you go and celebrate. Nice to speak to you. Thank you very much. So then, there we have it. Our first actual, I suppose, our first winners actually of the afternoon. Then the plate final done and dusted. Next up, it is all about the women's final. Now it's Great Britain taking on Africa, and on the face of it, Great Britain should be pretty heavy favourites because they are a force to be reckoned with. Earlier on in the day, they beat Africa by 24 points to 15. Plus, listen to this for a stat, out of the last 11 tournaments that this Hammerhead side have been involved in, they have got to the final 10 times and they've won that final on 7 occasions. So it's all to do for Africa. It's going to be a big odd test for the Lionesses. But you know what? On days like this, anything can happen in finals, in front of these crowds, and when you've had a long old day of going through the emotions, playing game after game, anything can happen. It could just take one mistake, one special moment from one of those players that's about to make their way through the tunnel. So we've got 2 games left for you. The cup final on its way for the men very, very shortly. And then, of course, taking place next, the women's final. We will also have the presentations for you as well. A reminder, 10k basically being given to all the winners, spread across the winners, not getting 10k each, they wish. So that's going to be spread across the winners a little bit later on when we reveal them all in the presentation. But next up, Great Britain taking on Africa here at Plough Lane. If you have just joined us, by the way, don't worry, you can go back and watch all of the action, of course. The men, the women have all been in action. We've had 8 men's team and also 4 women's sides competing throughout the course of the day. A long old tournament. It is the inaugural LIT7s London 7s here at AFC Wimbledon, and it has been good weather for Wimbledon as well. You could see the likes of Andy Murray, Novak Djokovic playing not too far away from here, but today we're all about the rugby, and it is silverware time as Great Britain take on Africa in the Women's Cup final. Let's hand back to your commentary team of Tom Mitchell alongside Simon Ward.
Yes, the 2024 Women's Final being contested by the Hammerheads against the Lionesses representing GB and Africa. Be very interesting to see whether that earlier game plays into the mindset of either team. 24-15, the Hammerheads won that particular game. But the Lionesses had long moments in that matchup where they really pushed themselves back into the contest, and it was a couple of late tries from the Hammerheads that, well, inflated the scoreline a little bit. Not saying they didn't deserve the win, but it looks like it was an easier victory than perhaps it was for the GB team.
That's your mark there. That's yours.
Slap back, forcing the Hammerheads back into their own 22. Good aggressive D.
Not now. You need to release before you go. You're in front of the mark.
The Lionesses, who began today with a big win against the Netherlands. The Hammerheads beating the Shoguns 27-5 in their opening introduction to this tournament.
Yeah, fine, yeah. Always one. Okay. Crouch. Bind. Set. Put the ball in.
The quick transfer, and Julia tries to move her team away down that left flank. Getting over the 22. Good, strong leg drive. Nelly Sanders releases it, and I think there's going to be a yellow card here for that high contact. And Tom Mitchell,
Scrum.
We heard you just moan as Karina Galdo actually mistimed, I think, more than anything, her tackle there.
I thought you said you've got a pair.
I actually like that from Karina, coming in trying to make a big shot, but didn't quite get it right. It looked a bit awkward, and actually
A relief that no one's got hurt off the back of it, but tell you what, it might hurt this Lioness defence, which just looks really, really strong.
Okay, move your hair, reset.
Just absolutely no holes in it so far in this game, but easy to defend early on in the game when you're fresh. And now they're going to have to defend with 6, and the fatigue will quickly build up.
And there's the gaps. Striding through is Julia, the Czech player, not stopping her. And the opening score is on the board, and it's a credit to the Hammerheads.
Well, that was all too easy. We said when you go down to 6, you want to fight and scrap to keep a team out. Well, all of a sudden, a defence that looked like it had no holes in it at all looked very, very leaky there. Civ-like for that try.
A relatively simple score, tactically well finished off by the number 11. Let's take a look here as it was set up. I think that was Tessa, national mate, setting it up. Nicely timed pass to open the door. Good take from the Hammerheads. There's the try scorer spinning it out into midfield. Coming back for a bit more action. Saunders trying to
It's gone.
release Sally Williams on this near side, but
please.
not just working on that occasion.
Yellow cards back. Crouch. Bind. Set.
Penalty for the Lionesses, trying to set up some sort of attacking position. Gaudo goes looking. Takes possession again. Happy to take on the responsibility. Codero up in support. Again, the penalty call goes for the team in blue. And the break is there. And going through is Jasmine Rampton. Well, good finishing from the Lionesses number 3. At the time, just when her team needed some sort of score on the board.
Yeah, I like this, really purposeful. A change of direction and up the middle. She's gonna attempt to convert her own score here. Makes no mistake, lovely dink from in front. And that will level things up. Really nice. Here it is, there's up the quick tap. Dangerous time to play, she sees it, bam. And just no hesitation. As soon as she makes that change direction, she puts the hammer down and accelerates. And that's what allows her to take advantage of their gap. Rapid Rampton up the guts, straight over underneath the poles.
Good individual score from the poet laureate sat to my right hand side. Rapid Rampton, I think, will stay in the dictionary, certainly of Sevens commentators, for some while. Now, Kira Deeks just settling her team down, making sure everybody knows what the play is that they're going to try and engineer. Little shift back into Harry's. See the blue line working its way across. Good work from Hayward. Well, no, that was Kina Gaudo. Suddenly the break is on. And they go again. And it is Karina Gaudo who does the job. She's been about the action the entire match. And now the critical play, she comes up with the try to put her team in front.
Yeah, nice time to score as well. They've got a rule where they convert their own tries in this team, but Karina's going to try and hit this one from the sideline.
No.
Long way out, tough ask. There was a good score. There's a A wily operator.
Well, these Lionesses have got something about them, no question about that. They've come back and hit their Hammerheads where it hurts, which means they have their noses in front at the turnaround. There's the setup for that score. Still only one score in between the two teams, of course, but the fact is those ladies there have their noses in front. Here we go then, the final 7 minutes of this year's women's competition with just 5 points between the two teams. Great take. Once again, she really has been one of the stars of the show, Prothero, and again, leading her team from the front. Taking the team into the 22, good D.
Not now.
Pressure D coming through, they're going to get the penalty though. Change of direction, trying to catch defenders off balance.
No lift, you've not lifted.
Opportunity taken. Big score at the beginning of this second half. I'm sorry I can't tell you the name because we don't have the number, but the Lionesses don't care because they've racked up try number 3.
And it's a brilliant bit of finishing in the corner. Really backed herself, just went for it. Had eyes for that corner flag and put the hammer down. Had the wheels to do it. Eventually it made its way. It's actually a good carry in the middle. Good idea to just draw in defenders there. They recycle quickly. Preserves the space on the edge just enough when you got wheels like that to get around the bend. A good dot down.
I notice you've been nominated to pick men's and women's players of the tournament.
We'll take the knock on,
I
no more
would
of that.
suggest that Nikita Prothero must be prominent in your thoughts for the women's version.
Well, it's not all on me actually, Woody. It's the commentators, plural. So you can put that vote in if you like.
Yeah, I'm going to.
I think I'll probably put a vote next to her name too.
Yeah.
A couple of others in the mix. We'll deliberate.
Yeah.
It's a democracy here.
Okay, number 28 it is then. Here she is again.
Not now, no! You need to release.
There she goes. Oh, unlucky. Tried to get that pass away over the top, but this time it wasn't working for Bobby Hayward. The Hammerheads know how to win these finals. They've won 10 of their last 11. They aren't going to give this one up. anytime soon, that's for sure. Chantel Miel gets them back in the mix, albeit in the corner, so the conversion is not going to be easy for the extra 2 points.
Well, there's so much life in this game. I tell you what, the Lionesses bench after their last score were getting very, very excited, and I just wonder whether they're taking their eye off the clock. It's a long time in this game. And even though that conversion doesn't make it, it's only a 5-point ball game. This kickoff could be crucial. You want possession off here.
And we know how fragile a lead can be in sevens, don't we?
It's a good finish by Chantel Miel on the corner. He actually went around a lot of players to get there. Good wheels to see it through.
Restart is going to be so, so important now. It's come back. Hammerheads side, but again, that lady there just forcing the ball carrier out, and there was no way for McGee to do anything about it, really.
No, when there's a bouncing ball, you pounce on it. You're often in a bit of a vulnerable position when it comes to the contact. So if someone hits you from behind, you end up travelling very quickly towards the touchline. McGee did a good job of actually trying to get that ball back in field to the point where she was claiming it came off Prothero, but
time on.
It is the Lionesses who are going to have the throw in here. A pretty narrow setup in their back line.
No,
they are going to go to the middle. Brina Gauta in the middle. Going to dish it wide to the danger woman Prothero. Here she goes on the edge. Oh, and the offload as well.
Lovely, beautiful stuff. Good covering defence as the Hammerheads scuttle into position, but the ball is still there for the Lionesses, and they got numbers out to the wide. Oh, they cut back in though. Well,
one more pass needed to go, surely.
Rampton wasn't that rapid on that occasion, but still they press into the Hammerheads 22, and just as I say that, force the pass and give away the possession at a crucial time.
Rampton wasn't rapid, she was selfish, Wardy. She should have passed it. No, I think she just got tempted by the inside space. She saw all the cover coming across and thought there was an opportunity to step back. For me, and it's very easy to play the game from up here, just needed to dish the pass off to the wheels outside her. Speedster.
Hammerheads have got to go from deep. Can the Lionesses find that line? Well, around the corner. Oh, here we go. Here we go. This is a big try now. If it goes under the posts, this could be the cup competition for the Hammerheads. It is. Things are tied up by Holly Williams. And here is a kick to win a contest, maybe. Yes, there's still a minute or so after the kick is taken, but surely, surely, Julia is going to take her time with this. She's done it. The Hammerheads are back in front. Well, we've said about their history. They've got the confidence of experience. They've won 10 of their last 11 finals.
30 seconds.
30 seconds left for them to hold on to this slender lead.
Well, a really good setup here from the Lionesses. They've got 3 players deep here. So no way for Hammerheads to just bang this one straight off the park, but they are going to go long, but kind of down the middle. Oh! And it's worked for them. Gauto cannot take cleanly. It's going to be a put in, and they are going to take their time on this scrum engagement. I think they'll take their time, and if the time's gone, they'll ask the referee, and then they'll just bang this one straight off the park. So watch for the Lionesses here to come straight through this scrum. They're going to have to try something. They need the ball back to have a chance, so they've got to go for it.
Set.
Oh, and they have. Oh, illegally.
Straight across. Not quite.
Clock is off. It's done. Oh, they're going to jouer. Quick transference out to Sally Williams, and Sally Williams is going to put a little bit of icing on the cake to ensure that the Hammerheads are victorious.
Well, I love that from the Hammerheads. They could have just kicked it off. They thought, you know what, we'll go for one more. Sally Williams down the touchline. It's a wonderful finish.
There is the final play of the women's competition in the 2024 LIT7s, London 7s, and the victors in the Women's Cup are the Hammerheads representing Great Britain. And look at the elation of those ladies on the pitch. They had to work so hard to get themselves back into it at 17-7 down. It looked to be a step too far, but huge credit to them.
It was a big ask, but they just look so assured of the way they've gone about their business all day. And now, quite rightly, big celebrations on the park. Any minute now, we'll be able to throw down and get some reaction. Robbie's in danger of getting sprayed by the admittedly water bottle, not quite the champagne spray yet, but let's go down to Robbie and hear from the winners.
Yeah, I'm with Chantel Mile here. That was a tense one again, a cagey final, but you get over the line, Chantel.
Yeah, God, it was tough towards the end, but we grinded it out and got the win, so tough for the girls. Yeah, it's been sick. Great weekend, or great day, so yeah.
We mentioned it before the game, that you were favourites. You know, we know your record, getting into finals and converting those finals into victories as well, but it's one thing to do it on one occasion, but the consistency that you show is really impressive.
Yeah, I mean, we made it hard for ourselves in both the first halves of the game against these guys, so we really ground out and found a way to win, but yeah, we can make it a lot easier for ourselves in the first half, for sure.
And playing with a target on your back, I imagine, is one of those challenges which you thrive on, but at the same time, does it sort of present different challenges at different times?
Yeah, I think like even talks before and stuff, we were pretty relaxed and knew what we needed to do to win, and we did those things and it paid off. So yeah, we were quite relaxed going into it, which is nice, and just enjoyed it.
Were you relaxed in those last couple of minutes?
Yeah, I don't know about that, but
just finally celebrations tonight. What's the deal?
I've got to drive back to Bristol, unfortunately, and some of these guys are going to Bournemouth, but hopefully we'll find time to celebrate soon.
I mean, come on, Chantel. All right, we'll let you go and enjoy it with your team. Lovely to speak to you.
Thank you, cheers.
Chantel Mile there from the Hammerheads, victors again. Like we said, that is now 12 finals that they've been in, and they've managed to get themselves, 11 finals they've been in, and they've managed to win 8 of them. A really impressive run from the Hammerheads. So then, one game remains. It all comes down to this. We know the winners of the women's competition, but who will be victorious for the men? It is an all-European final as well. We have UK taking on Ireland, so it's going to be a really interesting one. Let's hand back to your commentary team, who, by the way, have been wonderful this afternoon. Let's go to Tom Mitchell and Simon Ward. Bring us the final.
We love you too, Robbie. Honestly, Tom Mitchell's just going to have a course in how to turn his mic on.
I can't see whether it's on or not in this light. I've got the sun. I can't complain, but the sun is absolutely blaring over this side still.
Yeah.
Which means all I can see is you, Wardy, and that's no bad thing.
Oh, you say the right words. Right, who's going to have the right moves in this final? Going to be very interesting to see how this one plays out. Both teams had differing challenges in their semi-final. Certainly in that first semi-final, Shogun's got 2 early tries and then manipulated the British Army defence. They're going to get an early try here as well. That's Rampton. Rapid Rampton is going to score. Doesn't matter who they play for, Rapid Rampton will appear.
You can have that one for free, Wardy. That's a good start. That's the kind of ruthlessness we've become accustomed to today from the Shogun rugby outfit. See out in the middle of the park, see Kevin Maggs really delivering some strong pointers.
It is Maggsy, isn't it? I hadn't seen him and I was looking for him, and the former Bristol centre is there, and he will be delighted, particularly with the way, as I say, they corralled the British Army attack in that first semi-final. And that's what made all the difference to the outcome. As heavier win at 38-7 as it looks. It was all about that first half D that worked for the Shoguns. Ireland holding off the USA team to take a 14-10 victory in the second semi.
Edmund was nearly away there off the kickoff, but the ball coming down off his hands. It's going to be a Shogun putting off the scrum on this near side. Ricky Duarte going to feed. Danger men across the park. It's been a nicely put together squad for Shogun. Terry Sands and his crew. Nick Wakely, former GB coach.
Fenley trying to get his halfback partner back into the mix. Around the corner goes Davlin Blood, scored a very important try early on in that semi-final.
He's lost a boot in that play. He's playing with one boot at the moment, in Blood.
He needs shoeing, I think. Fenley's going to continue playing the heavy handoff. Rampton, out it goes to Murphy. Murphy in at the corner. They score from the left wing, they score from the right wing. And once again, Shogun get themselves off to a competitive knockout match with 2 early tries.
Sounds like you're going to launch into a football chant there. He scores on the left, he scores on the right. Tell you what, James Murphy though, he is a quality player and he's been relatively quiet in a team full of other superstars, but everything he's done today has been exemplary. I don't think he's put a foot wrong, and this was a very, very smart finish indeed. His South African Blitzbokker teammate is going to stab and low one through the post to make it another 7. There's James Murphy. He's just a lovely bloke as well, by the way. Wonderful guy, and this is a very smart finish. It makes its way to him on the width eventually. Bit of dilly-dally in the middle, drawing in a few defenders. Rampton puts the hammer down and then feeds the South African on the edge. Look at that, the fend right in the chest. Good work staying in field and scoring that one.
Good work from both wingers so far, wearing black. Now, Rambling Jesters, what have you got? I know you've got plenty of strike power out wide in the likes of that man. Edmund and others, of course. Peter Mars scored a very good try in the second half of that game. Got good balance as well. So many of these Irish boys seem to have beautifully balanced play no matter where they are. Oscar Stewart, Mr. Hollywood, who had his moment of glory.
So impressed with this Shogun defence though. We've seen it time and time again today. They just look really organised. They never look like they've lost numbers to break down. Very good with their decision making in that area, which is allowing them to keep 7 players in the defensive line. As a result, there's just no easy space. Jesters are going to have to grind them down, but they've lost the ball.
Breakdown in communication there between Tom Roach and Edmund Anya. Playing off the same play sheet there. Rampton. Up on the charge goes Morgan Sianowski. Fenley gets the call, nice little interplay there, opens the door for Duarte.
In the tackle, knock on only. Advantage over.
Back to Fenley. Fenley in the midst of everything. Murphy gets the call from Rampton. 2 try scorers combining well inside the opposition 22. They're going to get the penalty call too. Duarte doesn't take from the mark.
Really good jack on number 2's annoying.
Knew that was going to happen.
Doesn't take from the mark, so takes the chance to have a breather. Hands on knees. Pretty helter-skelter stuff, isn't it? But
been a long day, isn't it?
Well, for all money, that looked like a score for Shogun. They might not worry about this break too much, and they're going to ring some changes as well. And I tell you what, they're bringing on the Spanish pairing, who have been superb for them today. Angel Bozal and Igoitz Garcia. not a bad pairing to bring off the bench, and they're going to slot into the scrum. I tell you what, talking to danger men while we're at it, Davlon Blood underneath us. Give him a one-on-one here.
Set.
He's scoring full money. Give it to him.
Well, Duarte rings the changes, and that opens the score for Jardine on that far side. It's great sevens game management, and when you've got a playmaker like Ricardo Duarte, he just seems to make the right calls at the right time.
Yeah, and he's been at the top tier with the Blitzbokker, a South African men's sevens team, so been in plenty of knockout games in his time. He's got a few of his compatriots alongside him as well, no doubt making some calls. But this is a very proficient performance so far in this game.
Well, the Irish have not fired a shot yet that I can remember, and we're coming up to the end of the first half.
Well, I think it feels like that because they've been shut down by the Shogun defence. They've just not been allowed to play and really been put the blanket's been put over their attack.
Last play of the first half, but it goes out on the full. Rambling Jesters need to get something on the board if they possibly can, and Captain Matt Bursey knows that. Need to find some sort of cutting edge to get them up into the 22. Problem there for Davlon Blood, and there's a gap as a consequence, and that is why it's an open door for Peter Marr, and just what the Rambling Jesters needed before the turnaround. They break the bagel with 8 minutes on the clock, and concern for the Shogun group because Davlon Blood has done something, is it to a bicep or a shoulder? Well, the Irish getting a score on the board before the half-time break, but that first half has been all about Shogun.
Yeah, it really was a good 7 minutes from Shogun, but tell you what, this Rambling Jesters team, they've been around it, they know what they're doing, and they will not go easy into the sunny night here in southwest London. They will fight and scrap, and that could be a key score. 19-7. There's no breathing space there, Wardy. There is all to play for.
Those Messrs Wakely and Sand just urging their team forward. Kevin Magg there in the bib as well, next to the head coach.
Letting them run at us. We're not going to them to put shoulders down. We've got to shut them down. Thinking on the kick-off spin.
Kevin Maggs urging his team to be proactive and up in the faces of the opposition, and the ball carrier worked so well in that British Army game. I know I keep referring to it, but it was so impressive, and it's made such a difference to the way that Shoguns are playing, both with ball in hand and in D.
The interesting thing about that, when you have a big game earlier in the tournament, and could easily have been their big game, couldn't it, that Army game, but they managed to back it up.
Yep.
And that's key, but all is not done and dusted here in the final.
Who's going to get the first score of this second half? Could well change the complexion of the match if it's from the Jesters. They're going to get the put in and just on the edge of the Shogun 22.
Yeah, good job from the Rambling Jesters there. They got the hold up and it became a maul. And then that maul goes to deck. And the ball's not there to be played.
Crouch.
The defensive team gets the ball, so a chance to launch early.
Bind.
Can they shift? Can they find some cracks in the armour of this very polished looking Shogun team?
Free kick is theirs. There's the skipper. Percy opting to reset position for the next phase. They look at the short side. Roach has to pull it in, and it's deemed a knock-on.
Yeah, I think that is a knock-on. Roach is not happy about it. I think went forward off his hand. He was in front of the ball, but the ball went forward off his hand.
Okay.
Time on.
Seravatu off the bench for Shogun into that fly half roll.
Head on head. Advantage not said. Yeah, you got it.
Oh, Jardine taking his
wait,
eyes off the ball, but the advantage was there for his team.
Not said. Just a free kick because it's from a free kick.
The conductor, often the lead singer as well. The tempo of the game is all about how he wants it. He's in such control and has the facet to be able to strike as well around the fringe,
get your head in the right
such
position,
as his
please.
pace and physicality.
Crouch.
Yeah, he's a pretty handy customer to have in your team.
Bind.
And he's going to be putting into this scrum.
Set.
I wonder if he'll take him on down the short side or whether he'll dish out to his 10. It's covered off, so he's going to play to the first receiver.
Just the first two steps, bringing in the defender before releasing it to Seravatu.
No!
Duarte in that playmaker role, the miss pass. Abana. Well, huge width being put on the play by Shogun.
Release.
Not making too much headway up the pitch right now, but east-west is working well for them.
Well, they'll be happy to just keep the ball as well. They've got the lead. You can actually hear them calling it down on the field. They're saying, keep the ball, keep the ball.
Back.
And this would be incredibly frustrating for the Rambling Jesters. They'll want to go at one of these breakdowns. They desperately won't want to give away a penalty either, so tough times for the D.
Seravatu, a half break there, but they're still not up to halfway at the moment. Duarte
Advantage offside.
steps in, and
Part of the rock,
the
you're
two
offside.
captains just going head to head there.
Away. You're part of the ruck, you're offside. Can't play the 9.
George Selwood
Option.
explaining his decision.
I said, didn't I? You get the frustration when you're defending for ages. You just got to try and stay patient and wait for the right shot. They're just trying to force the issue. As a result, on the wrong side of the law, pinged, and actually just losing time now. Shogun, no mistake, just bang it into touch, slowing it down.
Good game management from the English team, representing the UK as they are in this tournament.
Let's go.
Duarte hits his man, Bozal, and out it comes to Jardine. Takes the contact, they look at the short side, the step inside, and the little offload to Chidera Abana. And there is a big score, you would think, in the balance of this cup final. Ireland not happy, protesting at something, and I have to admit, I didn't see what it was.
I think they were claiming that there was a roll after that chop tackle earlier in the passage. It's a bit of a 50-50 one. I think maybe they had a case, but either way, the try will stand, and that could be the try that just creates enough distance in this game to give them the trophy. You'd be a fool to call it early in the game of 7s.
And what a conversion. That is sweet.
Well, that helps. That helps.
You think?
Very, very nice indeed. I'll tell you what, that was a good team try as well, because it's Jardine initially on the out. And here's the roll. That's the roll they're complaining about. Not really a jackler in the location. That's a good finish on the edge, just managing to get through. Nice work in the end from Abana.
Fortuitous hands maybe from Josh Holt there. Duarte in to that midfield, and suddenly it's explosion time, it feels like, from the Shogun. They've suddenly upped the ante, got through the gears just that little bit quicker, and tired Irish legs struggling to cover the holes in D now. Oh, beautiful pass, beautiful try. Aka Seravatu, Marlborough Rugby Club just down the road, will be raising a glass or two to him this evening, and that is a very, very special finish.
Well, once again, in the groove. I mean, so good on both sides of the ball, and this was just a little bit fancy. The boys now, a bit of breathing space and having a good time out there.
20 seconds of the game.
Ricky Duarte will not add the last two.
Sub him.
Take him out of consideration for player of the tournament after that. But here it comes. It's him on the ball again. I thought he was going to whack out the big left foot step, but he puts the cut back in. Really nice from Angel Bozal to keep it alive. And how about that one? The little sneaky backdoor, the sleight of hand. Bit of magic.
Yeah, Obana got his try courtesy of Seravatu's pass just now, and repays the favour there with some snappy handling. As Duarte takes the wrong club out the bag for that one.
Needs to get out the gym, too strong.
You reckon? You can tell him. Cam Hill, known as Action Man. I happen to know his dad, so it's no surprise that he's called Action Man when you've got a dad called Tankers.
Good contest. Enough.
Roach comes in to try and just find something to finish off with a smile. They'll be disappointed, of course they will.
Tackle,
They've done
release.
so much in this competition.
No.
There's Hill, no way through. Wrapped up by Rampton. That's a different one, wrapped up by Rampton as opposed to Rapid Rampton. Intentional knock forward there. It's going to be an early finish for Armand Maritz. He's going to be out until the final whistle blows, you would think, so maybe a chance for the Irish to find something. Find a door that might be open. Hill. Mark. Cutting back, and there is another try for the Ramblin' Jesters. Maybe too little too late in terms of the outcome of this one.
We'll take the last conversion. Let's go.
Because that is the last play of the day. It's finished by the boot of Boris Ames, but it doesn't change anything as the Shogun do everything that they needed to do to win that. It's been a quality controlled performance from the team in black. Some quality performances as well. Tom Mitchell, your overall thoughts on this inaugural London Sevens from the LIT7s programme?
Well, I tell you what, that's a lovely way to finish off the day. And for me, that just displays the quality we've had throughout the competition here down at Plough Lane at AFC Wimbledon's ground. And I think quite right that Shogun won. I think across the whole day they were the most accomplished side, and if anything got better as the day went on, which not all teams are able to do. Really, really good performance. Well done on them. They'll enjoy the celebrations, and they've worked hard for it. Very good outfit, the Shogun outfit. And it tops off a brilliant day here at the LIT7s, London Sevens. Have you had a good time, Wardy?
I have fun in the sun. I'm being thankful that you've been stood next to me for,
that's nice.
For the last 7 hours. Even though you didn't bring me a pint back from the bar, it doesn't matter. It has been a really impressive debut for the LIT7s, London Sevens, and hopefully it stays a part of the rugby calendar for some while to come. Certainly, I think this venue fits, and I think more and more people hear about it. The attendances will go on the up very, very quickly. As you say, we've seen some sparkling rugby from all the teams involved, the 8 men's teams and the 4 women's teams. Right, let's get down pitch side and hear from Robbie. Robbie, over to you.
Yes, one of the victors, Morgan Shanaski, has joined me pitch side. Morgan, I mean, we talk about peaking at the right time. It felt like you guys really did that this evening.
Oh yeah, literally. We only just come together yesterday, and it just seemed to get better throughout the day as we've gone along. And it's really nice to see we put a performance in the last game.
How does it work? When you said you come together as a side yesterday, what are the things that you do to very quickly make sure that you're gelling?
We just get onto these the correct principles, like as Shogun. We just we work hard, and when we work hard, things happen, and it proved today.
And in that final this evening, we mentioned it's all about peaking at the right time, right? So what are the things that you needed to get right there this evening?
For us, we're just sticking to our game plan, because we know when we're at 100%, I think we're very difficult to stop, and it proved today.
And this Sevens tournament, the inaugural LIT7s, London Sevens here at AFC Wimbledon this afternoon. What have you made of it as a tournament in general?
To be honest, it's been a brilliant tournament. To come out on top with such amazing teams out there, yeah, it's been more than brilliant.
Well, congratulations. Enjoy tonight.
Thank you very much.
So then, presentations coming very, very shortly, but for now, let's worry about these celebrations that are taking place. Look at this from Shogun. So let's bring you some more reaction with Nick Wakely, and we've got the players celebrating in the background. Nick, listen, interesting evening. We just mentioned there about peaking at the right time. From a coaching perspective, could that have gone any better?
No, not really. I thought our semi-final against the Army, to put them under that sort of pressure and for pretty much 40 minutes keep them out was unreal. I think you can see from a number of different nationalities in that side, to put the defensive performances they put in the knockout stages was amazing.
Yeah, something we mentioned a lot on commentary. Tom Mitchell was a big fan of the defensive. It felt like there was a real intent with defence this afternoon. Does that sort of an intentional game plan?
Yeah, you've got to get them all on the same page. Some of these guys defend differently. The South Africans defend very differently to Fijians and British people. So, you know, it's our way of trying to get them all on the same page as quick as possible. To get them to bond and to fight for each other, to close and have each other's backs, and inside defence is just massive. So they've all come together. They've done that. They've done that with attitude and ability, and it's been great to watch.
And as a coach, how much of a brilliant challenge is it coaching a seven side? When you don't have much time, you suddenly got to come up with plans and ways to win.
Yeah, well, look, you know, there's no hiding from the fact that with Terry Sands and Kevin Maggs, you know, we've been doing this for a long time. So, you know, Sands, been doing it 27 years. He's got a tried and trusted way of bringing different nationalities together and doing that. And, you know, it's a pleasure to watch him.
Congratulations, Nick. Enjoy.
Hey, thank you.
We're gonna bring you out, and then we're gonna bring in one of the players, one of the victors for Shogun. Lovely to see you. Just a quick word for Nick Wakely there. He mentioned that you don't have much time as a team to come together and try and put performances together, but you did that today when it mattered.
Yeah, like really want to say, really proud of the guys. We came together yesterday at 7 o'clock at night, took the pitch for 45 minutes, arrived today with a firing attitude, stormed through the pools, came to the semis, did a great, phenomenal job against fucking quality Fijian team. And then this final was just amazing. I just want to say thank you for our Heavenly Father for giving us the privilege to play. And yeah, I'm really excited for the next time I come back to London and play again.
Your next answer is going to be a bit more clean than your previous one. Just a quick one on coming together as a group. You're all coming from different places and different cultures and different teams, yet it somehow still means so much to you. I saw the emotion there at the full-time whistle. It still means so much.
That's what made this group so special, is that it's guys from different cultures, different countries, but we came together and we just played for each other because we know we love this game. Even though we're from different countries, different cultures, into different things, but when it comes to rugby, we all share the same passion, and that's why it means so much. A victory is something you carry with for the rest of your life. Like we'll remember this till the day I go to the grave.
And is that something just for people that may be watching that are new to sevens, or maybe they want to get involved with sevens? That is one of the beauties, right, of this sport, is that you do meet people from different parts and everyone comes together and you have these days where you all mingle, right?
Yeah, for sure. Like, if I can use an example, like when I'm on the HSBC circuit, I've made so much friends, like Marcus and Rodrigo. We chat on messengers. I made lifelong friends here on the circuit, and that's what I love about this game. You meet new people and it's forever. You click and you just go on forever as friends, and it's special. It's really special.
And just finally, you're a man who's played this sport at the highest level on that sevens circuit. How does it compare today?
Well, it's not much different. It was really tough. The guys came out, and even the other teams, they were quality. You can see in the other teams there's also good players that played international level. So no, it's really not that much different. I had to work really hard to get this W. So now I'm excited to see how this tournament grows.
Many congratulations. Enjoy tonight. Lovely speaking to you. So there we have it then. Just about presentation time. In fact, you can see that they're taking place right now. Celebrations will no doubt go long into the night, but for the time, it is medal and trophy time and money time. £10,000, don't forget. So, player of the tournament for the men, Ricky Duarte, who we just spoke to then, picking up his medal. Lovely to see his presentation taking place. Our very own Tom Mitchell is in there as well. Elaine Gelman, who we spoke to earlier, the founder of the LIT7s London Sevens. Nikita Prothero as well, getting the player of the tournament for the women's side, representing the Lionesses, don't forget. So then, winners of the men's plate, that is New Zealand, represented by Find Rugby now, picking up their plate there behind the giant. That is the biggest winners banner I've ever seen there, but they're picking up their plate. Congratulations to them. A reminder, Find Rugby now, a really wonderful website and organisation dedicated to bringing people together through rugby. So it might be players, coaches, staff, casual fans, big Norsey fans, whoever it might be, all about bringing people together through this beautiful sport. So congratulations to New Zealand plate winners this afternoon. Champagne gets sprayed. The party will go long into the night, no doubt, as is the case with sevens generally. For not only the winners, the party goes long into the night, but no doubt this Find Rugby now side representing New Zealand will know how to have a party or two. Congratulations to them then, picking up the plate in today's men's competitions. There were 8 men's team, of course, competing for the plate and for the cup. Next then we see the runners-up of the women's competition. That is the Lionesses representing Africa. They came oh so close, didn't they, the Lionesses? So close to defeating Hammerhead. It would have, on the face of it, been a bit of an upset, but they were excellent in that final. Could well have gone their way, but as it is, it's the runners-up trophy that they collect and take back with them. Big congratulations to them. The Lionesses representing Africa. 2 African teams with us this afternoon, the Lionesses and the Lions, of course. And so next up, we're going to welcome the runners-up of the men's cup competition. It is, of course, the Rambling Jesters making their way up to collect their medals. I think it's fair to say they didn't go how they would have liked it to in that cup game, but nonetheless, a good effort getting all the way to the cup final. They seem pretty happy with what they've achieved this afternoon. Big congratulations to them. Of course, based in Maidenhead, the Rambling Jesters. And they were runners-up of our cup competition this afternoon for the men's tournament. And once again, we see the reveal of the ginormous winners banner. And here we go then, the Hammerheads, winners of today's women's competition. Hammerheads with so much prowess when it comes to rugby sevens. They're a force to be reckoned with. In their last 12 events, they found themselves in the final in 11 of them, and they've won 8 of those finals as well. Their conversion rate is truly phenomenal, and they are going to have a good night tonight. Although we spoke, of course, didn't we, to Chantal Mile, who said that a few of them are heading off. She's heading back to Bristol, of course. Busy schedules for a lot of these players, but I'm sure 1 or 2 of them will stick around and have a really good evening as they collect their medals. They all got a hug from Tom Mitchell as well, which no doubt will mean a lot more than the medal, would to me anyway. And then it'll be trophy time for the 2024 LIT7s London Sevens Women's Winners. Eventually, when they work out how to pop the champagne, it will be Great Britain represented by the Hammerheads, and there we have it. The party begins right now. Big congratulations to them. They were pushed hard by those Lionesses in the final, but they came through right at the end. That try from Sally Williams, and it was, in the end, the Hammerheads that take yet another victory. So big congratulations to them. They'll have a wonderful evening, no doubt. So then, one more trophy to hand out, one more set of medals to hand out, and they're going to go to Shogun. Huge congratulations to them in that final, seeing off the Ramblin' Jesters representing Ireland. Shogun, of course, representing the UK. Founded in 1996 were Shogun, after being inspired by the Japanese men's side of the 1995 Rugby World Cup. They've gone from strength to strength. We've seen the likes of Ben Earl, Cheslin Colby, Ellis Genge, James Haskell all feature in this side. But it is Shogun that make history. 2024 inaugural LIT7s London Sevens winners, and that party, that champagne pop there from Wiki Duarte might just be the best of the evening, and their party will go long, long into the night. So big congratulations to them. There we have it then, all of our winners given their prizes. A reminder, there is a prize pot of £10,000 that is being shared amongst our winners throughout the course of the day today. So then, celebrations just taking place. You will have seen there, and let's bring in the man that everyone got a hug from when they picked up their medal, Tom Mitchell. He's been with us all afternoon, all morning. It is our very own Tom Mitchell. Tom, after 26 games, there we have it, our winners. What have you made of the day overall? It felt like it's been an intense one, but actually the standard of rugby has been up there.
Have we been in the stadium for a week? Because it kind of feels like that. But what a day. I mean, it's just had it always had. It's had the rugby, it's had the crowd, it's had the fun, it's had the kids in having a great time. We've had a good time as well. Everybody's winning. It's been exceptional. We talked a little bit about it on the commentary after that final. The quality of the rugby has really underpinned what has been a brilliant day out here for the LIT7s London Sevens, and I just can't wait for next year.
And just a quick word for our winners as well. We saw their Hammerheads for the women. So good, aren't they? They've got such prowess in this competition, and then Shogun as well, showing us what they're capable of.
But you know what, out of all the teams, even the other teams had X Factor, those are probably the two teams that are the most settled and the most kind of comfortable with the quality they had. They stuck to what they knew they were good at. Everyone across the team chipped in, and they should be very proud of themselves, and they put on a hell of a show for everyone.
It's certainly been a good one here at Plough Lane for the inaugural LIT7s London Sevens. Tom, thank you very much for your company. We'll let you go and get yourself maybe another ice bath or a beer.
Do you think they've opened the bar yet for us upstairs? Do you think we'll go and have a...
No, I think
I'm not going back in the ice bath.
The photographer's still on his laptop, I think, mate. That's his space for now. Tom, thank you very much indeed. Thank you to everyone who's been on commentary, of course, this afternoon and this morning. We had the likes of Joe Burns, and we're lovely to have here. We had Rocky Clark earlier on, Tom Mitchell, of course, and our one wonderful Simon Ward, who is brilliant as always. So thank you to everyone who's made it possible behind the camera. It's been a wonderful morning, afternoon, wherever you've been watching in the world. We hope you've enjoyed it. If you're watching lots of sevens, you're going to know that days like this are always coming about when it's sevens time. But if you're new to sevens, hopefully you've enjoyed it. It's been brilliant to have your company. We'll see you very soon indeed. But from us here at Plough Lane, it's good night.